Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The filming of the drama Reaper was almost at its final stage. Kang Rayan in a jet black one-piece dress looked down at Jae-woon. She acted to exhibit concealment of her sorrow, which she also expressed in every movement that she made. Rayan slowly recited her line with a faint tremble in her voice. Our paths won't cross again. Another Grim Reaper will come to retrieve your abnormally strong spiritual power soon enough. Then does that mean I'll never get to see you again? I told you, our paths won't ever cross again. Jin Seo, you never thought that bidding farewell was such a heart-wrenching act. Grim Reapers were not permitted to bear any sort of emotion toward a human. Despite that, she had broken that taboo. She could no longer violate the rules of the lower world and the afterlife. She did not care what happened to her, but she could not put the one that she loved in danger. Hence, Jin Seo had no choice but to part ways with her loved one, all for his sake. Even if it was not put into words, Rayan had to perform in a way that the audience across the screen could understand her emotions and thoughts. This was the role of an actor. Rayan had been performing the role that she had been given as best as she could until now, and as a result. Okay, perfect. Let's wrap up the shoot here for today. Good work, everyone. Director Park announced with a very satisfied expression. The journey that was Reaper would end in 2 more weeks of filming. Rayan and Jae-woon headed to the next content on their schedule as soon as the shoot finished. The 2 lead roles were scheduled to appear in a program that covered entertainment industry news as well as an interview. Rayan and Jae-woon sat down for the interview. Before jumping straight into it, the female reporter congratulated the 2. Congratulations? You said you didn't have much more left to shoot, right? Jae-woon raised the mic to his face first. Yes. There are only around 2 more weeks left. You must be well aware that the drama Reaper has been receiving much love from the audience. How do you feel about that? Rayan jumped in this time. I didn't expect that the drama would receive so much attention and love when I went into filming for the first time. The drama has gotten so popular thanks to our loving audience, and I personally have gotten many casting offers. I think this was all possible thanks to the love that everyone has given us and the drama. I'd like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Rayan could be considered a veteran from how well she was answering such questions. The female reporter also asked about their personal ventures. Jae-woon, you said that you were going to focus on your music career after the drama shoots finished, right? Yes, since we're releasing a new album soon. I love acting, but I'd like everyone not to forget that my main job is a singer. Bex will be bringing our fans another great song, so please wait a little longer. Jae-woon had even advertised Bex's new song, just like a veteran of the entertainment industry would. The female reporter also asked a similar question to Rayan. What about you, Rayan? What will you be doing after the drama shoots are over? I think I will be focusing on my studies until my SATs are over. Oh, will you not be appearing in any shows at all? No, I won't be completely avoiding them. I'll be appearing in variety shows or radio shows every now and then, but I'm thinking of putting production activities on hold until my SATs are over. To Rayan, her studies were just as important as her activity in the entertainment industry. Her true goal was not to succeed as a celebrity, but to take her revenge against Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. To do so, she could not ignore the connections that she could gain through her academics. Not only that, I have to prepare my business as well. Rayan had a lot more to do than she looked. She could possibly be even busier than Jae-woon next to her. As Rayan, Shin Yubin and her stylist left the waiting room together after finishing with the interview, Jae-woon called out to her from the hallway. Rayan. He looked like he wanted a little of her time. Rayan instructed Yubin and the stylist to go ahead of her. What is it, Sunbi? We're going to be shooting our music video soon, and I thought I'd tell you about it since you'll probably get an appearance offer. Oh, really? Will you be appearing in the music video as well? Jae-woon nodded. Since it was a music video of Bex, the boy group that he was in, it was obvious that he would be in it as well. Yeah, probably, he replied. Rayan had gotten accustomed to performing with Jae-woon since they had been working together for the past half a year. A music video shoot was far shorter than a drama shoot. Also, since it was not Rayan's own music video, her part would be over after only a day or 2 of shooting. However, it was a little ambiguous to give Jae-woon an answer here. She would have to discuss it with her agency. He also did not look like he wanted an answer right now either since he knew the steps that needed to be taken. You will find out how the shoot will progress and such once the offer gets to your agency. There won't be any skinship, kiss scenes, or revealing attires that you hate, so I hope you consider it positively, Jae-woon remarked. Okay, Sunbi. Jae-woon knew Rayan's preferences very well. She was glad that he mentioned such things since she did not need to go through the hassle of making such demands. Jae-woon Sunbi is very considerate of others. He looked like a tough guy who did not know how to be considerate of others on the outside, but he was considerably sweet on the inside. Such a gap rather added to his charms, which was likely why he was the most popular member of Bex. Jae-woon said his goodbyes to Rayan with a straightforward smile. I'll see you next week, then. Rayan sighed as she watched Jae-woon getting further away, and whispered so that no one could hear her. This goddamn popularity of mine. An end marked a new beginning. A new beginning came Rayan's way once the drama shoots were almost at an end. School had reopened after the long winter break. Arayan's face stiffened once she put on her uniform after a long time. What's going on? My chest area feels stuffier than usual. Did she have an upset stomach? No, that wasn't it. She found out why once she stood in front of the full-length mirror. Arayan's breasts had gotten bigger compared to last year. She was still a teenager, so she was still in her growing phase. Despite that, she did not look too thrilled. No wonder I kept feeling uncomfortable during my morning jogs. Her chest area was too tight. She felt embarrassed by how only her chest was protruding out of her uniform. She could just cover them with outerwear during the winter, but what about summer? That was the problem. However, she couldn't just buy a new uniform, and she was also too lazy to get a new one fitted. I'll just have to bear with it. Nov. L. B /JNN. Rayan did not have to go around school wearing a uniform for much longer. Hence, she decided to be patient once again. Rayan checked her class allocation alongside Seo Yiseo, who she came to school with. I'm in year 3 class 3, she said. Yiseo's face brightened as soon as she heard that. Really? I'm in class 3 too. Not only Yiseo, but Njorin and Choi Aromi were put in the same class as her this year as well. Yiseo sighed in relief as she climbed the stairs with Rayan. Thank God. I couldn't get a wink of sleep last night while worrying about what I'd do if I was the only one in a different class. It's not really that big of a deal. Rayan thought so, but Yiseo thought otherwise. Rayan at least understood how Yiseo felt, since she would also feel more relieved if she was in the same class as her friends rather than being the only one apart from them. She saw some more familiar faces once she opened the door to class 3. Been a while, Rayan. Hey, Choi Sang-woon and Kim Young-gyo were also put in the same class as Rayan. However, there was also one more person. Good morning, Rayan. A boy greeted her with a booming voice. Rayan's face stiffened as soon as she saw him. Park Se-woon had also been put in the same class. Weren't you in the sciences? Rayan asked. Class 3 was composed of students in the arts department, but Se-woon, a student in the science department, had somehow ended up in this class. I decided to transfer to arts, he stated. Why so out of the blue? Obviously to spend more time with you, what else? Rayan raised her middle finger at Se-woon, blatantly displaying his feelings for her. Rayan had suspicions that Se-woon had bribed the school to be put in the same class as her. It was extremely unlikely that they could be put in the same class otherwise. She was never the type to believe in conspiracies, but there was no way that she could not believe it with how things had turned out. Rayan was satisfied with her new class 3 classmates, but that son of a bitch Park Se-woon is the problem. He was stealing glances at Rayan even while the Korean language teacher was in the middle of teaching. Would you look at that bastard? Rayan's rage was triggered just from laying eyes on Se-woon's face. She wrote something on an exercise book, tore the page, crumpled it up and threw it at Se-woon. Tap. He caught Rayan's note and opened it. I'll kill you if you glance at me one more time. Se-woon smiled awkwardly at Rayan's fierce words of warning. Rayan never went back on her word. Because Se-woon knew very well that her warning was not empty, he turned to fix his gaze toward the blackboard. Rayan had once again come to realize that threats and violence worked best on someone who couldn't be reasoned with words. Classes usually ended early on the first day of school. Choi Aromi asked Kong Rayan and Seo Yiseo after school, Jaeorin and I are gonna go watch a movie. Do you guys wanna come too? A movie? Why so out of the blue? We're third years now. We're gonna be studying non-stop from now on, so I was thinking that we should play while we still can. What do you think? Aromi had a point. Third years were examines who had to overcome the trial that was the SATs. Although their lives weren't decided just from taking it once, it still had quite a significant influence on their lives. Rayan was persuaded by their views. And not only that. It's been a while since I've been to a cinema. Rayan had been so busy over the winter break that she had no time to take some time to go to a cinema. She had also not gone to watch any movies because she had watched them all before, especially the fairly popular ones that were currently out. I guess returning to the past has its downsides in this sense. Rayan held in her bitter smile. She was disappointed that, unlike others, she knew exactly how certain movies were going to go. However, great movies were still great even after a second or third watch, and she had nothing to do at home. Since Rayan was curious about what movies were out, she decided to accept Aromi's suggestion. Let's go, Rayan said. Okay, what about you, Yiseo? If Rayan's going, I'm going too, Yiseo quickly answered as a best friend should. Rayan had decided to go to the cinema after a long time with friends that she got along with. If anything was different from the past, it would be her friend's gender. Rayan's phone vibrated on her way to the cinema. It was a call from Chief Young. Just a sec, Rayan said as she slowed down to walk behind her friends. They also walked ahead at an appropriate pace so that Rayan did not fall behind too much. Hello. Hey, Rayan. Your classes are over, right? Yes, I'm free to talk right now. Really? Actually, you got another music video casting offer. Rayan had made quite a profit from starring in Rita's music video. That music video had instantly raised public awareness of her, when all she had in terms of work record was a minor role in a drama. Thanks to that, she had been receiving a few music video casting offers from other agencies now and then, with their intent being to receive the Kong Rayan effect as well. Don't be too shocked when you hear this. The music video casting offer is from It's a casting offer for Bex's music video, right? Aromi's ears perked up as soon as she heard Bex while she was walking ahead. She was a huge Bex fan, especially of Jae-woon. Her hearing got scarily good whenever they were mentioned. Arayan? You just said Bex, right? Right. What are you doing? You're disturbing Arayan's phone call. Yiseo and Najirin grabbed Aromi's left and right arms respectively. Arayan continued with her call while they were holding Aromi back. Meanwhile, Chief Young was shocked that Arayan had immediately guessed correctly. How did you know? Jae-woon Sunbi told me that they'd be sending me a casting offer for their music video soon. Aromi's rampage became even fiercer once she heard Jae-woon. They had unintentionally gotten people's attention because of her, to which Jaerin and Yiseo apologized in embarrassment. Arayan continued her call with Chief Young in the meantime. Well, okay, since you already know. First, they're going to be sending over the concept of the music video and how the shoot will proceed around tomorrow. I could have Ms. Shin deliver it to you as soon as I get it, so why don't you take a look over it? Okay. Chief Young felt a sense of abnormality from how accepting Arayan was. Arayan would not usually be so compliant. However, Arayan was acting like this because she already knew that there were no revealing scenes, skinship, nor kiss scenes included in the music video shoot. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Not knowing that, Chief Young was dumbfounded. However, since everything was good, he quickly accepted Arayan's answer and ended the call before she could change her mind. After ending the call, Arayan sighed at Aromi, who was even more excited than herself. This was how scary idol fandoms could be. Jaerin expressed her surprise as soon as they arrived at the cinema. Oh no, I wanted to watch Leashed, but it's sold out. The Hollywood action blockbuster Leashed was an extremely popular movie that broke the total cinema attendance record in just 1 week of it being released. They had been planning on watching it today, but they had been too late. What should we do? Jaerin asked her friends. It was too much of a waste to just go home after coming all this way. We can just watch another movie. Yeah, Leashed was not the only movie being screened. They held an emergency meeting about which movie to watch. Arayan also flipped through the pamphlet to recall which movies were released around this time. However, they could not easily come to a conclusion. The next screening time of one movie was too far away, and another movie did not fit the preferences of one of the four. It was difficult to match the preferences of multiple people. At that moment, Jaerin presented another option like the class president she was. Then how about this one? The movie that she gestured at was Hellcree. Isn't this a horror movie? Hellcree was a horror movie that was also made in America like Leashed, and it was rumored to be extremely scary. Yiseo and Aromi were okay with Jaerin's suggestion, and the only person left to give her thoughts was Arayan. I am okay with it too. Let's watch it, she suddenly stuttered. Arayan had never been this flustered even in front of a camera, so they had never expected her to be so shaken over picking a movie. The quick-wit Jaerin narrowed her eyes. Are you perhaps scared of horror movies, Arayan? Arayan yelled in anger, of course not. It's all fake anyway, so what's there to be scared about? Let's go buy the tickets already. Arayan denied Jaerin's question completely, but something smelled fishy. The four high school girls entered the theater and sat with Aromi, Jaerin, Arayan, and Yiseo lined up in one row. Unlike Leashed, there weren't many people in the theater watching Hellcree. There were only about 20 people. Aromi said while trembling, it kind of feels scarier when there aren't that many people. That's the charm of horror movies. Jaerin and Yiseo with high tolerance for horror movies were sitting nonchalantly in their seats. However, only Arayan was not smiling. Jaerin lightly laughed as she looked at Arayan looking away from the screen with a face completely frozen. Arayan, the movie hasn't even started yet, so you don't have to be so scared. I said I wasn't scared, Arayan said while glaring at Jaerin. However, her glare today was rather cute instead of scary. The movie began after the ads ended. Like most horror movies, it started at a dark abandoned house to leave a powerful impact on the audience. Arayan flinched vigorously as soon as she saw the abandoned house. She fanned her face with her hands in embarrassment. Why is this theater so damn hot? It's still winter, Arayan. Arayan shut her mouth at Jaerin's sharp response. The group searching the abandoned house looked around with a flashlight. At that moment, a female ghost with hollow eye sockets jumped into the frame. Kayak. Arayan screamed. Her friends were more surprised by her scream than the jump scare. Yiseo stared at Arayan in amazement. She had never known that Arayan could make sharp screams like this. Jaerin's suspicions had been on the mark. Arayan had absolutely zero tolerance for horror, even in her past life. Even when people suggested they go watch a horror movie, she absolutely refused. She could not play horror games either. One could say that Arayan just couldn't do anything horror-related. She was lost for words at her easily frightened self who ended up here after putting on airs for no reason. She was slightly trembling with her eyes glued shut. Yiseo held her hand, and noticed that it was drenched in sweat despite it being winter. Are you okay, Arayan? Totally? I'm totally fine, so don't mind me. She did not look fine at all. She slowly opened her eyes back up once she had instinctively realized that the scary part was over. However, horror movies put jump scares where the audience least expected it. She mustered up the courage to open her eyes, but another ghost jump scare occurred under an anxiety-inducing BGM. She had unwittingly made eye contact with the ghost. The theater echoed with Arayan's screams because of the unlucky timing. Arayan wiped her sweat-drenched forehead, neck, and the area under the neck with a handkerchief. Her friends who came to the bathroom with her looked at her in amazement. I can't believe our Arayan had a weakness like this. Yeah, what a surprise. Their image of Arayan was someone who would punch or kick even ghosts, but they found the image of a powerless and trembling Arayan amazing and somewhat cute. Arayan warned her friends with a glare, "You'd better not tell anyone what you saw here today, got it?" She was threatening them with a face as red as a tomato, but they weren't really scared, considering they just saw her screaming in fear from a horror movie. "Don't worry, your secret's safe with us. Yeah, trust us." They decided to bury what had happened in the cinema in the name of friendship, because they thought that Arayan would actually get mad if they didn't. It was almost 4 p.m. by the time they left the cinema. Thinking that it would be a waste to just go home like this, Choi Aromi made a suggestion to her friends. "It's gonna be dinner time in 2 hours, so why don't we go home after dinner since we've come all the way here downtown?" "Sounds good, but how are we gonna kill time until then? An escape room? Or coin karaoke? There are a ton of things to do here, so why don't we look around?" "Okay, let's do that." Arayan, Jaerin, what about you guys? The two also agreed since they had nothing special to do today. Jaerin pointed toward a crane game machine while they were looking around downtown. "How about a crane game?" The machine was filled with cute plus highs that women would love. Aromi confidently challenged the machine first. She put in a 501 coin and maneuvered the crane with the joystick. Her friends were watching from the sidelines, telling her to go forward, right, no, slightly left. Aromi ran out of time while dealing with the back seating and the crane dropped down on its own. One more time. Aromi set ablaze with competitive spirit. No one could stop her once her switch was flipped. Despite the continued failures, she put in 501 coins to challenge the machine again and again. However, she was not able to win a single plushie after spending almost 10,000 won. "Why can't I get anything? This machine must be rigged." Jaerin stepped up after the highly dissatisfied Aromi, but the result was the same for her after spending 3,000 won. Seo Yiseo did not even think of challenging the machine. It was Kang Arayan's turn. Ring? Her eyes changed as soon as she put in a 501 coin. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. A crane game? Huh? It's been way too long. Arayan often used to play on the crane game machine in her university campus whenever she passed by it. The skills were ingrained into her muscles. She won a blue seal plushie in one attempt that Aromi couldn't get after spending 10,000 won. "Here, it's a gift." Not only that, but she even gave it to Aromi. Aromi said with sparkling eyes, "Arayan, I would have fallen head over heels for you right now if you were a guy." It wasn't too late for her to fall for Arayan. She was a guy on the inside, after all. They saw another form of entertainment next to the crane game machine. "That's a shooting gallery, isn't it?" Jaerin asked. Yiseo answered, "Yeah, I think so." "Why? You want to give it a try?" "I want to try at least once." Wanna go? They still had around 30 minutes until dinner time. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to head to the shooting gallery. A university couple was receiving a toy rifle from the owner of the shooting gallery. The man said to the owner, "This is pretty similar to the K2. "Yes, you could say it's a very similar replica," the owner replied. "ENG, you don't know what a K2 is, do you?" The man talked about his heroic exploits during his time in the army, and explained in detail about what kind of rifle it was, how to aim it and how to mount it on the shoulder. However, the woman did not seem to be interested in the slightest. "I got it, so just get me that." "Which one?" "The moisturizing cream set. It was a product from a considerably famous brand." "Just wait. I'll shoot it down in a flash. I was called the shooting king in my army days. It'll be a piece of cake," the man boasted. "Really? I'll believe in you, then." "Yeah, just believe in me." The man mounted the rifle on his right shoulder and lined the sight with the target. Bang! He pulled the trigger. However, the bullet from the toy rifle zipped right through without getting anywhere near the moisturizing cream set. 9 bullets left, the owner remarked. That was a mistake. That's weird. Is the accuracy off because it's not a real gun?" The man continued to pull the trigger while claiming that there must be something wrong with the rifle. However, none of the 10 bullets hit their mark. Forget the cream set. He could not even shoot down the elephant plushie that looked extremely easy to shoot down. "Okay, next customer." The man prepared to protest to the owner that this couldn't be, but tick. Arayan accurately hit the cream set after receiving the gun and getting into shooting position. However, the cream set had some weight that it simply got pushed back, and did not drop. Her friends were astonished by her performance. "Arayan, one more shot. I think it'll drop if you hit it on its right corner." "Okay, got it." Arayan once again got into position. She held her breath, aimed at her target and pulled the trigger. Bang! The cream set was pushed back again. But this time, it could not hold its balance on the shelf and dropped down. The owner and the man were so shocked by Arayan's shooting that they simply stared with their mouths open. On the other hand, the man's girlfriend said while fiercely slapping him on his back several times, "For God's sake, after how confident you were. How could you do worse than a high school girl? You're so embarrassing." That's weird. The man was not the weird one. The active duty high school girl Kang Arayan was simply far too good at shooting guns. Even while eating dinner, Jae-woon and Aromi could not stop talking about how cool Raein was while firing the toy K2 rifle. Isn't Raein way too cool? For real. She's cooler than most guys. Raein was certainly cooler than the man who proclaimed to be a shooting king, since she had won the moisturizing cream set with only 2 shots. Not only that, she had shot down the cream of the crop of prizes, and also gave them to her friends as gifts. If I had to choose someone to go out with, I'd choose Raein. She's so dependable, isn't she? Except that she gets way too scared by horror movies. So, that side of her is cute too. Aromi had been flirting with Raein because she had fallen for her charms. Raein could only smile awkwardly at Aromi's direct approach. Aromi cared deeply about looks, which was why she loved male idols. But in actuality, she not only loved male idols, but female celebrities as well. Simply speaking, she just loved anyone who was handsome or pretty. Sigh. I think I'd be heartbroken if Raein gets a boyfriend. Jae-woon replied to Aromi's comment, is there even a man who can handle Raein? They agreed that there probably wasn't. However, Yiseo thought otherwise. You never know. Someone perfect for Raein might appear one day. Raein imagined herself dating someone while silently listening to her friend's conversation. Whether her partner was a man or a woman, it'd be extremely weird. She felt extremely conflicted by her position as a man in a woman's body. Raein headed to GNF after a long time on a Saturday afternoon. She had ended up coming to the agency despite it being a weekend, because Chief Young had called her to discuss the music video casting offer that they had talked about before. However, there was one other thing that they needed to discuss before that. You know about the additional shoot for Reaper, right? Chief Young asked. Raein nodded. All shoots were supposed to be over last month, but Director Park had belatedly realized that he had missed some scenes while editing. He would not have suggested the additional shoot if the scenes had no significant impact on the story. However, the scene where Jin Seo-yu held the male lead Min Hyun's hand in the final episode could be interpreted differently if the additional scenes were not included. Hence, after much consideration, Director Park made the difficult decision to hold another shoot. Such a thing could not be easily established just because Director Park wanted. They needed to rebook the set, reborrow the equipment that they had rented, and consider the cast schedules before even going into the shoot. It was not something one could just start right away. Let me know if you have a preferred time. The production team said that they'll try to match your schedule, Chief Young stated. Why mine? Because you're the protagonist. Not just that, but Raein had the most screen time on the additional scenes that needed to be shot. Hence, her opinion was the most important. In that case, please schedule it sometime next week since it shouldn't be done too late. After school, if possible. Got it. You heard that, right, Ms. Shin. Shin Yu-bin gestured that she did while quickly jotting down the information on her notepad. Then let's wrap up the conversation about the drama shoot here. Next up, so you've decided to star in Bex's music video, right? Chief Young asked. Yes. Raein was very satisfied after reading the project proposal. Like Jae-woon had said, it contained nothing that Raein hated. Her role in the shoot was very simple. She only had 2 scenes, one was her crying on a street in the rain, and another was her brightly smiling in a wedding dress. You've made the right choice. I'll let their agency know, Chief Young said. Understood. On the other hand, Yu-bin had gotten curious while listening to their conversation. You've never worn a wedding dress before, have you, Raein? Yes, never. It would be stranger if she had. I've worn a tuxedo before, though. He had never gotten married, but he had once ended up wearing a groom's tuxedo. But I've definitely never worn a wedding dress before. Raein was a little worried about Bex's music video shoot since she thought that she would feel extremely weird seeing herself in a wedding dress. Should I have just refused? She was swept by regret, but the train had already left the station. The K2 assault rifle is the standard service rifle of the South Korean military. Considering that Kang Raein was a student, Bex's music video shoot was scheduled to be held on Saturday and Sunday, of which Raein only had to show up for the Saturday one. However, since both shoots were scheduled very early in the morning, she had to set out at 2 a.m. Raein got some sleep on the way there. An advantage of setting out early in the morning was that the roads were practically empty. Anxiety of being late was the norm because of the abysmal traffic in Seoul, but there was no need to worry about that today. It had been a while since Shin Yu-bin had felt comfortable driving. We're almost there. Mi-yeon, could you wake Raein up? Yu-bin asked. Okay. Kwon Mi-yeon, Raein's new stylist, lightly shook Raein's shoulder. We're here, Raein. Wake up. Already. They had arrived earlier than she had expected. Raein barely managed to wake up from her deep slumber. She could see staff members moving busily outside the car window. Her first scene was simple. She just needed to sadly walk down a road in the rain. However, there was a problem. They had purposefully scheduled the shoot on a day forecasted to rain, but the weather's beautiful today. Like Raein had said, the sky was so clear that they could even see stars that were hard to see in the city. Forget rain, not a single cloud could be seen. However, the film crew were not to be underestimated. If there was no rain, then they simply had to make it. Turn on the equipment to check if it's working properly. Yes, director. The young staff member turned on the water spraying machine. Pour. Rain showered down under the clear skies. Raein had seen artificial rain once before during the filming of Reaper. It's fascinating no matter how many times I see it. She was not fascinated by the machine itself, but by the staff members pushing ahead with the shoot even while making artificial rain. She was sure that many members of the public had no idea how hard staff members worked to shoot just a single scene, and neither did she before working as an actress. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was truly a scene made with all the manpower that they could squeeze out. Because of that, Rayan always felt pressured whenever she had to shoot scenes that had taken a lot of time, effort, and money to realize. She changed and got her makeup done before the shoot. More attention had to be taken for the makeup than usual because she had to shoot the scene while being showered by rain. Hey, Rayan, are you finished? Just when her preparations were almost complete, Jae-woon, who had finished before her, called out to her. Yes, Sunbi. Aren't you tired? I heard you're going to be shooting for quite a while. Unlike Rayan, Jae-woon hadn't had a wink of sleep. I'm fine. Besides, it's been a while since we released a new song. Just preparing for the comeback is enough to invigorate me. Acting was important for Jae-woon, but he seemed to care about making the new album with his fellow Bex members just as much. He cared for his group and its members very much. Before starting the shoot, Rayan and Jae-woon doused themselves with water first. She looked down at the clothes that were stuck to her body. There, not see-through, right? She was concerned about whether or not her underwear would be seen through the clothes, but stylists were not stupid. They chose the right colors and fabric to take that into account when coordinating her, so she had absolutely no need to worry. We'll start rolling if everyone's ready. You first, Jae-woon. Okay. They were in a dark alley in the rain. They had to express sorrow with their backs against each other under a street lamp. Although Jae-woon was the focus of the scene, Rayan also had to stand still with her back against him. Ready. Action. Jae-woon displayed sorrow at the clap of the slate. Meanwhile, Rayan was grumbling in her mind. Shit, it's so fucking cold. She was screaming all kinds of profanities unbefitting her delicate features. Not only was it still winter, but she was also being doused in rain. It would be strange if she wasn't cold. Jae-woon's scene ended while she was grumbling. The shoot ended quickly because there weren't any lines. Rayan was next. She also expressed sorrow like Jae-woon did at the signal. She had found acting with her facial expressions awkward at first, but the myriad of experiences that she had faced as the lead role of a drama had elevated her acting skills. The music video director and every other staff member were engrossed by Rayan's phenomenal acting. She had no choice but to give it her all in her performance. I don't want to be drenched in water for any longer than I need to. Rayan performed with the resolve to get the okay from the director with a single shot. Cut. Let's move on to the next scene. Her efforts seemed to have gotten through. Rayan observed Jae-woon as he shot additional scenes while drying herself with a towel. She thought as she watched him dance in the rain. That's a pro for you. He was likely colder, sleepier, and more exhausted than her, but he was performing even more passionately than her. The outdoor filming ended after 2 hours, but the shoot was not over yet. Rayan still had the wedding dress scene to shoot. However, Jae-woon had to move on to the next item on his schedule before then. What a shame. I wanted to see you in a wedding dress. Rayan could only laugh awkwardly at Jae-woon's honesty. He might have been disappointed, but she was not in the slightest. She did not want to let people who she knew see her in a wedding dress if possible, and the reason was simply because it was embarrassing. She did not like wearing skirts in front of people, and a wedding dress also applied. However, it couldn't be helped because it was a shoot. There was one thing that she was relieved about at the very least. There are no more rain scenes. She decided to think as optimistically as she could. The wedding dress scene was to be shot indoors. It was very simple as well. She just needed to lightly run in a wedding dress while smiling, and that would mark the end of Rayan's part in the shoot. However, she still had to go through the massive process of putting the wedding dress on. Director, what style of wedding dress have you decided to have Rayan wear? Ball gown, or mermaid? There were different styles of wedding dresses categorized by their lines. Ball gown skirts cascaded outward, and mermaid dresses were slim around the waist and hip areas to accentuate their lines. I guess mermaid would be best, right? The director had been planning on getting Rayan to wear a ball gown dress, but he had come across a survey that was held by a certain news media outlet about which actresses had the most beautiful figures. Rayan had placed third on that survey. The director called the clothing team as soon as he saw the result to prepare a mermaid wedding dress as well, just in case. But of course, they also needed to get Rayan's opinion. However, since Rayan had no idea what those wedding dress styles were, she just answered that she would wear whatever they gave her. Putting the wedding dress on was an ordeal in and of itself. She had barely managed to put it on with the help of 2 people. How do women put these damn things on in their weddings? She felt more and more amazed by women with each passing day. On the other hand, the director clapped as he laid eyes on Rayan in the mermaid dress. Yes, this is it. You complete that dress just by wearing it. Such praises had no effect on Rayan. All that was on her mind was how she could finish the shoot as soon as possible. The stylists were worried right before the shoot began. Will you really be alright, Rayan? Running in a wedding dress, especially in high heels, was fairly difficult. But despite that, Rayan was exuding confidence. Don't worry. I've been trained in stuff like this from my Reaper shoots. Although she had never made any intense movements in a wedding dress, she had done so in many other similar attires. And most of all, she prioritized finishing this shoot as soon as possible. The camera focused on Rayan as soon as the filming began. Rayan slightly raised the hem of her skirt with one hand and threw the bouquet straight up into their air with the other while smiling. She looked extremely uncomfortable, but the director once again okayed her performance without any NG cuts. The filming director and staff members who were monitoring the shot said in marvel, "What a work of art. We definitely need to use this shot. Right, director?" Obviously. Rayan had greatly satisfied the staff members, but only she was thinking about something else. Am I only adding to my dark past whenever I work as an actress, or is it just me? The behind-the-scenes film of Rayan filming scenes in a wedding dress was aired in advance, which caused Kang Arayhyuk to spit out his drink once he saw it. Rayan and their father, who still did not know why he did so, criticized him. Arayhyuk cut them off and said while pointing at the TV, "Dad, look, Rayan is wearing a wedding dress." What? Their father yelled to bring the camera immediately while staring at the TV screen. Rayan asked, "Why a camera? Why else? Of course I should take pictures when my precious daughter is so beautiful on screen. Arayhyuk, I just need to press this, right? Snap, snap, snap." Their father repeatedly pressed the camera shutter as per Arayhyuk's instructions. Rayan was exasperated by the actions of the men in her home. Not just that, texts from her friends that she looked so good in a wedding dress bombarded her phone, and there were even some saying that they were gonna have the screenshot permanently saved on their phone. The bad feeling that she had felt in the studio had been right on the mark as she had expected. The additional shoot of Reaper was to be held today. The director and cast came to the studio as if their previous final shoot and dinner party never happened. They were disappointed that it had ended when it was over, but now that the additional shoot was taking place, their faces expressed their desire for it to be over already. Kang Arayan was also one of them. Not only that, but since she had the largest part in the additional shoot, she had to suffer the most out of them. They're not gonna hold yet another shoot after this, are they? Arayan worried. On the other hand, Jae-woon did not have as much to do as Arayan. The only scene that he had was grabbing Arayan by the wrist and embracing her. "I can't let you go. Do you understand?" Jae-woon said. Even with their impending farewell slowly approaching, the male lead that Jae-woon was acting did not acknowledge having to part with Jin Seo-yu. However, not even his stubbornness was able to stop their farewell. Arayan pushed against Jae-woon's wide chest with both hands, and looked up at him with a faint smile. "You're as foolish as when I first met you." The camera focused on Arayan's face full of sorrow. "Okay, let's move on to the next scene," Director Park exclaimed. The staff members moved busily. The next scene was the actual final one. Arayan would be the only one in the scene. Before jumping into the filming, she went to get her makeup fixed. Jae-woon thanked her in the middle of it. "Thanks, Arayan. We reached the top of the music chart thanks to you. Wouldn't it be thanks to the effort that you and your group members put into it instead of me? All I did was appear in the music video," Arayan expressed. "The public can't get enough of that music video, you know." Arayan's appearance in another music video after Rita's became a huge story. One could say that she played a massive part in the music video's success, but she herself did not dwell on such things since she simply starred in it because she was asked to. However, she wanted to make something certain. "Sunbi, since I starred in your music video, you have to fulfill a favor of mine next time." "A favor? What is it?" Jae-woon asked. "My older brother is going to be starting his business soon. It's a clothing business, so I was wondering if I could entrust you to be the model for our menswear products." Arayan had gladly accepted to star in Bex's music video to ask this favor to Jae-woon. Since he was a very righteous person, he always repaid a favor. "Okay, that's not too difficult to do," Jae-woon answered. It all went as Arayan had planned. She had fulfilled her goal. She felt like humming a tune right here, but decided to hold it in for now. She wore the modernized hanbok that she had worn back in the filming of episode 1. Jin Seo-yu often wore this attire as a Grim Reaper. Arayan felt very weird wearing something that she had worn back at the very first shoot. It really feels like the end. She strongly felt mixed emotions. She wanted nothing more than for the drama to end as soon as possible in the beginning, but it looked like she had gotten attached in that short of a time. However, if there was a beginning, then there also had to be an end. She raised her sword once again to bring the journey to a beautiful conclusion. Swing. The camera crew moved the camera as dynamically as possible to film Arayan swinging her sword. She switched to a reverse grip and stuck the sword into the ground. And then, she looked down at a surprised young woman who had fallen on her butt. The corners of her mouth curled up. "You can see me as well." The story of Reaper came to an end after Arayan's last line that possibly signified a new beginning. Director Park's cut brought today's shoot, no, the final shoot of Reaper, to an end. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for everything. The staff members cheered to enjoy the drama's final moments once again. Arayan also congratulated everyone for their hard work. Meanwhile, screenwriter Wang Yorin said in disappointment, "I still had around 80 more outfits that I wanted Arayan to wear. The drama ended way too soon." "I'm not sure what to say to that," Arayan replied. It looked like there was a very high chance for her to fall into a tire-changing hell if a new season was announced. She had gotten somewhat used to it, but it was still an absolute hassle. "I should put a limit on the number of attires next time. There was a chance that she could collapse if she didn't." Her solitary battle against the clothes had come to an end with the drama's finale. The production team would usually hold a dinner party after such a long journey had ended, but they decided not to since they already had one last time. Since there was no dinner party, Raeun decided to go home and rest as soon as possible. Shin Yubin, who had been waiting for Raeun and the stylist, said as they got in the car, "Good work, Raeun. You want to go straight home, right?" Yes. She was rather tired after filming a shoot that was not originally planned. Furthermore, she was not in the best condition around this time of the month, so she just wanted to go home and rest. Yubin leisurely drove out of the parking lot. After around 10 minutes had passed, Raeun got a text from the loan shark Ma Yongjun at this time of night. Reporter AHN is up to something dangerous again. Reporter AHN Sujin had scooped up some sort of dangerous story yet again. Raeun already knew what sort of scoop she had. It must be about the tax fraud allegations. A storm of tax fraud allegations had been brewing in the political circle lately. Since reporter AHN had great interest in the political and financial world, she would never let such a scoop pass by her. Raeun was sure that she had jumped straight into the storm this time as well. The media is going to be in an uproar because of this for a while. However, Raeun was only a university student at this time in the past, so she had not been able to observe the allegations from up close. She had just heard about it on the news. I'd only heard about this later down the road, but Congressman Kim was also among the names on the tax fraud list. A young congressman had acquired a list of congressmen who had committed tax fraud, but Kim Han-Gyo's name was cleverly omitted from the list. She had no way of knowing in detail what he had done in the shadows, because she was only a plain university student at the time. If Congressman Kim was involved in this, then reporter AHN would be in danger. Make sure that she doesn't get into any danger. Raeun had already given Yongjun plenty of money, so he replied that he would. She had little reason to worry since he and his subordinates were secretly protecting the reporter. Should I subtly steer her into investigating how Kim Han-Gyo was able to remove his name from the tax fraud list later? Using reporter AHN was also one of the options. Only by gathering as much incriminating evidence against Kim Han-Gyo as possible starting now could she perfectly exact the revenge that she was envisioning in the future. While she was in deep thought, Yubin's phone rang. "Hello? Yes, good evening." "Oh, that? I'll let Raeun know, but it'll probably be difficult." "Yes. I'm sure you know since you watched the interview, but Raeun is planning on focusing on her studies for the time being." Raeun's ears perked up as soon as her name was mentioned. She asked as Yubin ended the call, "What was that call about?" "Huh? Oh, they're casting guests for a show. You know the talk show that's hosted by announcer Min Youngsun, right? They're having a female celebrity guest special, and they called to ask if you'd be willing to appear. They've been calling since yesterday, so they must really want you on." Announcer Min Youngsun's talk show. She felt like there was something about it, but it was clouded in fog. "Who are the other guests?" Raeun asked, hoping to lift the thick fog clouding her mind. "Let's see. Rita, Songmi, Yangjin, and... Do you know who Miss Hong Oyeon is? Is it Congresswoman Hong Oyeon by any chance?" "Yeah, that's right. You sure know your stuff." She was the young congresswoman who was awarded a seat through the party list proportional representation when the opposition party she belonged to came in second. Raeun said to Yubin as soon as she heard that name, "Call them back please, Miss Manager." "What? Why, I'll go on that talk show." Congresswoman Hong Oyeon was one of the pieces necessary for her revenge. Congresswoman Hong would later rise to become a senior member of the National Assembly, and a leading figure who would stand on equal grounds against Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. Raeun still vividly remembered the numerous times Kim Han-Gyo had been disgraced by Congresswoman Hong. An enemy of Congressman Kim was her friend. Not just that, but, even if I'm a celebrity, it's not so easy to meet political figures. She needed to make connections with them through appearing on the same show together like this. And like that, she could use Congresswoman Hong to seriously hinder Kim Han-Gyo's plans. Yubin was dumbfounded at first when Raeun said that she wanted to appear on the show, because it was the first time that Raeun ever actually wanted to appear on a program. However, she was in no position to say no since Raeun herself wanted to. Hence, her appearance was established. The show would be filmed on Saturday afternoon. Both the date and time were perfect. Raeun tidied her clothes in front of a full-length mirror before heading to the recording. "I should dress as neatly as possible since I'm off to meet a political prospect." Her goal today was not to do well on the show, but solely to become friends with Congresswoman Hong. Raeun hurried to get ready after Shin Yubin told her that she would be arriving soon. "I'm off. Have a safe trip." "Oh, and what time are you done today?" Hyuk asked. Raeun responded sassily, "Why?" She felt anxious whenever Hyuk asked her things like this, since he usually did so when he wanted to ask her for a favor. Raeun narrowed her eyes. Hyuk got straight to the point to dissipate her wariness toward him. "I'm not trying to ask you for anything troublesome. I was just wondering if you'd like to eat out." Why so out of the blue? It was not a special day, so Raeun found his offer rather strange. "You remember me yet, right? My classmate who came to our house last time. The daughter of the famous restaurant owner." The unfamiliar woman who Hyuk had brought had left quite an impression on Raeun, since she made them dinner in their own home. "Yeah, Mia invited us to have a meal at their restaurant. Dad likes the food there too, so I thought we might as well all eat out together today." Hyuk was as popular as always. Most women would give up when they found out that there was a lot of competition for a man that they were aiming for, but they were instead setting their rivalry ablaze and flaunting their appeal to win Ra Hayek over. What in the world is so good about this guy? Ra was a woman now, but she still had no idea why. Even though she was a man on the inside, she was still a woman. In that case, the way that she viewed men should have also changed. However, in Ra-Ian's eyes, Ra Hayek was unbearable, useless, never listened to her, lazy, frustrating, a terrible cook. In short, he had nothing but flaws. She could not understand why a man like Ra Hayek was popular. Well, I guess he's fairly handsome. Ra-Ian had no choice but to acknowledge his looks. But despite that, she could not figure out the secret to his popularity. Women in love sure are amazing. She admired their devotion toward the man that they liked. There was a possibility that she could also become like that someday. No, that's impossible. Ra-Ian decided to accept her older brother's offer while putting on her shoes. Sure, if I finish early. Got it. I'll let Mia know that you, me, and Dad are coming for now. Oh, and she asked if it'd be alright for you to give them an autograph for them to hang on the wall. Is that fine? Well, I don't really mind. Ra-Ian thought that Mia had only been aiming for Ra Hayek, but it turned out that Mia had been aiming for her as well. Ra-Ian arrived at announcer Min Youngson's talk show studio. She greeted the announcer first, after which the announcer gasped in surprise. You're far prettier in person. It looks like the camera is unable to fully capture your beauty, Ra-Ian. Thank you, Sunbi. Ra-Ian had already become immune to compliments regarding her beauty. She never liked such compliments in the first place. She decided to quickly greet her fellow guests who would be appearing on the talk show with her. There was a very familiar face among them. Hey, my little Ra-Ian. Rita called out to her while waving her right hand. Ra-Ian glanced toward Rita. Hello, Sunbi, she greeted in a monotone voice, void of emotions like a robot would. But despite that, Rita looked like she was happy just from Ra-Ian returning her greeting. How about a nice, big hug after such a long time? Rita suggested. Since when have we ever hugged? Please don't distort your memories in weird directions. Ra-Ian would flick Rita's forehead as soon as she crossed the line. After the dangerous greeting with Rita, she finally made her way toward the waiting room of her main target of the day, Congresswoman Hong Oh-yeon. Knock, knock. She carefully opened the door after a light knock. Congresswoman Hong, who had been sighing with a fairly serious expression, brightened up as soon as she saw Ra-Ian. Oh, hello, Ra-Ian. Those involved in politics also needed to know how to act. In terms of acting skills, Congresswoman Hong would receive a fairly high score. She could even become an actress. Ra-Ian responded to Congresswoman Hong with a smile. It's an honor to meet you, Congresswoman. I've always wanted to meet you. Oh, is that so? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes. Actually, I was going to refrain from going on shows after my drama shoots finished, but I decided to appear as a guest on this talk show because I heard you were also one of the guests. Congresswoman Hong's smile widened further. I'm flattered. Congresswoman Hong was in her mid-30s. She was considerably younger than the other members of the National Assembly. Hence, she couldn't help but feel happy that a young and promising actress like Ra-Ian had come up to her to say such wonderful things. Ra-Ian wanted to talk some more with the Congresswoman, but the recording will start soon, so please gather at the studio. A staff member interrupted their conversation. Ra-Ian hid her disappointment, but it wasn't like this meeting was her only chance. The recording hadn't even begun yet. It's okay, I still have lots of time. She decided to carry out a plan that she had been constructing in her mind until then. Ra-Ian and the other guests continued the recording without any signs of fatigue. Announcer Min turned to ask Ra-Ian a question this time. It hasn't been that long since you debuted, has it, Ra-Ian? You're currently a high schooler, so you need to juggle your studies and your acting career. Isn't it hard for you with everything you have on your plate? It certainly is difficult physically, but I'm quite content mentally since becoming an actress has always been a dream of mine. Also, I'm always invigorated by the love and support that the audience gives me, Ra-Ian answered. Oh, so your childhood dream was to be an actress? Yes, I'd always admired the performances of my seniors through the screen. Was there even a sliver of truth in what she had just said? Her lines were so cheesy that they gave her goosebumps. If Chi Fyung and Yoo Bin saw this live on set, they would not have been able to bear how fake Ra-Ian was being. The same would have also gone for Ra Hayek. Congresswoman Hong smiled in satisfaction at Ra-Ian's pride in her own work. I personally really love that mindset of yours, Ra-Ian. I believe one should always have pride in the work that they do, she remarked. Ra-Ian had said such a cheesy line because she knew exactly what kind of person Congresswoman Hong was. If she did not, then she would not have sugarcoated her acting career like this. Ra-Ian's line solely meant to impress Congresswoman Hong seemed to be working. She did not have to speak directly to the Congresswoman to improve the Congresswoman's impression of her. Announcer Min stated as she gestured at Ra-Ian and Congresswoman Hong, you two have a lot of similarities. You're right. We may be far apart in age, but it feels like we've been friends for over a decade, the Congresswoman remarked. She was right in feeling that way. Ra-Ian already knew what the Congresswoman liked, disliked, her hobbies, strengths, and everything else about her. It was a piece of cake to be viewed favorably by someone when one knew everything about them. Not just that, but they were of the same gender. Women were able to form a special bond with one another. Times like this make me appreciate that I had become a woman. Returning as a high school girl wasn't only riddled with cons. She preferred it sometimes, albeit very rarely. The 5-hour recording was almost coming to an end. She did not expect to become so fatigued from just talking while seated. She reflected on her past misconception that celebrities had it easy. It was not easy in the slightest after experiencing it for herself. I guess you only know the difficulties of doing something after doing it yourself. Anyway, the excruciatingly long talk show had finally come to an end. Rayan. Congresswoman Hong approached Rayan as soon as the recording had finished. I had so much fun in this recording. I'd like for us to get closer from now on, so I was wondering if I could get your number. Yes, of course, Rayan gladly accepted. She offered the congresswoman a few more words before they parted. Congresswoman. Yes. No matter what hardships you go through, I hope you recall the fact that there are people who support you. If anything, I at least will always be supporting you. The congresswoman smiled. Thank you. I've had a lot on my mind because of a bad incident, but you've given me some encouragement. Can I call you in the future? Yes, whenever you'd like. Thank you, I will. Congresswoman Hong left the studio first. Rayan replayed what the congresswoman had just said as she watched her get further away. She said that there had been a bad incident, and Rayan knew exactly what it was. The large-scale tax fraud incident that reporter Ahn Sojin was investigating had been eating away at Congresswoman Hong, because she's also part of it. Hong Oyeon was by no means a saint. She pretended to be clean and righteous on the outside, but she had also nonchalantly committed malpractices that members of the National Assembly could commit. But despite that, there was only one reason why Rayan had approached her. It was not because the congresswoman was a good person, but because Rayan was willing to join forces with even the devil if it meant that they could help drag Congressman Kim Han-Gyo into hell. Kang Rayan was contacted by Congresswoman Hong Oyeon only around 2 days after announcer Min Yongson's talk show recording, asking if she had time to have some tea together. That was faster than I'd expected. The congresswoman seemed to have taken quite a liking to Rayan, since there was otherwise no way that she would want to see Rayan so soon after the recording. She had nothing else to do anyway, so she decided to accept the congresswoman's abrupt offer. She headed to Saedang via subway with horn-rimmed glasses and a mask on in hopes that no one would recognize her. I wish I could drive soon. She was capable of driving, but it would be a massive problem socially if she drove a car around without a license. Not just that, but since she was not a regular high school girl but a popular top celebrity actress, she had to conduct herself accordingly. Rayan headed to exit 2 as soon as she got off at Saedang station. A black sedan parked by the side of the road honked twice. She could see the congresswoman as the back seat window rolled down. Please get in, Rayan. The two headed to a deserted cafe in a car driven by the congresswoman's personal driver. They were the only 2 people in the cafe, so Rayan was finally able to take off her glasses and mask. Congresswoman Hong said sympathetically, being famous has its downsides, doesn't it? Yes. I'd like to be left alone sometimes, but people around me tend to recognize me often. Is it the case for you as well, Congresswoman Hong? It sure is. There were 2 main reasons why Hong Oyeon drew people's attention. One was that she was significantly younger than most members of the National Assembly, and the other was her outstanding beauty. She was frequently talked about by others because of her looks that could deceive others that she was in her 20s, despite being in her 30s. However, the congresswoman did not like those who judged her based on her looks. She wanted to prove herself and be acknowledged solely through her ability. But of course, that's still far off in the future. Rayan knew that Oyeon would only distinguish herself as a politician from 2015. It's 2011 now, so there are still 4 years left. 4 years was a long yet short amount of time. Congresswoman Hong explained why she called Rayan today. I wanted to speak with you privately after the recording. We weren't able to talk much back then because we were both so busy, so I thought I'd try asking if you would like to see me today. You weren't troubled by my sudden invitation, were you? Of course not. Rather, I'm happy that you called me first. That's a relief. Also, you can speak comfortably to me. I'm fine with however you address me, Rayan expressed. Oh, then, should I? You can call me Uni, too. Rayan hated addressing people by Appa or Uni more than anything, and she had been caught by one of the 2. But what could she do? Okay, Unnai. She had to do it since she was told to. Rayan and the congresswoman did not talk about anything serious, they simply chatted. It was the first time that the 2 had met privately outside the studio, so they could not talk about anything serious. All they did was talk about how they were doing. Rayan found out something that she didn't know about the congresswoman in the process. She's so damn talkative. Congresswoman Hong had been way more of a chatterbox than Rayan had known. 2 hours had passed just from listening to her speak. The congresswoman's secretary could not stay still anymore and approached her. It's almost time to go, Congresswoman Hong. Oh, dear me. Is it time already? Yes. Rayan asked, do you have somewhere to be? Yup. I have a meeting with the floor leader today. Congressman Kim Han-Gyo will also be there. Kim Han-Gyo's name was frequently mentioned in conversations about politics. I had a lot of fun today. I'll treat you to a meal next time, so let's meet up again, okay? Congresswoman Hong said. Okay. Have a safe trip, Uni. You too. The word Uni sounded natural coming out of her mouth now. She was momentarily scared by how gradually she was adapting as a woman. Will I ever be able to turn back into a man at this rate? No, she could not even confirm if turning back was possible. TV appearances were important, but SATs were just as important to Rayan. She stretched as she solved the final question of the workbook. All done. She marked her answers, and got a perfect score on Korean language, math, English and social studies as she had expected. However, she could not afford to be careless. Of course I'd get full marks when I'm solving questions at the comfort of my own home. Getting a few questions wrong was well within the realm of possibility in the actual test. However, that was only limited to 1 or 2 questions. Rayan was not that worried, but she could never be too careful. I guess I'll buy some more workbooks. Rayan got ready to head out before sunset, and happened to see Kang Hyuk putting on a jacket. Hey, are you going out? Rayan asked. Stop calling your appa hey. And yeah, I am, Hyuk answered. Where? Downtown. I'm dropping by the bookstore to get the new issue of a manhwa. Really? That's perfect. You're taking the car, right? Give me a ride. Both the timing and destination were perfect. Hyuk willingly accepted his little sister's favor. They headed downtown in a rattling, old car. Rayan said as she looked at the car interior, how about we buy a new car? I was thinking of doing that. We have plenty of money anyway. Get a price estimate later. Oh, and don't buy a reflector or a RAV4. Huh? Why? Hyuk asked. They were both popular sedans with great reviews, so he could not understand why she was excluding them. Rayan simply answered, I think they'll get recalled soon. She didn't think so, but she knew so. She could only give such advice because she knew the future. However, the oblivious Hyuk only tilted his head in confusion. They parked the car at a nearby parking lot. Before getting off, Rayan put on the glasses and mask that had become a necessity in her daily life. Hyuk asked while looking at her, aren't there people who recognize you despite the disguise? There are, but most people don't. Oh, really? Unless they were a huge fan of Rayan, most people did not recognize her when they walked past her. Hence, Rayan always took glasses and a mask with her, even if it was a hassle. She wore sunglasses at first, but she had no choice but to switch them for horn-rimmed glasses since wearing sunglasses indoors attracted even more attention. The siblings headed to the bookstore. Once they entered, Hyuk headed to the manhwa aisle and Rayan headed to the workbook aisle for SAT examens. She headed to the counter with a few mock exam workbooks in hand. Your total comes to 25,001. The bookstore employee looked closely at Rayan who pulled out her card. Rayan turned her gaze elsewhere not to make eye contact. She also stayed silent in hopes that the employee would not recognize her. Rayan suddenly recalled Congresswoman Hong saying that she had felt troubled by her fame countless times. I feel the same way. Nov. L. B /JNN. However, it could not be helped. She had already resolved herself for such events when she first stepped foot into the entertainment industry, so she decided not to stress over it that much. Hyuk came out of the bookstore after Rayan. Why are you waiting outside? He asked. People might recognize me if I wait inside. Oh, I guess that's true. His little sister had a lot to deal with. Wanna grab a coffee before heading home? Hyuk suggested. Sounds good. The siblings walked through the bustling crowd. Hyuk gestured toward Rayan. Stick close to me and try not to get pushed around. Hyuk was far taller than Rayan. He was almost 180 centimeters, while Rayan was only 163 centimeters. She was by no means shorter than the average female height, but there certainly was a large difference between them. As Hyuk was getting through the crowd with his little sister, someone strongly shoulder-checked him. Thud. Hyuk fell on his butt from the unexpected attack. The man who shoulder-checked Hyuk said while snickering, Be careful, man. You're so weak. What would your girlfriend think of you? They seemed to have mistaken Rayan as Hyuk's girlfriend. Hearing that, Rayan uttered, Don't fuck with me, you crazy sons of bitches. What the fuck are you talking about when you picked a fight first? It had been a while since Rayan cursed in such quick succession. No matter how unreliable her older brother Hyuk was, he was still her family. The men were momentarily lost for words. Hyuk quickly urged Rayan, Calm down, Rayan. I'm fine. Their opponents were 3 men with large builds. Not just that, but Rayan was a popular top star actress. She would definitely sustain more damage if trouble were to occur here. Meanwhile, the faces of the men who were verbally abused by Rayan turned serious. Hey, man. Your girlfriend has quite the potty mouth. How did your mouth get so foul? You'd better apologize, yeah. One of the men tried to snatch Rayan by the arm. But before Rayan had the chance to act, grasp, someone grabbed the man's arm and twisted it. Urgh. A familiar man said to the 3 men who picked a fight with Rayan and Hyuk, How dare you snot-nosed brats try to lay a hand on our valuable client? Do you want to die? The loan shark Ma Yong-jun arrived on the scene along with his subordinates, who surrounded the 3 men. You sure have a lot of guts to be pulling shit like this. Shall we teach you some proper manners? How should we deal with these bastards, boss? I wonder, Yong-jun pondered. He then said with a smile, Well, I'm sure a few broken fingers should do the trick. At that moment, the 3 men who had tried to harm Rayan and Hyuk knew that they had picked a fight with the wrong person. 1. Saedang is a neighborhood of Dongjak district in Seoul. 2. There is formal speech and casual speech in the Korean language. It doesn't come across well when translated to English, but they have both been speaking formally to each other. The attention of all the passersby were focused on Kang Rayan and the others because of the unexpected trouble. Ma Yongjun was not stupid. He knew that Rayan's reputation could be harmed if he blew the situation up any bigger. He was planning on letting them go with just a simple warning, but it's a shame to just let them go like this, Rayan said while giving Yongjun a look. Since long ago, Rayan had a firm conviction that one should always pay someone back in folds. Revenge was now her entire being, and it was not exclusive to Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. Rayan would not take humiliation lying down, even for the smallest things. There have even been murder cases simply for shoulder checking in Korea. There was no need to go so far as to take their lives, but in exchange, these sons of bitches need to be taught a proper lesson. Rayan's words terrified the three thugs. It sent shivers down their spine. Yongjun smirked, and looked toward his men. You heard her. The subordinates would take care of educating them. Park Du-cheol, Yongjun's executive officer, dragged the three thugs into a deserted alleyway along with the other subordinates. Kang Rae-hyuk whispered to Rayan, Hey, Rayan, who are these people? He looked slightly scared by the men who looked far more dangerous than the thugs who had shoulder-checked him. Rayan answered as if they were no one special, they're just kind misters who do volunteer work here and there. It was an obvious lie. Rayan sent Rae-hyuk home first. He was persistent in staying with her since he couldn't just leave her alone, but he could not bend Rayan's stubborn will. Rayan forced Rae-hyuk to go back home and decided to have a meeting with Yongjun. In the meantime, Du-cheol returned to report to Yongjun. We've taken care of them, boss. You made sure to teach them to never mess with us again, right? Yongjun asked. Yes. We also drilled into their heads that they'll see us again if they report about what happened to the police. Yongjun turned his gaze to Rayan, his eyes seemingly asking her if she was satisfied. Rayan nodded. She would have liked to teach them a lesson personally, but it would be a huge problem if it got out to the public that an actress beat the crap out of three men. Yongjun and his men were very useful in times like this. Rayan asked Yongjun after cooling her rage down with an iced coffee, You're here to see me, right? Du-cheol's eyebrow twitched. How dare you talk that way to our... He responded very aggressively because he had already been humiliated by Rayan twice. However, he could not raise his voice any further in Yongjun's presence. Also, since what Rayan had said was true, he had no choice but to stay put. If he didn't, Yongjun might beat him up like he himself had done to the three thugs. Yongjun immediately responded to Rayan, I see that you have deep connections to the financial and political circles. By political circle, he was talking about Congresswoman Hong who Rayan had been getting close to lately, and Chairman Ji in terms of the financial circle. Yongjun had only one goal. I feel like we'll be able to rake in some profits just by sticking with you. Yongjun could no longer stay as a lone shark in such a small pond. He wanted to move on to someplace even bigger. He did not want to stay as a frog in the well any longer. To get out of that well, he needed the ladder that was Kang Rayan. Rayan giggled. You must be dissatisfied with your current life. Shouldn't a man always strive for something bigger? Rayan understood that sentiment very well, since she had also thought the same. That was why she rose to become the leader of a big-shot politician's security team, although it ended up being the worst decision of her life. Well, all right, Rayan replied. Yongjun and his men would become her hands and legs, the chess pieces on her board. But you'd better clean up your criminal identity. Their current identity was sure to become her Achilles heel in the future. The fact that she was connected to gangsters and loan sharks was something that could ruin her in an instant. Also, close down your money-lending business and don't ever act like gangsters again. Du-cheol responded aggressively, then how do you expect us to make a living? There are tons of ways for you to make a living, Rayan said as she handed Yongjun a card from her wallet. I happen to be starting a business soon. I'll employ you and your men. Park Seo-hun could not believe his eyes. The loan sharks whom he never wanted to see ever again had been waiting for him in his office. Rayan, who was standing right in the middle of them, greeted him with a wave. Hey, mister. Hey, my ass. Why are these people here? They'll be working with you from now on. What? The news was like a bolt from the blue in Seo-hun's perspective, but Rayan was still smiling. What? You said you were short-handed, Rayan remarked. This and that are completely different. This was a clothing business, but Yongjun and his men had absolutely no experience in the clothing industry. Fashion design aside, they had never even done office work before. However, there was still use to them. They can handle the heavy-duty work. Have them work at the warehouse or something. I'm sure you'll find a use for them. But even so, Seo-hun muttered. Du-cheol's anger took the better of him and he slammed his fist down onto the desk. What? Are you saying you don't want to work with us? That's not it. Rayan said as she patted Seo-hun's shoulder. I made them promise me that they'll listen to you, so teach them well. Oh, and these are the newly designed leggings and female sneakers, right? Yeah. I'll be taking a few samples. I want to get people's opinions on them. I'll leave you to it, then. Wait, you're leaving me alone here? Seriously. Rayan left the office while leaving behind Seo-hun, who was begging her not to go. She was sure that the adults would figure things out by themselves. Probably. It was Saturday morning. Seo Yi-seo nagged at Seo Yi-jun who was laying down on the sofa without even washing up. Weren't you supposed to be helping Dad at the cafe today? I'm going in the afternoon. You were supposed to start in the morning. Sigh, for God's sake. Yi-seo sighed deeply, but Yi-jun showed no signs of budging. He already found it annoying that he had to help out on the weekend. As he was thinking of heading out to help after lazing around as much as possible, a notification came to his phone. He checked to see if a friend had texted him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He had gotten a text from the target of his unrequited love, Kang Rayan. Are you free at 11 a.m.? I want to show you something. He immediately replied that he was free as soon as he checked the text. And then, he sprang out of the sofa and rushed to the bathroom. He exclaimed while repeatedly knocking on the locked door, "Sis, I have to go out right now, so come out already." "What? You said you were going out in the afternoon," Yiseo said in confusion. "Something really important came up? Hurry." He did not have the leeway to be late when Lady Kang Rayan herself was calling him. Yijun arrived at Starlight Road where they planned to meet. However, not only was Rayan not there, but two men were sitting at a table instead. What are you doing here, Yijun?" Choi Sang-woon recognized Yijun right away. Park Se-woon, who was sitting across from Sang-woon, asked him who Yijun was. "He's Seo Yijun, Yiseo's little brother. He's a year younger than us," Sang-woon answered. "Oh, Yiseo's brother? Man, I thought Rayan had called over yet another guy." Se-woon's intuition was scarily accurate in situations like this. Yijun carefully asked the two men, "Were you two also called over by Rayan Nuna?" Sang-woon and Se-woon's faces stiffened. Judging from their conversation, all three of them had been called over by Rayan. "TCH, I thought she only called for me," Se-woon said while clicking his tongue. Sang-woon and Yijun were also thinking the same thing, they were simply not saying it. The cafe door opened while the three men were sharing a table. "Oh, there you guys are," Rayan said. Their eyes widened as soon as they saw her. She was wearing an oversized yellow hoodie, a tight pair of pink leggings and white sneakers. Her clothes looked sporty yet displayed sexiness with her accentuated hip and leg lines. Rayan asked the three men while pointing at her lower body, "What do you think?" "About what?" they asked. "The leggings and sneakers. I'm asking how they look from a male perspective." They had finally realized why Rayan had called them. It was to get their opinions on her new pieces of clothing. She had gotten opinions from women, and all that she needed now were those from men. "It looks alright. I think it looks great on you." "Me too." Any clothes that stuck to Rayan's skin were bound to look great on her since her figure was so stunning. The sneaker design was pretty good as well. Rayan smiled in satisfaction. "Okay, got it. You're dismissed," she remarked. "Huh, that's it." Rayan casually responded, "Yeah, what else would we do here?" The three men were silent. None of them could ask Rayan to grab a meal together while the two other men were right there. They were in a tough spot. Nothing, right? Then, see ya. Rayan left the cafe while they were pondering about what to do. The three men sighed in tandem with Rayan's departure like it was planned. Winter turned to spring, and then into summer. Even without drama shoots or TV appearances, Rayan had exercised every single day for the past year since it was her hobby as well as her specialty. Rayan headed to the fitness center under the scorching sun on a summer weekend. She had not gone there for weight training, but the swimming pool right next to the fitness center. One could also freely use the swimming pool if they had a membership with the fitness center. Rayan headed to the changing room after showing an employee her membership card. Before going in, she peeked inside to check if there were people inside the changing room and if there were, how many. There happened to be no one inside. All right. Rayan speed walked to the deepest area of the changing room and opened the locker to change into the swimsuit that she had brought. She bundled up her hair to stuff into her swimming cap. Her long hair could be a nuisance to others in the water if she left it loose. She quickly left the changing room and made her way to the pool. It's pretty empty today. She had expected it from the state of the changing room. The pool was not as crowded as usual. There were only 7 people, including herself. Well, that's good for me. She stretched before going into the water. After slowly wetting herself with the water, she dived straight in. Splash! There was nothing better than swimming to alleviate the stress accumulated from the scorching hot weather. She caught people's attention as she sped along the pool lane. Rayan gasped for air as she reached the end of the lane with a freestyle. "I haven't swam in so long. It feels so good." She had gone to a water park with her friends last time, but people went to water parks to go on the rides, not to swim. And I wore a bikini there. It still made Rayan blush just from thinking about that day. Today, she was obviously not wearing a bikini, but a competitive swimsuit which was less embarrassing. However, that was only in relative terms, it was still embarrassing. She might have picked the wrong size because it was tied around her chest and butt. She searched her surroundings while in the water. No one's looking, right? She stuck her hands into her swimsuit and pulled out the fabric that her butt had slightly eaten. God, what a bother. There were tons of things bothering her, the greatest one being her hair removal. I did it last week. It should be fine, right? Rayan had done all sorts of things after becoming a woman. She held in her self-deprecating laugh. "Oh, what are you doing here, Rayan?" At that moment, Rayan was surprised by a familiar voice. Rita, who was wearing a similar swimsuit as her, approached her with a smile. "Oh, how did you come here, Sunbi?" Rayan asked. "Have you forgotten that we're in the same agency?" "Oh, that's right." It could be because it was something that she did not want to remember, but she sometimes forgot that they were part of the same agency. This sports facility was partnered with GNF Entertainment, so all talents of GNF were allowed to use all of their facilities free of charge. Thinking about it that way, it was natural that Rita would be here. Meanwhile, Rita pouted as her beloved junior gave her no attention. Can't you give your Sunbi some more attention? I'm all out of attention to give you. TCH, you're so heartless. Rita should have gotten used to Arayan's behavior toward her by now, but it looked like she still hadn't given up yet. Rita seemed to have taken a liking to Arayan that much. Are you here to swim as well? Arayan asked. No, I'm here to learn. You can't swim. Yup. There's an underwater scene in my next music video, so I thought I might as well learn how to swim from a friend. But something suddenly came up, so they couldn't make it. Really? Arayan said as she got out of the water and sat on the ledge. You can't swim at all. Yup, I'm like a beer bottle. I sink even when I'm staying still. Even beer bottles float if they're perfectly still. The same goes for the human body. Splash. Arayan went back into the water and gestured toward Rita. I'll teach you. Really? Yes. I won't be as good as a swimming instructor, but I could at least teach you the basics. Arayan had been swimming for 10 years. It was no exaggeration to say that she was well versed in most sports because she loved moving her body, and swimming was one of her specialties. Rita was so excited that the junior that she liked would teach her how to swim that she fearlessly dived straight into the water. However, she belatedly noticed that her feet did not reach the ground and started waving her arms. Huff, puff, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Rita barely managed to grab onto the ladder thanks to Arayan's help. I almost died. I told you, didn't I? People float on water even when they stay perfectly still. You'll only sink further if you struggle like that. There was one thing that needed to be done before teaching Rita how to swim. We'll have to get rid of your fear of water first. Arayan realized from Rita's actions just now that she had absolutely no idea how to swim. It looked like they needed to start from the very basics. 3 hours flew by in a flash as Arayan taught Rita the very basics, such as paddling in the water with her feet, while getting rid of her fear of water. Arayan encouraged her while moving backward and holding Rita's hands. Yes, good. You're doing very well. Rita was still a little stiff from her fear of water, but she was doing much better compared to 2 hours ago. Arayan thought about letting go of Rita's hands, but she was still not at that stage yet. And not only that, Rita might get mad at her if she did such a thing without notice. Arayan did not hate Rita, she simply found the latter hard to deal with. And not just that, but she did not want to harshly treat a sunbi who liked her. Rita reached the end of the lane through sheer will. I'll admit, she has impressive stamina. Rita was undoubtedly a dancing singer. Any normal person would have been exhausted after all that, but she looked like she was still raring to go. They could still go on stamina-wise, but not time-wise. Let's stop here for today, Arayan remarked. Already? Yes. I have somewhere I have to be. Arayan had been planning on heading back home after swimming for about an hour to warm up, but that had changed after encountering Rita. Okay, I guess it's time for me to go too, Rita said as she got out of the water and gestured to Arayan. Let's go. Go where? Arayan asked. Where else? To shower and change our clothes. You have plans, don't you? Oh. Arayan's face flushed red for a moment. I am fine. You can go ahead first. Arayan was against the idea despite them both being women. It was not because Rita was a dangerous person to be around while naked, but because she had never showered together with another woman while naked. Even on her trip to the water park with her friends last year, she had showered by herself because she could not stare at another woman's naked body without feeling awkward. At first, she could not even stare at her own body, and had just barely gotten used to it. However, I can't handle looking at someone else naked yet. Rita had no choice but to leave first because of Arayan's strong refusal. Arayan sighed deeper than the depths of the pool. You goddamn idiot. She couldn't bear how extremely pathetic she was today. Rita arrived at a broadcasting station to record a music program. She trained by watching a swimming lesson video on repeat in the waiting room. Although she was not in water, she could still practice swinging her arms as if she was swimming. Someone knocked on her waiting room door while she was practicing the motions of the freestyle that Arayan had taught her. Hello, Sunbi. Oh, Gaae. What are you doing here? The singer Han-Gyo had come to Rita's waiting room to greet her. I'm here to say hello, of course. What are you watching? Gaae asked. Oh, this? A swimming video. Arayan told me to watch it. By Arayan, do you mean Miss Kong Arayan? Yup, that's right. Come to think of it, aren't you girls the same age? Yes. Gaae was already aware that they were of the same age. It was obvious, since Arayan was a hot topic in the entertainment industry. There was barely anyone who didn't know her. I need to learn how to swim too, Gaae muttered. You too? Why? Were you also told by a director to learn how to swim for a music video like I was? No, nothing like that. I just thought it'd come in handy if I learned how. You told me that the more I know how to do, the more opportunities I'd be able to grab hold of, didn't you? Just like how a singer who cooked as a hobby was often cast for a cooking program, people with special skills received offers even without lifting a finger. Only those with versatile talents could dominate in the TV industry. Are you gonna keep learning how to swim from Arayan, Sunbi? That wasn't my intention at first, but it just happened. Arayan had been teaching Rita how to swim twice a week. Since Arayan was still a student, they met on Saturday and Sunday. Then Sunbi, could you ask Arayan something for me? Gaae asked. About what? Please ask her if she could teach me how to swim as well. Gaa asked Rita of such a thing because she thought it would be more comfortable to be taught by someone of the same age as her, and also because she wanted to take this chance to get closer to Ryan. There were several reasons mixed into her request. The most effective and surefire form of stress relief for Kang Ryan was exercise. She found joy in pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion while sweating and panting like crazy, just like what she was doing right now. Ryan breathed in the air that she was lacking only after she reached the other end of the pool. She savored the short break after coming out of the water and taking off her swimming cap. Phew, that felt good. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Ryan could sweat as much as she wanted since she was in water. She also did not have to care much about people looking at her, because they would not realize immediately that she was Kang Ryan while she was focusing on swimming in her water goggles and swimming cap. Because of that, Ryan had been swimming more than jogging lately, and had unintentionally made Seo Yejun suffer in the process. His jogs with Ryan was one of his greatest joys in life, but that had disappeared due to her recent infatuation with swimming. Yejun could also swim with her, but he said he doesn't know how to swim. Ryan suggested that she could teach him, but Yejun strongly refused because he did not want to show her his weak side. Hence, he told her that he would do whatever it took to learn how to swim and proudly go to the swimming pool with her in the future. Ryan told him to do his best. On the other hand, Rita had benefited from Ryan's recent infatuation with swimming. Rita appeared while Ryan was taking a break. Hello, Sunbi. But, Ryan said as she looked behind Rita. Who's that behind you? She could not recognize the woman because she was wearing a swimming cap and water goggles. Ryan only recognized her after she belatedly took them off. Miss Han-Gyo. Ryan asked. Oh my, that's right. How did you know? Gaa answered in astonishment. Han-Gyo was a young singer who was a member of Nefty, an 11-member girl group. Since it's 2011 now, she should be the same age as me. She was the youngest member of the group. Nefty was not that popular of a group. Their main vocalist Jae Young-ian was fairly recognized, but the public would not be able to match the names and faces of the other members unless they were big Nefty fans. In other words, they were stooges to raise one popular member of their group to stardom, and Gaa was one of them. But despite that, there was a reason why Ryan had recognized her. Gaa was only treated like a stooge right now, but she would grow to become a national representative-level female soloist on PAR with Rita. Meanwhile, Gaa was extremely happy just from the fact that someone had recognized her, especially when that person was one of the most talked-about stars, Kang Ryan. It's an honor to be recognized by you, Miss Kang. Gaa's smile overflowed with sincerity. But why are you here, Miss Han? Ryan asked. It did not look like she had run into Rita by chance. Gaa said that she also wanted you to teach her how to swim, Rita mentioned. Ryan said while tilting her head in confusion. From me? Yup. I told her that you're a good swimming instructor. Well, I don't mind. Rita aside, it was not a bad idea to make a connection with a future top star like Han-Gyo. Ryan was sure that becoming friends with an influential star would be of help to her revenge down the road in some shape or form. Gaa brightened up as soon as Ryan said yes. I'll be in your care, Miss Kang. Same to you. Ryan was slightly bewildered by the sudden meeting, but such meetings were not that bad. Unlike Rita, Gaa at least had the basics of swimming down. However, she was not as good as Ryan. Gaa was decent from a beginner's perspective, but she had tons of things that needed improvement from Ryan's perspective. Gaa was able to swim faster and with a more stable form as Ryan fixed her form little by little. She herself was amazed by how much she had improved in such a short time. I can see why Rita Sunbi praised you so much, she expressed. Really? Rita had left first after 1 hour because she had something on her schedule, so it was only just Ryan and Gaa together. It was a shame for them to just leave with Rita, so they held a supplementary lesson. Your movements are too stiff. When you're freestyling. I'm sorry, but could I touch you for a moment? Ryan asked. Yes, of course. We're both girls. Ryan barely managed to stop herself from the momentary urge to say that wasn't the case at all. She grabbed Gaa's left arm with one hand and the left side of her back with the other. You can stride forward much easier by making your arm swings bigger, like this? Aha. Shall we go again? Yes. Gaa exclaimed enthusiastically. Gaa worked diligently and passionately in everything she did, which helped her grow into the top star that she would become in the future. However, there was one barrier that she needed to get through for that to happen. If she did not, then she would only waste her time as a girl group member with nothing to show for it until her early 20s. Ryan knew exactly how Gaa could stride forward quicker and easier in her career, just like her swimming. However, I'm not sure if I should be telling her this. It was hard for Ryan to bring up since it could come off as harsh to Gaa. On the other hand, Gaa was focused on swimming while completely oblivious to Ryan's concerns. They finally got out of the water together after 30 more minutes. Thank you for the trouble, Miss Kang. Not at all. Oh, right, Gaa said as she clapped her palms together. Aren't we the same age? Yes, we are. If it's all right with you, could we speak casually with each other? We're friends now, after all. They were friends of the same age, but there was something that bothered Ryan. But you've been in the industry longer than me, so that makes you my Sunbi. Come on, I'm a singer, and you're an actress. It's true that we're both in the entertainment industry, but we're in completely different fields. Also, I don't really like senior-junior relationships. Oh, but that doesn't mean I act that way to all my sunbez. Not at all. Please don't get the wrong idea. Gae was cute when she was flustered. She had the cuteness that Rayan lacked. Rayan giggled. Understood. No, okay. I'll speak comfortably, Rayan said. Yeah, let's. Gae explained why she had suggested such a thing. To be honest with you, this is my first time making a friend my age in the entertainment industry, so I was just so happy. People assumed celebrities made tons of friends since they met people all the time, but the occupation was ironically a lonely one. The people that they met were simply acquaintances that they only knew the faces and names of. It was extremely difficult for celebrities to find a friend who they could lay their feelings bare to and could get along with. It was Gae's wish to find a friend like that, and her feelings surged with the hopes that Rayan could fulfill her wish. The two had become friends from their very first meeting. Why don't we go take a shower and change? Gae said as she tried to take Rayan's hand, but Rayan unconsciously took a few steps back and frantically shook her head. And no, I am going to swim a little more. Again? Aren't you tired? And nope, I'm perfectly fine, so you can go ahead first. Rayan felt like she would be committing a crime if she looked at Gae's naked body after just becoming friends, so she had no choice but to desperately refuse. Gae was confused by Rayan's actions. Okay, I'll call you later, then. Yeah, okay. Take care on your way home. And make sure you take a quick shower. There were so many inconveniences about being a woman. Rayan returned home only to come face to face with Kang Arahayak watching TV in his underwear. Her face wrinkled. You'd better put on some clothes before I beat you up, Rayan warned. Who cares? You go around in your underwear too. That's because it can't be helped after I take a shower or change clothes. Also, I don't laze around in the living room in my underwear like you. Okay, let me finish watching this first. Arahayak was focused on the singing program. It just happened to be Nefti's turn, the girl group that Gae was in. The 11 members were performing on the stage. There are so many of them that I can't tell who's who. I used to memorize every girl group member's names back in the army. It was exactly as Arahayak said. Rayan only knew the names of 3 members, including Gae. She only knew their names because they had raised public awareness of them through TV appearances, but the other members were not given such opportunities. Rayan asked Arahayak while staring at the screen, hey, hypothetically speaking. Yeah. Rayan shook her head after she was about to say something. No, forget it. What is it? You can't just cut it off there? You've made me curious now. I won't be able to sleep tonight out of curiosity. That's none of my concern. She was about to ask Arahayak's opinion about what Gae could do to become popular, but she stopped midway because she was still not sure if she should bring it up or not. The girl group Nefti went into rehearsal before the singing program recording. The less popular a member was, the more they were positioned to the side. In Han-Gyo's case, she was positioned at the rightmost end of the stage to the point that she was only barely reflected on the camera. The Nefti members sang to the beat of the track while performing their choreography. Gae only had 2 lines in the 4-minute song. I love you so much I want you to hold me tight. That was it. Gae used to be envious of people who won the lottery the most. But now, the target of her greatest envy had changed to the main vocalists of girl groups because they were the ones in the spotlight during the song's climax. Gae could only watch from afar as the main vocalist energetically sang the high notes. They were on the same stage, but she felt an unknown sense of distance from it. Please take care of us during the recording as well. The members of Nefti walked down the rehearsal stage while smiling brightly toward the program director and staff members. The popular members of the group gathered together to give feedback on their performance on their way to the waiting room. The other members also grouped together, but Gae was the only one who was alone. She made firm resolutions multiple times a day that she needed to get used to such treatment since she had become the singer that she always wanted. But it's hard. She still couldn't get used to it. Rita's swimming lessons came to an end last week. All that she needed to do now was to show off in the music video shoot the swimming skills that she had learned from Rayan. It had only been a few days since Rita, Gae, and Rayan last swam and chatted together. It's a bit lonely now that I'm all by myself, Rayan thought. She rarely used to feel lonely in her past life. However, her personality changed to one that did after her gender changed. I might have been affected by the former Kang Rayan. It had also been the case when she had acquired a sweet tooth. Her past personality was changing unwittingly. She used to be scared by the fact that she was slowly changing, but I have no choice but to accept it as fate. It was far better to grab hold of an opportunity to take revenge despite becoming a woman, than dying in the middle of the mountains through Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol's betrayal. There were definitely a few annoying instances, but they were nothing that couldn't be dealt with. Rayan. A familiar voice called her name while Rayan was engrossed in swimming. She turned around to see Gae waving at her in a swimsuit. What are you doing here? Rayan asked. To swim, of course. After Rayan's lessons, Gae was now able to maintain great form even without adjustments from Rayan. Splash, splash. Gae strode forward by strongly kicking the water. Rayan's face slightly stiffened as she looked at Gae immersed in swimming without a word. Since Rayan was already out of the water, she extended her hand out toward Jaae who had just finished swimming. Wanna get something to drink? My treat, Rayan asked. Really? Thanks, I'd love to. Rayan and Jaae headed to a cafe inside the pool facility and sat down on a bench with Americanos in hand. Did something bad happen? Jaae was bewildered for a moment by Rayan's straightforward question. Anyone was bound to be surprised when someone went straight to the point without notice. She thought about denying it at first, but realized that Rayan would not believe her after she showed her such a reaction. Yeah, a little, Jaae answered. She chose to acknowledge it, but did not go into detail. However, it did not matter since Rayan already knew everything. If I remember correctly, she left the group after 5 years because of discord among the members. Rayan still remembered vividly because it had been quite a big issue at the time. She sipped the coffee and gave Jaae a vague hint. I don't know what happened, but sometimes it's best to keep your thoughts simple if you have something on your mind. Simple. For example, if you're being forced to work with a certain group of people, you could just leave that group and never see them again. Rayan immediately wished she didn't say that because it was far too specific. However, Jaae focused more on Rayan's mention of leaving the group than her extremely specific example. What if you worked really hard to get into that group? Jaae asked. That doesn't matter. There are no guarantees that you'll succeed as a singer by staying in that group. I'm sure you already know very well whether the road to success lies in going down your current path, or finding a different path. If you're really that worried about which path you should choose, try consulting Rita Sunby. She's pretty mischievous, but she listens earnestly when her juniors ask for advice. Jaae slowly nodded. Yeah, okay. Rayan thought as she looked at Jaae, I should let Rita Sunby know in advance. Rayan wanted 2 things from Jaae. One was for her to leave Nefty, and the other was for her to transfer to Rayan's agency. She was sure that if those 2 conditions were met, Jaae would rise to become a top songstress even quicker than before. Chi Fyung was left surprised by what Rayan had said. You're asking if GNF can take Miss Han Jaae in if she leaves Nefty? Yes. She gave it to him straight. Chi Fyung had wondered what Rayan had to say when she called him to talk about something after a while, but he did not expect it to be about something so important. You have a lot of influence in the agency, don't you? Rayan asked. Well, I guess so. Chi Fyung was one of the founding members of GNF Entertainment. He had worked with the chairman of GNF ever since he was a road manager, so he could do almost anything that he wanted in the agency if he put his mind to it. In that case, Rayan was curious to know if it was within Chi Fyung's power to get Jaae transferred to GNF. We don't have any reason not to accept Jaae if she really leaves Nefty and her agency. GNF was just thinking about increasing our singing talent lineup. Anyway, it was beneficial for both Chi Fyung and GNF to accept Jaae. But did Jaae say that she was going to leave her group? Chi Fyung asked. She probably will. Well, it's not like I don't understand why. Someone as engaged in the entertainment industry like Chi Fyung knew very well about the fate of Stooge group members. It was possibly better to give going solo a shot than to be buried with nothing to show for in the group. Rayan repeatedly emphasized Jaae's importance to Chi Fyung. Jaae is going to rise to stardom for sure, so please support her the best you can. Okay, have I ever ignored any of your favors? Don't worry and trust me. GNF still needed to increase its scale. To do that, they needed to recruit as many capable talents as possible. Chi Fyung couldn't help but be greedy when he was told that someone who had already debuted in a girl group might transfer to GNF. 2 weeks later, Rayan visited Seo Yeseo's house after school to get a workbook from her. It'll be really dirty because I doodle a lot. Are you sure you're fine with it? Yeseo asked. Yeah, it's fine as long as the answers aren't circled on the questions. Rayan immersed herself into solving SAT workbooks whenever she could, so she had solved all the workbooks that she had bought. She was too lazy to go to the bookstore, so she decided to exchange workbooks with Yeseo. Yeseo asked Rayan to wait as she went into her room as soon as they arrived at her home. At that moment, Rayan could feel a presence inside a room with the door slightly open. She could hear the subtle breathing of a man. From his breathing, Rayan was sure that the man was sick at first, so she looked inside through the open door. Would you look at that son of a bitch? Seo Yejun was sleeping like a baby in nothing but underwear. Rayan was reminded of Kang Arehyak as she looked at him, since Arehyak also roamed around the house in just underwear when it was hot. He had probably been really hot, because he was sleeping with the blanket under him with the air conditioner on. Is he having an erotic dream? He had a severe case of morning wood. Go to a camping ground if you want to pitch a tent. She couldn't put a blanket over him because he was on it. Hey, Yejun. Rayan nudged Yejun, but he showed no signs of waking up. You'll catch a cold if you sleep like that. Do you have any idea how excruciating a summer cold is? Sis. Yejun thought the owner of the young woman's voice was his sister at first, but Rayan Nuna. Yeah, it's me. The startled Yejun belatedly realized his current attire and scrambled to hide his lower body with the blanket that he was on. Why are you? I came to borrow a workbook from Yeseo, but you looked like you were about to catch a cold, so I was trying to put a blanket over you. Is that so? Nov, L, B /JNN. Yejun looked down with a face flushed red. He then asked after some time, Nuna, by any chance, did you see? Rayan answered with a smirk, no, I didn't. It was a blatant lie. Yi-jun was so embarrassed that he wanted a hole to hide in. Yi-seo approached Rayan with the workbook in the meantime. What's wrong, Rayan? Did Yi-jun do something bad to you again? No, it was the opposite today. Opposite. Rayan could not tell Yi-seo anything more to protect Yi-jun's privacy. Yi-seo suggested that Rayan stop by Starlight Road to grab a coffee before she went home, but Rayan's phone rang before she could say yes. It was a call from Rita. Yes, Sunbi. Oh, really? Okay. Thank you. Rayan apologized to Yi-seo after hanging up. Something important came up, so I have to go. What happened? Nothing special. I made a friend recently, and it looks like I'll have to listen to her story. It seemed like she would be going back home late today. Kang Rayan received a call from Han-Gyo and headed to a cafe where they decided to meet. Gyo, who had arrived at the cafe first, waved at Rayan. Over here, Rayan. Gyo was the only customer, probably because the cafe was located in an alleyway. The lack of customers was good for Rayan. She asked Gyo, who was wearing nothing to hide her face, while taking off her sunglasses, you should at least wear a mask. I'm sure people would recognize you. It's okay. Not many people recognize me even when I leave my face uncovered like this. Not only was Nefty not a popular girl group, but people recognized Gyo even less since she was simply a stooge member. Hence, Gyo had no need to conceal her face. Not even the cafe manager who was at the counter seemed to recognize her, despite the Nefty song that was playing inside. Rayan smiled bitterly. She honestly did not know much about the pain of being unknown. She had not been a celebrity in her past life, and she had risen to stardom almost instantly after her debut in her current life thanks to her stunning beauty and figure. She had no idea how Gyo was feeling right now. You wanted to tell me something? Rayan asked. Yeah. Rayan had an inkling of what Gyo wanted to say. It was probably about, I'm going to leave my group, Gyo stated. Her expectation was right on the mark. She had actually been told by Rita that Gyo was probably going to leave her group and her agency before Gyo had called her. She had already been spoiled, so it was not a big surprise. I see, Rayan responded calmly. Gyo had become the surprised one because of Rayan's calm response. Did you know I was going to say that? Somewhat. How? I could tell that you weren't enjoying your singing career at all whenever I saw you on TV programs. Also, I could see signs of you being ostracized by your group members. Oh, it was that obvious, huh? No matter how different a person was on and off camera, signs were bound to show as long as they were human. Quick-wit people were probably aware of the trouble within Nefty like Rayan. The group was like a ticking time bomb. The scandals were bound to blow up sooner or later, so it was probably better for the group to disband sooner before the problem became even bigger than it currently was. You made the right choice. Rita Sunbi said the same thing, right? Rayan asked. Yeah. Oh, right. I decided to transfer to GNF, the same agency as you. Gyo slurred the end of her sentence and suddenly said, thanks, Rayan. Rayan had never thought she would receive words of gratitude from Gyo. Why me? She thought that Gyo was thanking the wrong person, since Rita was the one who had helped her make the final decision to leave her group. Also, she should be thanking the GNF executives instead, who had taken her in to become her second home. However, Gyo knew something that Rayan had not realized. I heard you were the one who helped me transfer to GNF. Gyo was able to transfer to GNF easily because Rayan had worked hard to appeal to Chief Young, which she did not tell Gyo on purpose. However, there was no such thing as an everlasting secret. Gyo had found out that Rayan had pulled some strings in the shadows for her, which she was thankful for. Rayan said with an awkward smile, it's nothing, really. It wasn't nothing to me. But Rayan, how did you know that I was going to leave my agency in advance? Did Rita Sunbi tell you? Huh? Yeah. Rayan decided to just get her story straight with Rita's. She had not just helped, but had actually been the one who set the whole stage for Gyo to transfer to GNF. However, she did not want to let that be revealed since she had no idea what to say if Gyo asked how she knew so much about her. Thank God I could use Rita Sunbi to make an excuse. She knew asking help from Rita was the right decision. The article of Gyo's withdrawal from Nefty was published, but it did not become big news as expected. It was probably better for it to be kept low profile like this. Leaving a group is not a good thing, after all. Nefty let Gyo go all too easily because they did not have much expectations for her. However, they would greatly regret it in the future since they had practically handed a golden goose over to someone else for absolutely nothing in return. Well, it's their fault for not recognizing talent. They had no one else to blame but their own incompetence for not recognizing someone who would rise to become a top star. Rayan's foresight was far superior to anyone since everything that would happen from now on was stored in her brain. Rita, Han-Gyo, Jae-woon, etc. She was gradually securing solid connections in the entertainment industry. I'm sure I'll face that son of a bitch Kim Chi-yeol in some shape or form since he's in the Ministry of Cultural Affairs. Rayan simply had to gnaw at Chi-yeol little by little after casting a wide net. After she was done with Chi-yeol, her next target would be Congressman Kim Han-Gyo. The main dish is most delicious when left for last. Rayan was gradually collecting pieces of the puzzle that was her revenge inside her head. She went up the hill that led to her house past Starlight Road. That aside, why is it so damn hot today? Rayan was sweating already. She, Seo Yiseo, Na Jyorin and Choi Aromi had decided to hold a study gathering at her house later. She had been planning on cleaning up before then, but it's way too hot. She turned on the fan in the living room as soon as she got home, and then lifted up her uniform skirt. The cool air blew over Arayan's flawless thighs and calves. Much better. This was one of the good points of a skirt in Arayan's perspective. But of course, it was also something that should never be done in front of others. Kang Arayhyak, who had taken out an ice cream from the fridge, scowled as he witnessed Arayan cooling herself down. A grown lady shouldn't expose her panties in the living room. Shut up. My friends will be here soon, so make sure you stay quiet in your room. Understood. Your friends? What time are they coming? Yiseo will be here first, and the other two in around 30 minutes. They're gonna be here after they change clothes. Are they eating dinner here? Yup. Delivery. Probably. Arayan did not want to cook in such scorching hot weather. There were tons of delicious foods available for delivery, and it was easy to clean up after as well. It should be way easier to order food when smartphones and delivery apps are introduced. She could only hope for that day to arrive soon. Jyorin and Aromi arrived after Arayan showered and was in the middle of studying with Yiseo in her room. Aromi asked in surprise as she entered her room, Arayan, is that your dearest brother? Arayan was dumbfounded by Aromi's choice of words. I guess so, she answered. Wow, he's so handsome. Aromi couldn't keep herself together whenever she saw handsome men or pretty women. I guess he really is handsome if a Lucist like Aromi acknowledges it. Arayan did not want to acknowledge that Arayhyak was handsome, probably because he was her older brother, or because she had seen all sorts of unsightly sides to him at home. Jyorin mentioned as she compared Arayhyak, whom she just saw, and Arayan, genes sure are amazing. Your father must be super handsome. Not really. I think we take after our mother. There were multiple pictures of Arayan's mother in her room. Her friends were astonished as they looked at pictures of her mother back in Arayan's childhood years. She's so beautiful. Beauty became something that could be modified through the advancement of medical science, but that still did not prevent people from being envious of natural beauties. Korea was not yet very open-minded about plastic surgery, so Arayan felt blessed that she was born with a beautiful face. Nov. L. B /JNN. Yiseo asked Arayan before resuming their study session, come to think of it, Arayan, are you not gonna participate in that event? What event? The summer festival sponsored by the government. I heard famous celebrities gather to speak, perform, and other stuff. Arayan's expression changed as soon as she heard that it was sponsored by the government. It was the cultural festival project that Kim Chi-yeol led. She of course knew about it, but had absolutely no intention of participating even if she received an invitation, because she did not want to see Chi-yeol. I heard the overseer of the event was working really hard for it. Congressman Kim Han-Gyo's son, right? The person who got married recently. Yeah. People think very highly of him because he holds cultural events like this often. I've seen people comment online that he's one of the few people who actually do good work in the government. Arayan could not focus at all as her friends complimented Chi-yeol. One of the few people who do good work, huh? It was an outrageous statement. Arayan was flooded with anguish. Her stomach started to hurt as she heard that Chi-yeol's reputation was rising. She couldn't stand to see certain individuals do well, especially when it comes to Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. I cannot let it slide. She used to just let it slide whenever she heard that Chi-yeol was doing well for himself since she could just plunge him into hell in one go through her revenge, but she did not feel like it today. It could possibly be because of the stress she was feeling from the scorching hot summer weather, but she felt like raining on Chi-yeol's parade. Summer of 2011. What could I use to screw over Kim Chi-yeol at this time? She was staring at the workbook, but her mind was completely elsewhere. It was almost midnight. Reporter AHN Sujin tried to chase even a little of her fatigue away by stretching. However, no matter how hard she stretched or how many energy drinks she drank, she could not get rid of the fatigue that had accumulated over several sleepless nights. I really should go home today. She had become a complete mess after not leaving the office for several days. The midnight air was cold despite it being the middle of summer. She left the building and walked toward the street to grab a taxi. But then, two men with their faces hidden with hats approached her. Sujin nervously stared at the men. She reacted as if she knew they would come. You're the ones who've been watching me since a few months ago, aren't you? The two men stared at each other in surprise, because Sujin was more quick-wit than they had expected. A reporter's gut was not to be underestimated. There was no way that she, who had experienced all sorts of difficulties as a reporter, would not perceive their tailing. I'm calling the police. That was Sujin's form of defense. She also carried around a gas pistol in her handbag just in case. She was thinking about shooting it and running away in the worst-case scenario, since she had always been confident in her running speed since childhood. However, the men were treating her in an unexpectedly gentle manner. There is someone who would like to meet you. We would appreciate it if you would come with us for a moment. Sujin was surprised by how well-mannered they were compared to their tough-looking faces. And who is this person? Shouldn't they reveal themselves if they're inviting me? Sujin asked. You will find out when you arrive. You have already met them once before. Sujin's caution slightly softened by their mention that the person could be her acquaintance. She resolved herself. Okay, where are we going? The men directed Sujin to their car. She pondered about whether or not she had made the right choice before even getting in the car. They headed to an abandoned building in the outskirts of Seoul. Please head inside. Sujin belatedly thought that she had made the wrong choice. However, it was far too late to run away because several men had already surrounded her. As she went up the stairs, a woman revealed herself among the men. She was a long-haired young woman, but Sujin could not tell who she was because she was hiding her face with a mask. Was she in her early 20s? No, she could even be a teenager. Sujin could not tell if she was friend or foe, but she felt somewhat relieved that there was a fellow woman among the crowd of men. The woman was sitting on a chair with one leg over the other. She then gestured toward the chair across from her and said, "Please take a seat." She was assumed to be in her mid-20s from her voice. However, after a few exchanges of words, Sujin realized that it was pointless to guess the woman's age. She's putting on an act. The woman was purposefully changing the tone of her voice. She was very proficient in acting. But most of all, Sujin needed to find out why the woman had brought her here. "Why did you bring me here?" The masked woman responded in surprise to Sujin's question. "You're not going to ask who I am." Most people would have asked who the other person was, but Sujin had chosen why instead of who. "You obviously won't tell me even if I asked." The woman would not have concealed her identity in the first place if she had planned on telling Sujin. The mysterious woman laughed shortly because of Sujin's wits. "I knew it. You're the same as always." "Pardon. It's nothing. Please forget what I just said. I was talking to myself." The more Sujin heard, the more she could not understand. The woman signaled the men to leave. After the men left, she handed Sujin a folder. "What is this?" Sujin asked. "A scoop related to the politician that you're aiming for." "What?" "Please open it." Sujin gasped as she opened the folder. She had been chasing scandal stories regarding Kim Chi-yeol lately, because there had been rumors that he was having an affair with a female celebrity after getting married and starting a family. She had been struggling to confirm whether or not the rumors were true, but her efforts had become meaningless through this one folder. All of the evidence that she had been searching for was in it. It included several photos of Chi-yeol having intimate skinship with the female celebrity, with their faces vividly shown. "You can royally screw that son of a bitch Kim Chi-yeol over with that, right?" the woman asked. "Well, yes, but..." Sujin could tell from the woman's manner of speaking that she held a seething rage toward Chi-yeol. "How did you get these?" Sujin asked. "By actually putting in the effort, just like you? But why would you give these to me?" "Because I think bringing such things to light is a reporter's job." She was not wrong. "There is only one thing that I want from you right now, and it's for you to ruin Kim Chi-yeol's family, like you'd already suspected," the woman remarked. "By right now, do you mean there will be more things that you will want from me in the future?" "Yes." The woman got up from her seat and handed her cash. "This is a fee for your services plus taxi money. Please keep this a secret from other reporters. Oh, and please keep in mind that I might call for you again whenever there are scoops to be reported." The woman was telling Sujin that she would provide her with information again in the future. "Then see you next time," the woman said as she left first. Sujin looked down at the folder of Kim Chi-yeol's scandalous acts and stared at the bundle of cash. She fell into a state of panic, unable to understand what had just happened. Kang Rayan got into the back seat of a car with Ma Youngjun. He asked her as they headed toward her home, "How did you know Kim Chi-yeol was having an affair with that female celebrity?" "It was a hunch." "And did you find out the exact time and place of their secret dates through a hunch as well?" "Yup, exactly." No one would believe such an outrageous lie. When Rayan had told Youngjun's men to take pictures of Chi-yeol committing infidelity at a specific time and place, Youngjun thought it was completely meaningless at first. However, he was sorely mistaken. They had caught a massive fish with the bait that Rayan had provided. However, she did not tell them how she acquired her source regarding the Kim Chi-yeol scandal. She simply told them that they just needed to do as she said. Youngjun's head was being filled with more and more questions. At that moment, Rayan said to him, "Mister, you said you wanted to move on to a bigger stage, right?" Youngjun had told her before that he wanted to stop playing around in such a small pond and move on to somewhere bigger. He slowly nodded. "I did. In that case, all you need to do is to follow my instructions. If you do, I'll let you play around on the big stage that you want so much." Considering that Rayan was a high school girl and a popular actress, her movements were far too restricted since she would be easily recognized anywhere she went. Hence, she needed people to be her arms and legs, which was why she was planning on using Youngjun and his men. In exchange, she would give them what they wanted. Youngjun agreed shortly after thinking about what Rayan had said. However, this event had also engraved a slight fear toward Kang Rayan in his mind. Kim Chi-yeol arrived at his office early in the morning with a cup of coffee to commence his morning duties as always. However, his peaceful morning turned into a war zone by his chauffeur. "Vice Minister, have you seen the articles?" "Articles? What articles?" "Please read them right now. It's really bad." Chi-yeol opened up the internet while grumbling. At that moment, his eyes shook greatly. Scandal articles of him and a famous female celebrity were popping up everywhere. They were not rumor articles, they contained pictures of the intimate skinship between him and the female celebrity. How did they get these pictures? He could tell exactly when and where they had their date from the picture. It was not only the internet that was in an uproar. VRRRR? His phone vibrated furiously. It was a call from his wife. Gulp. Chi-yeol's head went completely blank. Breaking news of Chi-yeol's scandal played on TV. Nah Jyorin said in astonishment after having heard the news. "Did you guys see the news?" Vice Minister Kim Chi-yeol got caught having an affair. Oh, that? I saw it too. I thought he was an earnest person, but he turned out to be complete garbage. I know, right? I mean, if he was gonna do something like that, then he should have just married that woman. Why did he marry someone else? I don't understand. Jae-rin and Choi Aromi, who had been singing praises about Chi-yeol while they were studying at Arayan's house, had now taken a complete 180 and were talking shit about him. Arayan looked at them in delight. Sitting next to her, Seo Yiseo asked in wonder, did something good happen? Arayan. Sure did. Something absolutely amazing was happening before her eyes. Her revenge would take a very long time. She was planning on toppling everything that Kim Chi-yeol and Kim Han-Gyo had built all at once, but she had a few time-sensitive cards that she could make use of. Arayan had given Sujin the scoop on purpose because now was the perfect time to bring Chi-yeol's infidelity to light. But of course, she was not going to take her revenge on Chi-yeol alone. You'd better watch out as well, Kim Han-Gyo n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Hell hath no fury like a high school girl scorned. 1. A gas pistol is a non-lethal weapon used for self-defense, made to be able to fire blanks or tear gas cartridges. Summer break rolled around for the third years. As Kang Arayan had already expected, the life of a third-year high school student was extremely boring. They were not allowed the freedom to have fun during the school festival, nor did they have school excursions. All they could do was study, study, and study even more. Third years could not be happy about summer break either, because they had no other choice but to focus on their studies by going to cram school, hiring a tutor, or holding study groups. Choi Sang-woon, along with Na Jae-rin and Choi Aromi, registered for the same cram school. Sang-woon walked to the staff room with Arayan with the questionnaires that the students had filled out at the homeroom teacher's behest. He cautiously asked her, Arayan, are you not gonna attend a cram school? A cram school? Yeah. We don't go to school during summer break, so a lot of our classmates apparently registered for one. Arayan did not see the need to go to a cram school because she had been scoring first in the entire school without going to one. I don't think I will, she answered. Oh, really? Sang-woon smacked his lips in disappointment. You said you were aiming for Seoul National University, right? Arayan nodded at Sang-woon's second question. Her only goal was to enroll at SNU. She asked Sang-woon back, what about you? Sang-woon slurred his words and said with a gulp, me too. Didn't you say you didn't care which university you went to? Sang-woon once told her while they were preparing for last year's sports day that he didn't mind which university he went to, as long as it was a public one. However, his mindset had changed this year. I just thought it'd be nice to aim for a good one. They say the fruits of your labor become as big as the goal that you set for yourself, don't they? Sang-woon stated. I guess that's true. However, Arayan did not know that 99.9% of the reason that Sang-woon was aiming for SNU was because of her. In any case, I'll aim for SNU as well, so if I get in, let's play basketball again like we used to, okay? Arayan happily accepted. The more familiar faces there were, the better. She did not discriminate between men and women. Rather, she did not feel burdened by Sang-woon's offer because she was mentally more comfortable around men. However, there was one thing that she was worried about. He's gonna have an excruciating time preparing for the entrance exam. Arayan knew Sang-woon's grades very well. He was right smack in the middle of the ranks. She was curious about whether or not he could create a miracle in the short span of half a year. During summer break, Arayan sometimes went to Starlight Road to study when she couldn't focus at home. She casually continued her studies with Seo Yiseo whenever she was there. Our homeroom teacher seems to have really high hopes for you, Yiseo mentioned. He told me during the summer break ceremony too. Something about me having to go to SNU for sure to improve the school's reputation. The high school that Arayan was attending was quite far from a prestigious one. It was nothing more than a regular school. Come to think of it, a school's reputation could change based on how many of their students went to SNU. Adults are so sly. They were accusing you of cheating when you first got good grades, but now they're relying on you. Arayan smiled at how Yiseo was getting mad for her. It's okay. It's all in the past anyway. Arayan did not mind much since she would have also suspected herself if she was in the homeroom teacher's shoes. The teacher's doubts were bound to fade as she continued to prove her ability to them, and that was exactly what had happened. Arayan herself aside, she was curious about where Yiseo was aiming for. Where are you going to go? Arayan asked. Are you talking about which university? Yeah, I don't mind wherever, as long as it's in the metropolitan area. I have something more important to do than university, Yiseo remarked. What? Yiseo tapped on the cafe table with the end of her mechanical pencil. Arayan immediately realized what she was trying to say. A cafe. Yiseo had not been up for inheriting her family's cafe business at first, but her mind had changed as time went on. I saw the appeal of cafes the more I worked in one. So, I'm going to work here with my dad while I attend university for the time being, and set up my own cafe once I gather the money. That's my dream. That sounds good, Arayan remarked. If Yiseo set up a cafe, it would become a place that she could go to unwind whenever she was exhausted. Arayan hoped that it would become her second Starlight Road. Arayan and Yiseo weren't the only ones working hard for their dreams. The same went for Han-Gyo, who had just transferred to GNF Entertainment. Today was her first day as an artist affiliated with GNF. As she greeted all the important employees of the agency with her new personal manager, she saw Rayan, who had come to the building for a short moment. Oh, Rayan. Gaa's face turned much brighter than before from seeing her same-age friend. Rayan also brightened up since she did not expect to see Gaa here. Were you looking around the building? Rayan asked. No, I was just about to. What about you? n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Gaa wondered why Rayan was here when she had announced that she was not going to appear on TV until her sats were over. I'm just here because Chief Young asked me to look through some good movie scripts that he got for me. It was impossible for Rayan to film at the moment, but she was planning on looking through some synopses beforehand so that she could go right into filming after her sats were over. Gaa's manager received a call as the two girls were talking. It seemed urgent. Gaa, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to show you around the building another time. Did something happen? Gaa asked. Yeah, something came up for a road manager of another team, so it looks like they won't make it to the broadcasting station in time. I'm going to have to go pick up the team. It could not be helped, so Gaa saw her manager off. Rayan expressed to Gaa, I could show you around, if that's okay with you. Really? Yeah, I have nothing to do until my manager gets here anyway. Shin Yubin said that she would drive her home once she came back to the company after finishing her external business. I'd love that. I'll be in your care, Rayan. Where to start the tour was a concern in and of itself. Entertainment agencies had many more unique facilities than the average company building, mainly the vocal training rooms, choreography practice rooms, recording rooms, and the like. Gaa looked around the choreography practice room in marvel. It's so clean. That's probably because they only recently did the interior. It's actually only my second time here. Rayan had barely any need to visit the choreography practice room because she was not a singer. GNF had been investing in such facilities because they were planning on bringing in a lot more singing talents apart from Rita and Gaa. What's that room next door? A recording room? Gaa asked. No, that's the staff break room. Oh, really? Gaa was surprised as she went into the break room. There's a karaoke machine in here. Yeah, I think they installed it so that people can sing while they take a break if they want to. Does it work? Yup, but you should close the door if you want to sing. It'll echo throughout the hallway if you don't. The room was made to be soundproof, so not much sound seeped out as long as the door was closed. Gaa turned on the machine to sing a song since they were here, and selected I Can't Forget You, the title song of the second album of Nefty, her former group. Gaa's elegant voice filled the entire break room as soon as the intro of the song ended. I can't forget the night that we parted. I spent each and every day in tears. It was the first time that Rayan heard Gaa singing live. As she thought, a singer was in a different league. She's really good. Rayan genuinely could not understand why Gaa barely got any lines in Nefty's songs when she was this good. But now that she had left the group, the only thing waiting for her now was success. Rayan listened in delight to her future top star friends singing. Gaa looked refreshed after finishing the song, and handed the mic over to Rayan. Do you want to sing one too? She asked. Me? Yeah. Rayan thought for a moment. Come to think of it, I haven't sung a single time after becoming a woman. She had often gone to karaoke bars with friends and work colleagues in her past life to drink and sing. She had been frequently complimented by her acquaintances that she was a good singer, but she was curious if her singing skills were the same after becoming a high school girl. Okay, sure, Rayan answered. Rayan chose a female singer's song among the several that she used to sing often. I used to sing in the male key. However, there was no need for her to change keys now that she had become a woman. This was also one of the advantages of the change in her gender, albeit a very tiny one. I once again recall our happy times together by drawing the memories in my mind. Gaa stared at Rayan dumbfoundedly as she listened to her sing. She clapped and showered Rayan with compliments once the song was over. You're so good, you could become a singer. Rayan claimed that Gaa was overreacting, but Gaa was dead serious. Have you ever sang in front of your manager Uni and Chief Young? Gaa asked. No, never. There was no way that she had, since she had never sung before in this lifetime. I'm sure they would have gone, this is it, if they heard you singing just now. What's it? Rayan asked. Gaa answered, you being an actress and singer. One Seoul National University, or SNU, is largely considered the most prestigious university in South Korea. There were more actors who also had singing careers than one would think, but Kang Rayan had no desire to take on both roles. Just like how she was when she first started acting, she was not confident enough to take the first step in her singing career. Not only that, an acting career was more than enough for her. Forget it. I can't debut as a singer with this. Rayan did not want to make an even bigger deal out of it. She claimed that her singing voice was only a little above average, but she had not yet realized that had only been the case in her past body. Rayan had not simply turned from a man to a woman. Park Geon-Woo's voice and vocal cords had been completely switched with those of Kang Rayan. The singing skills of the former Rayan were outstanding. Her voice was perfectly stable even when singing high notes. It was by no means a coincidence that Rayan had talent in acting. Her strong vocal cords had a large part in it. She also had absolutely no issues with vocalizing, which she was praised for by her acting instructors. Rayan had only just found out that her vocal cords had originally been specialized for singing, not acting. Not only that, it wasn't just her vocalization that was outstanding. You're so pretty when you sing, too, Han-Gyo remarked. Pretty? What was I like when I was singing? You held the mic with both hands and danced by shaking left and right while staring at the screen. You were so cute. It was her first time being praised for her cuteness rather than her beauty. In Gaa's eyes, Raeun possessed the physique to even tackle some choreography while singing. Her figure was so good that simply shaking her body lightly looked amazing. Gaa made a rectangular camera angle with the thumb and index finger of both her hands, and put Raeun in it. She then did an impersonation of someone completely unknown to Raeun. Why don't you try becoming a singer? Raeun answered instantly, no, thank you. She was busy enough with acting. Raeun headed to the meeting room where Chi Fyung was waiting after ending her agency building tour with Gaa. You're a little late. Did something happen? Chi Fyung asked. Raeun made a half-assed excuse that she had some private business to tend to. A mountain of thick synopses were waiting for her. Raeun said while looking at Chi Fyung sideways, you sure got a lot. It'd be a disgrace if I couldn't get at least this much work for our agency's top actress, don't you think? Raeun could only sigh in response. She had no blazing desire to succeed in the entertainment industry. All that she wanted was to form connections with VVIPs who could keep Congressman Kim Han-Gyo in check. She only wanted to be moderately famous, but reality never went as one wanted it to. Do I have to look through them all by today? Raeun asked. No, I only got ones that weren't super time sensitive, so you can take your time looking through them. And besides, didn't you say that you would continue your acting career once your SATs were over? Chi Fyung expressed. I did. I'll make sure that it doesn't affect your studies, so just try picking your next role for now. I'll take care of the rest. Raeun had indeed been comfortable thanks to Chi Fyung having her back, but she sometimes got tired of his ambition of making her into a superstar in any way that he could, just like what he was doing right now. The mountain of drama and movie synopses perfectly represented Chi Fyung's greed. Raeun took the topmost synopsis bundle and sat down. Chi Fyung said a few words as Raeun looked through it page by page to understand her role in the work. That's a romance movie about a nameless songstress falling in love with a male program director of a broadcasting station as she grows to become a top star. The title is still undecided. Filming starts in the second half of this year. So, literally right after the SATs, Raeun stated. Exactly. The timing was cutting it a bit too close for comfort. Raeun couldn't get Gaa's words out of her head while reading the synopsis. What exactly did she look like when she sang for Gaa to praise her that much? Even Raeun herself was curious. It didn't look like she was teasing me. Gaa was not the kind of person who would tease others either. Her head was filled with curiosity about her own self. Raeun then unconsciously asked, Chi Fyung, what do you think about me dancing on a stage? She flinched in surprise at her own question, but Chi Fyung did not think it had any hidden meaning behind it. He simply thought that she had asked because of the movie synopsis that she was looking at. I think it'd suit you well. Oh, really? Yup. You might dislike it when I say this, but a girl of your figure looks rather great when dancing. You have long legs, slender arms, and you're skinny and thick exactly where it matters. To be honest, you're a sight for sore eyes. Wait, I'm not sexually harassing you, okay? I'm just talking objectively. I'll get in huge trouble if you misunderstand. Chi Fyung urgently denied it. It would be a massive problem if rumors spread that a certain section chief of an entertainment agency sexually harassed an underage high school girl. Raeun assured Chi Fyung that he did not need to worry about such a thing. Chi Fyung sighed in relief and asked while looking back and forth between the synopsis and Raeun, are you interested in it? Raeun answered immediately once again, no, I think Hee-yeon Sunbi would be a better fit for the role. Hee-yeon? I don't think she's ever done a role with this kind of personality. Give her a shot. You won't regret it. Raeun already knew exactly what movie this was and how it would fare when it aired. The title of the movie was Singer Kim, and the lead actress was Yoo Hee-yeon. Like Chi Fyung had said, Hee-yeon had never taken on a character with a personality like Kim Joo-hyeon, the female protagonist of the movie. That was also the case in Raeun's past life. However, it turned out much better than expected. 4.5 million people in total had come to watch it in cinemas, reaching far beyond the break-even point of the movie production cost. Raeun was not done. And Chi Fyung, about the movie here. The Lady of the Umbrella Store. Yes. I recommend So Woo Yeong Sunbi for the male lead role. I'm sure he can make this movie a success. Chi Fyung had brought Raeun these synopses for her to choose her own role, but she was suggesting who to cast in what movie like a casting director instead. You'll probably earn a seat on the board of directors if you do as I say, Raeun stated confidently. Chi Fyung was more terrified than surprised whenever Raeun acted like this, because he thought that things would actually go as she said they would. Raeun was driven back to her home. She dragged her fatigued body to the front door and went inside. I'm home. No one replied. Their father was normally not home at this time, but even her brother Kang Arehyuk was nowhere to be found. Let me know if you're gonna be late, for God's sake. Raeun's complaints about her brother went through the roof yet again. She changed into something comfortable and plopped on the couch. She had no idea why she was so tired when she barely did anything today. Actually, come to think of it, I did a lot today. Raeun had bestowed several profound secrets upon Chi Fyung today. However, she wasn't sure whether or not Chi Fyung would do as she had suggested. She was not a casting director, she was nothing more than an actress affiliated with GNF. It was only her second year of acting, and she still had much more to learn. She did not think that Chi Fyung would unconditionally follow such an inexperienced actress's casting suggestions. Nov. L. B/JNN. I know I wouldn't. Hence, Raen decided not to think much about it since it was not her problem. Not only that, but even if she didn't force Chi Fyung to do exactly as she said, the roles would naturally go to the rightful actors as they had in the future. In that case, what should I take? Raen's head already contained data of big hit movies and dramas, and all she needed to do was to choose one of them. As long as she did that, she would once again naturally become a huge subject among the public without much struggle. But of course, she needed the appropriate level of acting skill to back it up. Becoming a star is a piece of cake. She could easily reap the benefits as long as she effectively used her knowledge of the future. I would have memorized lottery ticket numbers if I knew this would happen. No one would possibly expect that they would return to the past, especially as a high school girl. Raen reached for the TV remote and turned on the TV to organize her thoughts. A singing program was on, and the popular four-member girl group Limonetta was performing on stage. Raen quite liked Lemonetta's music since her past life. As she watched the program, she once again recalled Gaae's words that she was really pretty when she sang. For real. Her curiosity took over. She dragged the full-length mirror into the living room and followed Lemonetta's choreography while singing, using the remote as a mic. Why don't you understand my love for you? Creak. At that moment, the bathroom door opened. Raen made eye contact with R.A. Hayek, who had just come out of the bathroom after finishing his business. Why you? Why are you in the B bathroom? I was doing a number 2. That aside, my little sister, R.A. Hayek said as one of the corners of his mouth curled up meaningfully. That was pretty cute. I think you'd be popular if you debuted as a singer. Raen's face turned as bright red as an apple. Emotions of embarrassment, humiliation, and shame stormed in her mind. Unable to handle it, she exploded. Hey, erase what you just saw from your memory. How could I forget something like that? And don't be too embarrassed. It actually suited you really well. Shut up, you fucker. I'll fucking kill you. It had been a while since she had exploded with profanities. This is a Korean meme used whenever someone does something related to a specific occupation. It's worded like an elderly gentleman's manner of speech. Summer passed and autumn arrived before anyone knew it. The summer uniform had also changed back to the in-between seasons uniform. The high schoolers returned to school after the end of summer break. The third-year examens didn't look very bright, and the reason was obvious. What else could it be but the SATs? Kang Raen thought. Not even Park Se-woon, who actively appealed his love for Raen whenever he saw her, could afford to do so because of the upcoming SATs. She had heard that he would be kicked out of his home if he bombed the SATs this year. Se-woon was as crazy for Raen as always, but he could not follow her around and risked being kicked out. Raen was already ignoring him as a second-generation chaebol, but he felt that she would end up somewhere that he could not reach if that title of his disappeared. Hence, Se-woon had been focused solely on his studies these days. Se-woon was not the only one. Other than the examens who had already received notifications of their university acceptance, most students did their best to attend school without causing any trouble. Raen, who had been maintaining first place in the entire school, could not afford to be careless either. A single error in the SATs could result in an atrocity that could not be reverted. She decided to make a habit of taking care of her health and solving workbooks. Anxiety filled the third-year classroom. Raen recalled her past as she looked at the students shrugged over their desks with earphones on. I remember studying like crazy back in my third-year high school days. It was not a happy memory for Raen, not because of the studying, but because of the family issues that she was facing at the time. Her brow wrinkled unconsciously. Stop. Don't think about my family right now. Raen not only had no attachments to her old family, but she sincerely hoped that she would never have to see them again. They were memories that she wanted to forget, and they should remain forgotten. Raen was very satisfied with the results of the final national mock exam before the SATs. She had gotten a perfect score. Holy, Yeseo could not hold in her surprise after seeing Raen's results. I think you could get a perfect score in the actual exam as well. Yeseo was not overpraising Raen. This national mock exam had been significantly harder than usual, but Raen had been the sole student to have gotten a perfect score despite that. It was obvious that expectations for a perfect score would rise. However, Raen did not rest easy. You never know what might happen when you actually take the exam. Being cautious is a must, Raen remarked. There were times when honor students with great mock exam grades failed their SATs because they were in bad condition on the day of the actual test. Raen had never experienced such a thing, but she could never be too careful. Seo Yejun left the counter and came to the table that Raen and Yeseo were at. You got a perfect score, Raen Nuna, he asked. Yeah, wow, you said you were aiming for Seoul National University, right? Sure am. That was her very first goal ever since she became a high school girl. Why, are you aiming for SNU as well? Raen asked. I'm nowhere near that level. I'm just not suited for studying. However, it was not like Yejun was bad at studying. As to be expected from Yeseo's brother, he was fairly smart. He could easily get into a university within Seoul, but his grades were a little lacking to aim for SNU like Raen. And not only that, He had no reason to be crazy over his studies since his dream was to be a fashion designer. The department that he would major in was more important than the school he would attend. I have a gift for you, Raen Nuna. Yi-jun had prepared a gift for her in advance after hearing from his sister that Raen would be coming to Starlight Road. They're rice cakes to wish you luck on your SATs. I prepared them in hopes that you'll get into the university that you want. Raen did not really like rice cakes, but considering Yi-jun's best wishes, she gratefully accepted them. The SATs were right around the corner. Considering the bigger picture, she could not afford to bomb this exam since it was crucial to her revenge. She had already raised her GPA enough. All I have to do now is to take care of my health for the big day. She wanted nothing more than for the day of the exam to not overlap with that magical time of the month. On the day of the SATs, Kang Arahyak drove Raen to the exam site that she had checked out a day in advance. She could see countless reporters with cameras once they arrived at the entrance. Are they here to film students entering the exam site? Arahyak wondered. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. There were far too many reporters for that to be the case, but Raen knew exactly why. They're probably here for me. As if proving her statement, the reporter's camera shutters snapped rapidly to take her pictures as soon as she got out of the car. Arahyak marveled at the sight. Impressive. Well, I've gotten used to it. Raen had also somewhat expected it. In any case, I'm off. Okay, good luck on the exam. Thanks. Arahyak was not very worried about Raen. It wasn't because he knew that she had good grades, but because he believed that she would find her own path to walk even if she bummed the SATs. Raen walked toward the exam site after seeing Arahyak off. She wanted to just head straight inside, but that would be too cold-hearted. Since she would be resuming her TV career after finishing the SATs, she felt the need to reveal herself to the public from time to time like this so that she wouldn't be forgotten. The reporters passionately took pictures of her as she slightly raised her right hand. The rarity of seeing Raen in her school uniform filled the reporters with even more passion. Please look over here, Miss Kang. Over here too, please. They barraged Raen with requests, but she couldn't have a photo shoot at the entrance of the exam site in consideration of the other examins trying to get in. The reporters would disappear once Raen went in, so she headed into the exam site once she thought that it was enough. She could hear the disappointed groans of the reporters behind her, but paid no heed to them. It's not like they're gonna take responsibility for my life. She had to make calm and cool judgments for such things. The other examins' eyes almost popped out of their sockets once Raen entered the exam hall. They more or less had an idea that she would be here, but seeing her in person was a completely different story. If anything else, they came to realize that cameras couldn't fully capture her beauty. Raen sat in the very back row and tied her hair back because there were times when her long locks of hair got in the way of her filling in the answer sheet. However, she couldn't cut it. Come to think of it, I heard that Kang Raen's mother wanted her to be successful in her studies. She had no idea whether or not her mother actually said that since she had only heard from her father that it was so, which was why her father was overjoyed whenever she got good grades. Raen twirled her pen and smiled unbeknownst to the other examins. I guess I could grant a trivial wish like that. It was not that hard to do since she was in perfect condition today. The reporters once again frantically took Raen's pictures as she exited the exam site after completing the exam. Arahyak, who was waiting for her to come out, told her what had happened while she was taking the exam. The news showed you going into the exam site to take your SATs. Well, I thought it would. Raen had also seen celebrities entering exam sites to take their SATs through media platforms before, although she had never thought that she herself would experience it. Han-Gyo had also taken her SATs today, but it did not seem to have bothered her much since she had already given up on doing well on the exam. However, Raen was different. She went into the exam site with the sole thought that anything other than a perfect score was meaningless. So, do you think you did well? Arahyak asked. Raen answered, yeah, I have a good feeling about it. She could only get an approximate idea of her grades after she provisionally marked the exam. Do you want to go eat before or after your provisional marking? Arahyak asked. Let's go after. It could completely ruin Raen's meal if she realized that she did not get the grade that she wanted, but she was confident. She had filled in the answer sheet without guessing a single answer. Arahyak was amazed by his little sister's overflowing confidence. You're my little sister, but you seriously amaze me sometimes. His little sister had become a model student overnight, but he liked her current self more. Raen had gotten a perfect score on the provisional marking as expected. As long as she hadn't misfilled the optical mark recognition, OMR, card, Raen would become someone who had gotten a perfect score on their SATs. A month had passed after the SATs, and the third-year high schoolers had finally been freed from the oppression. Raen, Kim Young-gyo called out. The boys are gonna go to the PC room. You wanna come? Sure. What about Sang-woon? Raen asked. He didn't say, but he'll definitely go. He has to play the most out of all of us, after all. Why? Because. Choi Sang-woon approached them as Young-gyo was about to answer. Young-gyo said in Raen's place, Raen's coming too. Really? Sang-woon remarked. Yeah. You know how much effort we're putting into hang out as much as we can with you, right? Yeah. Thanks, buddy. As they were talking among each other, Raen wanted to hear what Young-gyo couldn't finish saying earlier. You said Sang-woon had to play the most out of all of us. Is he going somewhere now that the exam is over? I guess so, Young-gyo stated. Sang-woon smiled awkwardly. He thought that it was best to tell Raein himself. I'm going to complete my military service before I go to university. 1. In between seasons uniforms are worn in spring and autumn. 2. It is Korean tradition to present rice cakes or taffy to examines during the exam season. Kang Raein's eyebrows furrowed at the mention of military service. Most Korean men would show the same response as her if anyone mentioned it to them. Raein only had one thing to say about the army. It's hell. The Ministry of Defense talked about how it was a place where it inspired patriotism and increased self-esteem, but not a single man in Korea believed that to be true. Raein was not a man, but she used to be. She was a bona fide active-duty high school girl who had been honorably discharged upon completing her military service as a sergeant, so she felt extremely conflicted after hearing about it. Oh, really? But don't men usually enlist after they attend university for about a year or two? Raein asked. That had also been the case for Raein. Although nothing regarding which university that Choi Sang-woon could enter had been decided since the official results had not been released yet, he had gotten quite a decent score on his provisional marking. It was high enough to take a shot at aiming for Seoul National University like he had promised with Raein. It was a miracle in and of itself that he was able to raise his grades this high, so she thought that Sang-woon would want to experience university life first. However, Sang-woon thought otherwise. I wanted to do that too at first, but I changed my mind. An older brother relative of mine told me that getting the service over with first makes you a winner. Raein agreed while strongly nodding. That relative of yours is a wise man. Huh? How do you know that, Raein? Sang-woon asked. Raein was talking like a discharged soldier despite never having been to the army. No, well, I just heard stories from that son of a, my Oappa that one should complete their military service as quickly as possible. It didn't matter whether or not the service would actually be reduced by a few months in the future. Everyone was envious of those who were already discharged. Sang-woon had followed his relative's advice and scheduled everything so that he could start his military service right after his university enrollment was finalized. So I'm gonna play as much as I can before I go, Sang-woon mentioned. Got it. I'll try to hang out with you as much as I can too. Huh? Really? Raein smiled at the surprised Sang-woon. She knew very well that he would long for the existence of women as soon as he enlisted. We're friends, so hanging out with him is the least I could do. However, she was a little worried as well. I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea again that I like him just because I'm doing this. She wanted to avoid a second confession. There was no longer any need to go to school now that the SATs were over. Taking classes was now a waste of time. Knowing that, the teachers ended classes much earlier than usual to not bother the students. The students who had completed their SATs were allowed to go home after lunch, which exponentially increased Raein's free time. She and her friends had decided to watch the movie Night of Villains, an extremely popular Korean action movie, at the cinema. However, what the hell, tickets are sold out. How are there no seats left at this time of day? Kim Young-gyo and Na Jae-rin groaned in disappointment. At this time, students were supposed to be studying at school and workers were supposed to be at their workplace. However, such principles did not apply to the third-year high schoolers who had just completed their SATs. They had free time as soon as noon passed, which was why they had come to watch a movie, but they had overlooked one crucial thing. They were not the only third-year high schoolers who had completed their SATs. The examines who could not even freely go to the cinema until now had all taken the chance to watch a movie and flocked to the cinemas, hence the tickets had all been sold out at such a time frame. Choi Aromi smacked her lips in disappointment. We would have come here earlier if we knew this would happen. Their plan was completely ruined. Since their main plan had gone down the drain, they started to formulate a plan B. Oh, said Young-gyo in surprise as he flipped through the pamphlet. How about we watch this instead of Night of Villains? They checked which movie he was referring to. He had suggested the movie Sacrifice as their alternative. The genre was, this is a horror, right? It was obvious from the poster. Young-gyo answered while nodding, it's rumored to be super scary. I've wanted to watch it at least once. What do you guys think? You guys wanna watch it if no one here has? Seo Yiseo, Jae-rin, and Aromi's gazes turned from the pamphlet to Raein. She had been completely fine until just a second ago, but now she had completely frozen. Her pupils were shaking, and her thin and lustrous lips were subtly trembling. Only her 3 high school girl friends who she hung out with often knew that she absolutely despised horror. There was no way that anyone else knew, since they had never gone to the cinema with Raein. The others started to agree with the idea while completely oblivious to Raein. It seemed like they would be watching the horror movie by how things were rolling. Yiseo, Jae-rin, and Aromi were the only ones who hadn't made the decision yet because they were worried for Raein. Oh okay, let's watch it. Raein decided. Yiseo asked Raein for confirmation with worry-filled eyes, are you sure? Will you be okay? Hearing that, Young-gyo asked in puzzlement, you can't handle horror movies, Raein. Everyone looked at Raein in surprise. There was no one among men and women combined who was more charismatic and reliable than Raein. She could be relied on even when they came across thugs who one-sidedly picked a fight with them, so they had never expected her to have such a weakness. However, Raein strongly denied Young-gyo's question, no, not at all. Rather, I watch horror all the time. The others responded as if it was expected. True. There's no way Raein would be scared of stuff like this. Then let's watch it. There's a row with the perfect number of seats too. What a coincidence. Rayan did not need such a coincidence. She could only resent her pride of not wanting to look weak. In the end, they had entered the theater to watch the horror movie. Fortunately, Rayan was right next to the aisle and Yiseo was sitting next to her. She once again went full chicken mode as soon as the movie started. Her small shoulders flinched greatly like a cat reacting sensitively to even the smallest sounds. Yiseo smiled bitterly as the closest one to Rayan. She held Rayan's hand to reassure her as much as she could. Her hand was drenched in sweat. Rayan whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm sweating so much. It's okay. Don't worry about it." Yiseo wanted Rayan to rely on her for a change since Rayan was always helping her. That's what friends were for. Rayan's body completely gave out as soon as the hour and 40-minute movie ended. She was so tense throughout the entire movie that fatigue swept over her. Survived, she said unconsciously. Sang-woon heard her while he was getting out of his seat and said while nodding, "Yeah, the female protagonist survived until the very end. I thought she'd be dragged away by that ghost in the end." Rayan was referring to herself instead of the female protagonist, but there was no way for Sang-woon to have known that. Rayan agreed with Sang-woon while smiling awkwardly. She speed-walked to the women's bathroom as soon as she came out of the theater, and wiped her neck with a handkerchief. People would think that she had run a marathon from how much she had sweated. She was at least relieved that her other friends did not find out that she was scared of horror movies. But it's not like this damn pride of mine pays for my meals. Rayan was suddenly slapped with a reality check. She came back out of the bathroom with a handkerchief after a deep sigh. Romi grabbed Rayan's wrist as soon as she came out. "Rayan, there's a sticker photo booth over there. Let's take some together." "Huh? Oh, sure." She took her place in the booth among the girls. High school girls liked leaving memories like this very much. On the other hand, the boys were waiting outside for the girls to be done. Rayan was placed on the center top. She made a V sign like what her other friends were doing while smiling and posing awkwardly. Snap. The girls exchanged a flurry of feedback once the photos were printed. Rayan looks the prettiest as expected. You can say that again. Come on, Rayan is a celebrity. You'll only feel shame if you compare yourself with her. Rayan was complimented for her beauty all the time, but she could never get used to them. She used to love being called handsome back when she was a man, but it didn't feel as great the other way around. As Rayan came out of the photo booth, she looked at Sang-woon who was waiting with the other boys. She then called out, "Hey, Sang-woon." What is it?" Rayan gestured to him to come. He had no idea why, but went to her anyway. "When did you say you were gonna start your military service?" she asked. "Around the beginning of March of next year." Really? It felt like a long time away, but actually wasn't. Time flew by extremely fast when waiting for the enlistment date to arrive. "Then let's take some of these together," Rayan expressed. "What are these?" Sang-woon asked. "Sticker photos." Sang-woon was bewildered. Just the two of us?" "Yep." The others looked at Rayan in surprise. She had almost never wanted to take photos together with a guy. However, she wasn't doing this out of self-satisfaction. He'll need a bunch of pictures to put up on his army locker when he's doing his service. Nov.L.B//JNN. She knew very well the importance of photos as an active-duty high school girl, so she decided to do her friend who had yet to enlist a favor. Rayan and Choi Sang-woon went into the sticker photo booth together. Sang-woon could not understand what was going on. He never expected Rayan to suggest taking photos with him first. On the other hand, Rayan was confused about which background to choose. She said to Sang-woon, "I'll just use whatever layout. Is that fine with you?" "Huh? Yeah, sure." The fact that he was taking photos together with Rayan was far more important than the layout. He posed awkwardly. Seeing that, Rayan expressed, "You're not in the army yet, so what's with that face of yours? Smile a little bit. Or is it because you don't want to take a photo with me?" "Oh, of course not." Sang-woon yelled. He was thinking nothing of the sort. Rather, this moment would become a memory that he would treasure for his entire life. Rayan and Sang-woon smiled as soon as the screen started counting down. The camera shutter snapped and the photo showed up on the screen. "Well, do you like it?" Sang-woon nodded furiously as if there was no need to even ask. "Here, it's my gift to you. Stick it up on your army locker once you're enlisted." Army, locker. Sang-woon still did not know much about the army. Rayan was too lazy to explain. "You'll find out once you're there." Really? Take lots of photos with your family and friends too. Those photos will help you get through your military service. The advice was given out of Rayan's experience, but there was no way that Sang-woon would know that she had been in the army before. Today was the day that the SAT results would come out. As Rayan expected, she had gotten a perfect score. Her father shed tears as he checked his daughter's perfect score report. "You've worked so hard, my baby girl. I'm so proud of you." She lightly smiled as her father hugged her tight. Kang Arehyak asked his little sister about her future plans while their father was putting the report card in an album and hanging it up on the wall. "You said you were gonna apply to Seoul National University, right?" "Yeah. Which department?" "I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking of business administration." She was going to be managing a business, so she thought taking that path wasn't a bad idea. She had many choices since she had gotten a perfect score on her SATs. She liked the fact that she could freely choose which school and department she wanted to apply to. Are you gonna resume your TV career now that you're done with the exam? Hyuk asked. Ian shook her head. No, not right away. I'm gonna start in April. Why? You want to take a break? The production that I want to work on starts filming in April. I'm also going to get my driver's license and buy a car in the meantime. Ian's first order of business after becoming an adult was to purchase a car. Hyuk tried to frighten her once she mentioned getting a driver's license. I heard the driver's license exam has gotten super difficult lately. Are you sure you can handle it? It'll be a piece of cake. She already had 10 years worth of driving experience. If she failed the license exam, then there would barely be anyone who could pass it. Ian registered for a driving school as soon as she submitted her university application. The driving instructors showed great interest in her since she was a famous celebrity, but what surprised them more than her celebrity status was her driving skills. Her masterful changing of gears while pushing down the clutch was highly abnormal. Her left turns, parallel parking, and other skills were all perfect. The female instructor in the passenger seat asked, "Have you learned how to drive before, Miss Kong?" "I have. In this school, for the past 2 hours." In her 10 years of instructing, the instructor had never seen someone other than Ian who was this proficient in driving after only 2 hours of lessons. "I'm pretty sure you can take the license exam right now," the instructor remarked. "I wish I could too." Ian would have gotten her license right away if she did. She hoped for a policy that exempted people who had returned to the past from taking driver's license exams. Ian earned her driver's license and received the notification that she had been accepted into the Business Administration Department of SNU like she had wanted. After all that, the high school graduation ceremony arrived before she knew it. Ian thought as she looked at herself in the full-length mirror with her school uniform on for the last time. "Today's my last day as a high school girl." She despised this uniform when she first wore it, but she felt an unknown sense of sorrow when she thought that she would never wear it again. She walked to school with the uniform on. She could see students who were sad about this being their last time coming to school, and also those who were happy. Yiseo was the former. "I didn't feel too good while I was walking here this morning," she said. Ian consoled Yiseo, who honestly revealed her feelings. "If there's an encounter, there also has to be a farewell, and then a new encounter. Don't be too sad." "I guess so. But thank God we got into the same university, right?" "Yeah." Yiseo and Ian would both be SNU students. They were even going to live together. Ian had been planning on living on her own, but she decided to live with Yiseo because Ian was worried about her. "I can always get a bigger place." She had plenty of money to find a place for them to live comfortably. "Jaeworin and Aromi said they'll come to hang out often once we find a place," Yiseo remarked. Jaeworin and Choi Aromi weren't able to get into SNU, but they managed to be accepted into a university in Seoul that was close by. Ian had no reason to refuse them wanting to come hang out. Nov. L.B//JNN. While they were chatting, the start of the graduation ceremony was announced. The graduating students gathered at the auditorium. This was the second high school graduation ceremony of Ian's life, which she found to be rather special. Almost no one gets to experience a high school graduation ceremony twice, especially so with their gender changed. The ceremony was almost at its end with the principal's words toward the students, imploring them to never forget what they had learned here and to grow into fine adults. They sang the school anthem and went back to their classrooms to say their goodbyes to their homeroom teacher. "Okay, that marks the end of your final class. Great work, all of you," the homeroom teacher exclaimed. "Thank you so much. I'll never forget you. I'll make sure to keep in touch." The students got up from their seats and exchanged yearbooks to leave messages on the front and back. The most popular among them was naturally Ian. "Ian, could you write a few words here, please?" "Me too. I'm begging you, please." They wanted to leave proof on their yearbooks that they were classmates with a popular actress. Ian was not accustomed to dealing with fans, but leaving some words on yearbooks was no big deal. She filled the yearbooks with her name and autograph after leaving memos such as "good work" or "nice job." Ian also got a lot of messages in her yearbook. Since Ian was busy, Jaeworin helped her by going around with Ian's yearbook to get everyone's messages written on it. "Here you go, Ian," Jaeworin said. "Thanks, Jaeworin." "No problem. More importantly, we need to take pictures." They had already taken pictures with their classmates, so all that was left was to take them with true friends. Ian got together with the people who she usually hung out with. Ian was at the center. To her left was Yiseo, and to her right were Jaeworin and Aromi. Park Se-woon agreed to take the picture. "Say cheese." After several commemorative pictures with her friends, she then called over Choi Sang-woon, Kim Young-gyo, and her other opposite-sex friends whom she often used to go to the PC room with. And finally, she called over one more person. "You come too, Se-woon." "Me? Really? It's the last picture we get to take with our uniforms on, after all." She thought she could be lenient with him just for today. Time flew by while Ian took tons of pictures with her friends. They headed downtown to alleviate the sorrow of graduation. Sang-woon and the other boys decided to go to a PC room. Ian also wanted to go with them, but, "Ian, let's go to karaoke. What do you think?" She found going to the PC room to hold StarCraft 4v4 team melees on the Hunter's map or fastest maps to be more fun, but she could not refuse her friend's offer. She spent a few hours at karaoke and went back home after having dinner with them. Since Rayan and Yiseo's houses were the same way, they walked home together until Starlight Road. Seo Yijun came out while he was at the counter once he saw his sister and Rayan. I guess this is the last time I get to see you in your school uniform, Nuna. Rayan giggled as Yijun expressed his sorrow. What, do you like me more in my uniform? No, you look good in anything, so it's fine even if I don't get to see you in your uniform anymore. You're good with words, I'll give you that. Make sure you take your sister home safely. See ya. Rayan set off to her own home after saying goodbye to the Seo siblings. She finally arrived after sunset. Hyuk greeted her as he was watching TV in the living room. Welcome back, lil sis. Have you eaten? Rayan asked. Yeah. How was the graduation ceremony? You didn't cry from the thought of having to part with your friends, did you? Of course not. Rather, Rayan was overjoyed that she was no longer a minor. However, it was only for a moment. She was swept by mixed feelings as she took off her uniform in her room. I really won't be wearing it ever again. She smiled bitterly as she stared at the high school uniform that she had worn for the past year and a half. The high school girl Kang Rayan had been left in the past. Rayan hung her uniform in her wardrobe and slowly closed its doors. She had made a resolution when she swore to take her revenge on Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol right when she first returned to the past. I told myself I would never look back. Whatever fate that was waiting for her, she had to keep pressing forward without looking back, because she could start doubting herself if she ever hesitated. She had to put her beautiful and pleasant school memories away with her school uniform. The second act of her life would begin now. Kang Rayan and Seo Yiseo went around by car to look for a place to live before entering Seoul National University. Yiseo continued to voice her admiration from the passenger seat as Rayan expertly maneuvered through very tight alleyways. Didn't you say it hadn't been that long since you got your driver's license? How are you so good? I think you're better than my dad. Yiseo was being genuine. Not only that, but Rayan's car was not small, but a mid-sized foreign luxury vehicle. A novice driver would naturally be afraid to drive in such tight spaces, but Rayan was masterfully handling the steering wheel to the finest detail. Rayan answered, I think driving just suits me. She parked in a public parking lot and looked around the new properties on sale with Yiseo and a real estate agent that Ma Yongjun had introduced her to. Yongjun had likely done something, because the real estate agent was being overly polite to her. This is one of our cleanest and most cost-effective homes for sale. Most people looked for studio apartments when they first set out to live independently, but Rayan wanted a large apartment. It didn't matter if it was expensive, she simply wanted a spacious, newly constructed, clean and well-maintained place with a good view, and she had plenty of money for it. However, Yiseo couldn't help but feel burdened. Can we really choose a place like this, Rayan? She asked. Why? You don't like it? No, I love it, but it's expensive, isn't it? Yiseo knew even without hearing the price that the place was far too expensive for two girls, who had only just become adults, to afford. However, Rayan replied as if the price did not matter. It's pointless to worry about a celebrity. Yiseo had mixed feelings since Rayan was indeed a celebrity. Rayan had no intention of demanding monthly rent from Yiseo. She was simply looking for a house for herself, and there was only one thing that she wanted from Yiseo. Rayan had to juggle both university and her acting career, so she had no time to take care of housework. Hence, Yiseo would fill that role. Yiseo herself said to leave the housework to her, but she still couldn't help but feel a little burdened. Having taken a liking to the city view from the upper floors, Rayan asked the real estate agent to sign the contract immediately without even asking for the terms of sale. The agent replied that they would start the procedure right away. I'm finally out of that shabby home. Rayan couldn't care less whether or not the rent was expensive. She was already happy enough that she had escaped from a house with a rattling air conditioner. There was about a month left until university life would begin. After having completely moved into their new home, Rayan drove to a building that wasn't even 10 minutes away. The clothing business being managed by Park Seol-hun had also taken the opportunity to move to a bigger base of operations near Rayan's new home. They were still in the middle of unpacking. Rayan took off her sunglasses and walked over to Yongjun. Where's our little mister? She asked. Seol-hun? He's away on an external meeting right now, Yongjun answered. Really? Oh, right. I was able to buy a good home thanks to the real estate agent that you introduced me to, but he was shaking way too much. What in the world did you say to him when you introduced him to me? Yongjun said while shrugging as if it was no big deal. I told him that we'd drown him in an Incheon beach if he treated our precious client like some gullible customer. That was Yongjun's way of dealing with people. But thanks to him, Rayan was able to finalize the tenancy agreement very easily. Tell Mr. to set a date for a meeting when he comes back. I want to hear the overall direction of how this company will be managed before I resume my TV career. Kang Hyuk would handle the stock trading, and Seol-hun had to take on a central role in the business. Rayan needed money to face Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. Guns and knives were now obsolete in this capitalistic era. Financial prowess, in other words, money, was power, and she was planning on stacking as much of it as possible until the right time. Oh, and Mr. Gangster, Rayan said to Yongjun, keep recruiting more executives just in case. Yongjun asked her jokingly, you gonna wage a war or something? I guess so. That was the sole reason she returned, albeit as a high school girl. Rayan was frantically busy despite university not having begun yet. Yiseo knocked on Arayan's room door as she was working. Arayan, everyone wants to meet tomorrow. Are you free? Everyone. Our high school classmates. Sang-woon is gonna enlist soon, so they decided to have a send-off party. Has that much time passed already? Time waiting for someone else's enlistment flew by in an instant. She was busy, but she couldn't afford to miss it. Okay, I'll go. It was bothering me that I couldn't go see him off, so I should at least go to his send-off party. She would not be able to go to the training center to see Choi Sang-woon off because she had a drama shoot scheduled on that day. It was probably a good thing, since it would become complete chaos if a popular actress like her showed up at the training center. That was best for Arayan, Sang-woon, and those who were in charge of regulating the new recruits. JNN. They decided to hold the party at Arayan and Yiseo's home. It would be uncomfortable to hold it at a restaurant since Arayan was so famous, so they decided to hold the party at their home for it to also serve as a housewarming party. Since it was so spacious, it could fit every single one of their friends without issue. Meanwhile, Jaewoon and Choi Aromi had arrived earlier than the others and were absorbed in checking out Arayan and Yiseo's home. My, look at this. The view is insane. How in the world did you get a house like this? Anything could be bought with money. With the amount that Arayan was earning through stock trading and her appearances in productions, renting a place like this was chump change for her. The others arrived one after another. It had only been a month, but the youthfulness that they emitted in their uniforms had mostly disappeared. Especially, why do you boys already look like old men when you haven't even gone to the army yet? Sang-woon, Kim Young-gyo, and the other boys smiled awkwardly at Aromi's sharp comment. There was a reason for their sudden aging. Alcohol was a lot more delicious than we expected. Yeah, it was all because of alcohol. Of course, women drank alcohol as well. Aromi and Jaewoon had a few sips of beer together, but they had not drunk as much as men drank to their absolute limits to gauge their alcohol tolerance. And today, tada, take a look at this. Young-gyo and the other boys took out a black bag. It was filled with soju and beer. This is Sang-woon's send-off party, so it'd be a waste not to drink, right? Jaewoon retorted sharply, who do you think you are, trying to hold a drinking party at someone else's house with the house owners right here? Right, Arayan? Yiseo. Yiseo relinquished the right to answer to Arayan since Arayan was the true owner of the house. However, Arayan took Young-gyo's side instead of Jaewoon's. You sure brought some good ones. I also wanted to drink. Really? Yeah. Arayan had always liked alcohol. She not only used to drink at dinner parties with her security team members, but even used to drink wine and vodka by herself. But I've never drunk as a high school girl. Arayan was a minor until a short while ago. It was possible for her to secretly drink alcohol if she wanted to, but she had been holding herself back since it could deal a massively negative impact on her career and image as an actress. In the shadows, she had to be the mastermind who resorted to various expedients through Ma Young-jun, but in the light, she had to be a righteous actress with a clean image. Hence, no matter how much Arayan wanted to drink, she exercised her superhuman endurance to hold back until she became of drinking age. And today, the time had finally come. She could finally drink alcohol? She was already salivating. Yiseo asked her in worry, will you be alright? You've never drunk before. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. My tolerance is pretty high. It is? How do you know? Arayan had unconsciously blurted it out because that had been the case in her past life. No, I just thought I'd have a pretty high tolerance. She managed to play it off as an assumption. The boys got fired up after receiving the house owner's permission. Alright, let's party tonight. They had gathered for Sang-woon's send-off party plus Arayan and Yiseo's housewarming party, but the purpose of the party had changed a little, no, a lot. Arayan clicked her tongue as she watched Sang-woon and Young-gyo mixing the soju and beer. Hey, give it here. I'll do it. She displayed her hand skills tempered through experience. She added the soju and beer in the ideal ratio and made a whirlpool with a chopstick as a finishing touch. The members of the party were lost for words. Jaewoon asked while blinking, where did you learn to do that, Arayan? Oh, during shoots. You want the acting to be as realistic as possible, so you learn all kinds of stuff. Being an actress was amazing for making all kinds of excuses. Arayan confidently chose the soju bomb as her first glass. She was unmoved by her friend's worries. This is nothing more than a light beverage to me. Arayan downed the glass after clinking the glasses with her friends. Something of this level was nothing to Arayan in her past life, but as soon as she had one glass, she felt something was off. No way. Am I a lightweight? She was already feeling dizzy. Arayan was dizzy. She was already all too acquainted with the headache that followed. Am I like this just because I had one soju bomb? It was impossible. She firmly believed that a dinner party could only begin after downing at least 3 consecutive shots of soju bombs. However, the current Arayan was different. Why? It was not like she couldn't completely accept it. She used to drink like a fish in her past life, but that was back in her male body, as Park Geon-Woo. Compared to Geon-Woo, who had very high alcohol tolerance, Arayan had extremely low alcohol tolerance. She had simply not realized it because she had not drunk until now. Come to think of it, her father and brother both could not drink much, and she was born with the same lightweight gene. No wonder. She had finally come to terms with reality somewhat. On the other hand, Yiseo, who was sitting right next to her, helped her stay upright. Are you okay, Rayan? Aren't you acting a bit too strong? You didn't have to down your first glass. Yeah, drink slower, Rayan. Isn't this your first time drinking? Her friend's worries only sounded like mockery to her. There were a few phrases that Rayan did not want to hear in life, and one of them was that she was a lightweight. Park Geon-Woo used to pride himself on his high alcohol tolerance. Rayan could endure hearing that she was a bad gamer, but not that she was a lightweight. She did not want to accept the harsh reality that had befallen her. I just drank a little too fast. I can still drink a few more glasses, Rayan claimed. She set ablaze with a competitive spirit. The others tried to get her to drink moderately, but they could not change her obstinate mind. The glass ended up being refilled. Gulp, gulp, gulp. She felt nauseous with each gulp. Your drinking capacity only increases by drinking more. Rayan continued her headstrong charge. Jaerin lightly sighed as she watched Rayan across from her. This isn't good. Things went exactly as Jaerin expected. It had not even been 10 minutes since the party started, but Rayan could no longer support herself after not even finishing half of her third glass. Yiseo decided to carry Rayan to her room. Help me, Aromi. Okay. Yiseo grabbed Rayan's left arm and Aromi her right to help her up. They barely managed to lay her down on her bed. Rayan spouted gibberish as soon as she laid down. Aromi listened to what Rayan was saying. I think Rayan is trying to say something. There wasn't much to listen to, it was nothing more than a drunken frenzy. Rayan's face was flushed red. It was a relief that she was wearing jeans. If she had worn a skirt, she would have exposed her bare legs and panties to the boys. Yiseo said to Aromi, I'll keep an eye on Rayan for a bit, so you go drink with the others. Okay. Call me if Rayan looks like she's about to puke. Okay. Yeah, I will. After Aromi left, Yiseo took off strands of hair that were stuck on Rayan's face one by one with great care. Rayan exhibited a very strong personality on the outside, but she unexpectedly had a fair number of weaknesses, such as her fear of horror movies and her low alcohol tolerance. But in fact, Rayan's true weakness was something else entirely. Tears seeped out between her eyelids. Yiseo was bewildered to see her friend cry for the first time. As she was wiping Rayan's tears with a handkerchief, Rayan said something. I worked my ass off. Fuck. Nuna, Mom, Dad. How could you all treat me like you'd abandoned me? Rayan had a father, but as far as Yiseo knew, her mother had passed away long ago. And not just that. Not Hayakappa, but Nuna. Yiseo could not understand Rayan's drunken gibberish. Rayan finally fell into a deep sleep after crying for a while. Yiseo went through what her friend had said while stroking her small back. Is it just drunken gibberish? Or was there some family circumstance that Yiseo was unaware of? If she had to choose, she's probably just too drunk. She decided not to think much of it. When Rayan slowly opened her eyes, the first thing that welcomed her was not the morning sun nor her phone alarm, but a hangover. She was queasy, but fortunately not enough to throw up. Ugh, I'm dying? Rayan used to experience a hangover of this level in her past life only after her 5th round of drinking spree with her colleagues. But in reality, she had only drunk 2 soju bombs. She had put up a very good fight considering her terrible alcoholic tolerance, but there was no way that she was satisfied with that. My head splitting apart. Her long locks of hair drooped down in tandem with her movements. The sun was already high up in the sky as she looked out the window. She looked for her phone as she pressed down on her temple. The time was 12:35 p.m. I sure slept long. No, fainted would have been a more suitable word to use. She noticed that her eyelids were more stiff than usual as she blinked. She checked her face with a handheld mirror. What the hell? Are these tear streaks? Nov, L, B / JNN. Did she cry in her sleep? A wave of embarrassment belatedly washed over her. As she carefully opened her door and went out to the living room, Yiseo greeted her while making something in the kitchen with an apron on. Did you sleep well? Is your stomach all right? Yeah, it's not bad. What about the others? The boys all went home by taxi a little past midnight. Aromi and Jaerin slept over and went home in the morning. They wanted to greet you before going home, but they said they couldn't bear to wake you up when you were sleeping so soundly. A mixture of sorriness and embarrassment swirled inside her head like the soju bomb that she had made last night. Go wash up. I made hangover soup for you. Rayan could tell that it was spicy just from looking at it. She decided to get rid of the tear streaks on her face in the bathroom while Yiseo prepared lunch. Why the hell did you cry, you idiot? She said to herself. Did she have a bad dream? She could not remember. That was how most dreams were like. She washed her face and went out to the living room to have a late meal with Yiseo. She was extremely hungry because she had not eaten breakfast, and her hunger only grew with all the delicious-looking food in front of her that Yiseo had prepared. Sip. Rayan tasted the soup and gave her remarks with an unsurprised expression. It's delicious. I'm glad you like it. But Yiseo, Rayan decided to ask what had happened last night just in case. Did I say anything in my sleep last night? Rayan had no particular habits when drunk. She simply fell asleep once she got tired after talking some gibberish. She had done the same this time as well. You just slept soundly. Although, you did say something in the middle, Yiseo mentioned. What did I say? It's a bit. Yiseo looked like she did not want to say, but people were wired to want to hear it even more if they were given such a response. What is it? Tell me. Yiseo gave into Arayan's pressing and told her about what she had said last night. Your dad, mom, and Nuna? You were crying about how they didn't acknowledge you even when you did your best. Arayan now understood the reason for the tear streaks on her face. But Nuna? Not Uni? Arayan, you had an older sibling aside from Ara Hayakappa? Yiseo asked. She did. To be exact, her real family. However, Arayan did not consider that bitch her Nuna. No, it was just gibberish. Hence, she did not really want to get into it. Arayan's conversation yesterday with Yiseo came across her mind again while she was heading to the drama shoot meeting in the car driven by her manager Shin Yu-bin. You goddamn moron. Arayan never expected herself to mention her real family while drunk. She brushed it off as gibberish to Yiseo yesterday, but she could no longer tolerate further mistakes. Now that she was born in a different household, she was now a complete stranger to her real family. Hence, she did not want any ties whatsoever to them. That was how much she despised them. Yubin looked at Arayan through the rearview mirror while stopped by a traffic light. Did something bad happen, Arayan? Yubin asked. To me. Yeah. You haven't been looking too good since earlier. Something bad did indeed happen. Not only had she found out about her terribly low alcohol tolerance, but she had even mentioned her real family, which she did not even want to recall, out loud. She felt like she had been hit by a double whammy. But her low alcohol tolerance aside, she did not want to tell Yubin about family matters. I think it's because I drank alcohol for the first time in my life. Oh, that? I heard from your roommate. You're a super lightweight drinker, right? It's okay, it's okay. It's not like people are set for success in the entertainment industry for being good drinkers. Don't worry too much about it. Yubin's words of consolement didn't really console Arayan. Wang Yun-sung was the program director of the drama that Arayan had decided to star in. He expressed his emotion filled with gratitude to Arayan as soon as he saw her. Thank you, Arayan. Thank you so much. What are you thankful for, exactly? Arayan did not quite understand why director Wang was thanking her. For deciding to star in a drama directed by a newbie director like me? I honestly didn't have my hopes up, but you have no idea how happy I was when you agreed. The reason why she decided to star in the drama of a program director who had never been a main director was simple. Director Huang's drama, Waitress, had not garnered much expectations from the public yet, but I know that this drama will be the most popular production of the season. One could call it a privilege of someone who knew the future. It was Kang Arayan's first time working with program director Wang Yun-sung, but she had worked with the writer before. The screenwriter of the drama Waitress, Yeo Yu-min, had arrived 10 minutes late to the meeting due to personal reasons. Hello, Arayan. It's been a while n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Arayan had already worked with Yu-min during the production of Reaper. Several other writers other than the main screenwriter Wang Yorin had been in the Reaper production team, and Yu-min was one of them. Her job had been to support Yorin by adding to lacking settings, checking synopses, or providing feedback, and had met with Arayan several times in the process. Arayan was well acquainted with Yumin because she was the one who Yorin relied on the most, to the point that they actively communicated with each other whenever the script needed editing. Arayan knew Yumin's tendencies and preferences very well exactly because of this. To put it bluntly, she was similar to Yorin. I ran late because I was too busy choosing the uniform that Arayan would wear. I'm sorry, Yumin expressed. In other words, Yumin also had the desire to put as many pretty outfits on Arayan as possible. Arayan was not surprised because it was something that she had already known. It was easier to just give up. Taking inspiration from a certain comic's famous line, she had already half given up. However, Waitress was at least better than Reaper, because she only had to periodically switch between the few uniforms that the female lead wore. Like the title suggested, the drama Waitress was a pleasant love story focused around a young female protagonist who worked at a cafe. Arayan was not all that into romance stories, but she had no choice but to choose director Huang's work because it was the only one that was guaranteed to blow up for sure in this season. If the conditions of each choice were the same, one should always choose the more attractive one. It's better to star in a hit than a flop. It was the obvious choice to make. Meanwhile, Yumin excitedly showed Arayan the dozens of uniform designs that she had printed out in advance. We have frill skirts from type A to type D. As for the top, we have one that looks like a corset, or if that doesn't suit your fancy, we also have designs straight out of the Middle Ages. This is also cute, isn't it? Which one do you like most, Arayan? Arayan's answer was obvious. The one that I can wear comfortably for long periods of time, please. Arayan couldn't care less about the design. All that she cared about was practicality and comfort. She had no interest in fashion back when she was a man either. Of course, she took slightly more attention to her looks now compared to back then, but old habits die hard. Since they were already in a meeting, the production team decided to listen to Arayan's needs along with the outfit selection. There was only one thing that Arayan wanted from them. I'm a university student, so I'd appreciate it if you could cater as best to my course timetable as possible. Director Wang and Yumin understood Arayan very well. Okay, we'll try to cater to your schedule as much as we can. You don't have to worry about anything. Thank you, Director. No, I should be the one thanking you. Director Wang was already more than grateful for Arayan's willingness to star in his drama. Arayan's reputation had changed completely from her debut. She could enjoy such luxuries as long as she effectively used her knowledge of the future. Arayan's university life had finally begun. There was something that she needed to do right from the first day for the next week. Knock, knock. Arayan visited a professor of one of the first semester classes of her major. She carefully opened the door and entered the office after getting the professor's permission to come in. The professor was startled as soon as he saw Arayan. I'd heard from my assistant that a famous celebrity had entered our department, but it's still quite surprising to see you in person. One could commonly see celebrities if they walked around the Seoul National University campus, but they were mostly in departments related to broadcasting and TV. It was not easy to see someone as famous as Arayan in a humanities department building. Hence, the professor was looking at Arayan in amazement. Arayan smiled as radiantly as she could to ask for the professor's understanding. I have some drama shoots scheduled, so I don't think I'll be able to attend your classes very often. Oh, are you asking me to allow you to write a report instead of keeping track of your attendance? Yes, that's right. She was planning on attending classes whenever she could, but it was impossible to attend every single one, no matter how well the production team catered to her schedule. Not only that, but it's better to just write a report whenever it's a hassle to go to the lecture hall. Arayan only wanted one thing from university, and it was to graduate. She did not have to pursue higher education like a graduate school. The only reason why she studied so hard in high school was to make connections in SNU, so there was no reason to devote herself to her studies anymore. Hence, she was planning on meeting things halfway as a university student. But of course, that did not mean she was going to neglect her grades, since she needed to maintain a certain GPA to graduate. The professor decided to be considerate of Arayan's circumstances, since the reputation of the department would also rise with Arayan's achievements in the TV industry. They were able to reach an understanding much easier than she had expected thanks to their coinciding interests. Arayan had successfully conquered every single one of her professors and had come to an acceptable compromise with them. All I have to do now is to go home and sleep. She had gotten a load off her chest. She could hear freshman welcoming parties being held throughout the campus as she walked toward her parked car. Chug, chug, chug. How long are ya gonna make me shoulder dance? Look at my shoulders, they're dislocated. And of course, alcohol was included. Arayan almost hurled as soon as she saw the alcohol. Her body's rejection to alcohol had been going on for quite some time. She had drunk like crazy on her first time drinking because she didn't want to acknowledge that she was a lightweight, but I just shouldn't drink from now on. It was because she didn't want to blurt out private matters such as her old family circumstances like she had done to Seo Yiseo. Yiseo had brushed the matter off as meaningless gibberish because Arayan had been so drunk, but she was bound to get suspicious if such events repeated. Arayan decided to just acknowledge her abysmally low alcohol tolerance since she did not want to get suspected. Alcohol is off limits for the time being. She had thought that she could live freely once she became a university student, but a life of abstinence had begun instead. Arayan returned home and read intensively through the waitress script while looking down at the nightscape from the living room. Her phone rang at around 11 p.m. She would usually scowl if someone had called her so late at night, but couldn't bring herself to once she saw who it was. Choi Sang-woon. He was Arayan's high school classmate, as well as a friend who would be starting his military service tomorrow. Hello. Hey, Arayan. I'm sorry to call you so late at night. It's fine. It was very rowdy around Sang-woon. Arayan guessed that he was having one last drink with his friends before the big day. Are you drinking with friends? Yeah. I was planning on spending my last day at home with my family, but Han-Gyo and the others called me out, saying they couldn't just let me leave like this. But these guys all got drunk before me. The situation didn't sound too good. In the end, Sang-woon had to clean up the mess that his friends had made and was on his way home. You go tomorrow, right? Yeah. My older cousin said to make sure that I buy a gun and a gas mask, was it? Anyway, he told me to buy those before I went in. Arayan giggled. They don't sell those anywhere. He was just screwing with you, so forget what he said. Oh really? No wonder he was laughing so much. It was a joke that those who had completed their service often made to those who were about to begin theirs. Arayan decided to tell him some practical information instead. Make sure you buy a digital watch before you go in. And never eat at any of the stores around Nonsan Training Center. Always go down to the expressway service area and buy something there. You'll regret it much less. It was a discharged soldier's heartfelt advice. How do you know stuff like this? Me? You know, my freeloader. I mean, my oppa's been back from the army. He told me a bunch of things. Oh, right. I completely forgot. Using Kong Arahayek as an excuse was perfect in such situations. Arayan also told Sang-woon some things that would be of help to him during his service. I'll also write you some online letters. You can send stuff like that? Yeah, times have improved. Arayan used to be the most envious of people in her squad who received online letters. She had made such a promise because she knew how it felt all too well. But of course, she might forget after claiming that she would. Anyway, make sure you come back safe and sound. Okay. Oh, and Arayan. Yeah, when I'm discharged. Sang-woon slurred the end of his sentence, and then changed the subject. It's nothing. Good night. Yeah, you too. Arayan unconsciously sighed lightly as soon as she ended the call. The best part about having become a woman was that I don't have to go to the army. If anything else, she was sure that she would hate her life if she were forced to complete her military service for a second time. Having to spend 2 whole years in the army was a lot of wasted time. She would have been extremely bitter by the fact that she had to waste 2 precious years when she needed to elaborately plan her revenge. Hence, her initial complaints of returning to the past as a high school girl had completely disappeared. I choose being a university girl over crawling across the individual battlefield ground with a K2 rifle in hand any day. The painful memories of her military service sent shivers down her spine. The author is referring to a meme made from a manga panel taken from Slam Dunk where Anze-sensei tells Mitsui Hisashi in chapter 69 to never lose hope, and that the game is over if he does. The meme panel changes Anze-sensei's speech bubble to make it look like he's telling Mitsui that it's easier to just give up. The author might have thought that was the original panel. 2. There is a training base in Nansen where new recruits go to receive basic training for 5 weeks before they are deployed to their designated units. 3. Online letters can be sent by civilians to new recruits of a training center. They are received, printed, and then delivered to the recruit. Kang Raein met up with her male co-star who she hadn't seen in a while, right after the official production of the drama Waitress was announced. She would be working together with Ji Han-sok once again. Hello, Sunbi. It's been a while. Raein's radiant smile had already stolen Han-sok's heart. She was most charming when she smiled, but the problem was simply that she did not show it often in private occasions. However, that aside, you have a different air about you, Han-sok remarked. I do. Yeah, you definitely felt like a teenager back then, but you've gotten a lot more mature n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. It had only been a few months since Han-sok hadn't seen Raein, but he was a little bewildered by how mature she had become. However, he absolutely did not mean it in a bad way. Raein replied while expressing her gratitude, I've officially become an adult, after all. She was a 20-year-old university student. It was an age when a woman's beauty fully bloomed. Anyway, I'll be in your care for this drama, Raein expressed. Same to you. While Raein had been spreading public awareness of her, Han-sok had also grown into a popular actor by appearing here and there on TV. Han-sok possessed a gentle and kind-hearted image as compared to the manly charms of Jae-woon, the male lead of Reaper. Because of that, Raein and Han-sok were already shouldering the huge expectations of the drama fans who had heard the announcement of both of them in lead roles. Han-sok asked after the short meeting, you started living independently, right? Are you finished with moving? Yes. Where do you live? Should I drop you off near the area? I drove today. No, it's okay. I drove here too, Raein said as she took out a car key from her handbag. Beep. The lights of a bright yellow sports car flashed as Raein pressed the button. Its doors opened upward instead of outward. The luxury sports car caught people's attention. I'll be on my way first, Sunbi. Oh okay. Be careful on your way home. Raein's car speedily exited the broadcasting station parking lot with an enormous exhaust sound. Han-sok said to himself with a bitter smile while looking at the direction that Raein had disappeared to, she drives something way better than mine. Seo Yijun looked around his surroundings with bags in both hands. I was told it was somewhere in this area. Where is it? He let the bags down for a moment and called his sister. Hello, sis? I'm at the apartment complex. Which building did you say it was again? Building 103. You can't find it? No, wait 103 would be, over there, I think. I'll call again if I can't find it. Okay, Raein is home, so just hand the bags over to her. Okay. Yijun was playing the kind little brother who brought some bags filled with stuff that his sister had left at her old home. Since he could also meet Raein in the process, it was like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone for him. However, he was posed with a dilemma when he arrived at the building. What's this? Do I need a password to open the gate? He had thought it was an automatic door, but there was a number pad to open the door. He pressed the apartment unit number on the number pad to call the unit, but the door automatically opened. Huh? How did it open? Yijun thought. He had no idea why, but he decided to go in since it had opened. He got on an elevator and went up to the floor where the unit that Iseo mentioned was. The elevator rang and its doors opened. He could tell that the place was expensive from just the front door. It sure looks expensive, just like Sis said. A new member of society could only afford to live in such an expensive apartment in Seoul if they had been born in a rich household, or if they had succeeded massively in life. Raein was the latter. She was a successful celebrity, so she could more than afford to live in such a place. Raein Nuna. It's me, Yijun. He expected that Raein already heard that he would be coming. As if to confirm his expectations, the front door opened right away. Yeah, welcome. Yijun's eyes popped out as Raein opened the door to greet him. Come in. Would you like something to drink? She asked. Drink? Sure. But, and Nuna. Raein stared at the stuttering Yijun as she dried her wet hair with a towel. What's with you all of a sudden? Down. Yijun said as he forcibly turned his gaze elsewhere. I think you're wearing only pee panties. Raein's bare legs were fully exposed under her long t-shirt, to the point that even her inner thighs were completely visible. Raein giggled and put the towel down. She then slightly lifted up the lower part of her shirt, which startled Yijun. And Nuna, what are you doing? Look. Yijun forced his eyes back open that he had shut tight. I'm wearing pants, idiot. He could see a pair of dolphin shorts. It had only looked like she wasn't wearing anything down there because her t-shirt was too long and her dolphin shorts were too short. Sigh, you scared me, Nuna. Scared? My ass. I know you liked it. She was not wrong. Ran gestured to Yijun to come in. The first thing that he saw was the amazing city view from the living room. Wow, the view is so good, right? I mainly chose this place for the view. It's even prettier at night. Really. It certainly felt like the nightscape would look much prettier like Ran had said. Hand me the bags. I'll move them to Yiseo's room. Will you be okay? They're heavy. It's fine. And I can't really let you go inside a girl's room without permission, even if you're her brother. Yijun was also in agreement with that statement. He looked around the place while Ran headed to Yiseo's room with the bags. The first thing that he could see from the living room was the kitchen, and a room that he assumed to be Ran's. He couldn't see what it looked like inside because the door was only slightly open. There was one thing that he should not forget during his time here, and it was that this place was off limits to men. He needed to beat into his mind that only 2 young women lived here. As proof. Gasp. Yijun witnessed a blue pair of panties under a chair. He gulped. Meanwhile, Ran came out of Yiseo's room and headed to the kitchen. What would you like to drink? Water is fine. But more importantly, Ran Nuna, Yijun said while pointing at the chair with the blue panties under it. Sorry, I completely forgot to put them in the washing machine. Yijun guessed that Ran had been wearing them before taking a shower. But despite the fact that a man saw the pair of panties that she had taken off, she did not seem to care much. Her personality was as unreserved as ever, even after becoming a university student. So how does it feel to become an examinee? Ran asked Yijun sitting across from her. He answered with an awkward smile, I'm only counting the days for it to be over. Yijun had no interest in studying. He had little interest in solving SAT workbooks because he was so determined to pursue a career in fashion design. But I heard you were pretty good at studying, Ran mentioned. Who did you hear that from? Your sister. Yiseo and Yijun both possessed the studying gene. They maintained considerably high grades in high school. Especially for Yijun, he stayed within the top ranks despite not being fully devoted to his studies. I just do it because my mom and dad tell me to. I see, but don't completely give up on studying. Your studies are still important even if your dream is fashion design, since you will be able to grab hold of chances of a broader field by entering a good university. This is my advice to you as your senior in life, so keep it to heart. I'd listen to anything you told me even if you weren't. Ran giggled at Yijun's blatant flattery. Yijun gulped as he stared at Ran drinking the coffee that she had brewed herself. He could slightly see her well-endowed chest under the loose t-shirt. This trial was considerably difficult for a teenage boy to handle. It could be because he hadn't seen her in a while or because of her clothes, but he felt as if Ran's figure had gotten even better than before. Ran was exuding sexiness despite being in casual clothing. Ran laid down her cup and gave Yijun a piece of advice. I know you're at an age where you're highly interested in the opposite sex, but try not to gawk so much. Girls don't like that sort of thing. I am sorry. That wasn't my intention. Yijun was considerably bewildered by the fact that Ran was aware of his gaze. Ran snickered in her head from the enjoyment of teasing Yijun after so long. Since you're here, have dinner with us before you go, Ran said. Can I really? It'd be a shame not to see your sister's face before you go after you've come all the way here, don't you think? Ran was right. Yijun had also wanted to check whether or not his sister was adjusting well to university life. He could not help but worry about her as a little brother. She had said that she was doing fine, but he couldn't stop worrying unless he could see that she was actually doing fine. That was just how family was like. Or you can just stay the night here since it's the weekend, Ran mentioned. Yijun was rather conflicted by her remark. But staying the night here is a bit. He was fine with it, but he thought that the girls wouldn't be. However, Ran did not seem to think much of it. We have plenty of rooms, and you can buy any necessities at the nearby convenience store. I'll let you know while we have dinner together after my sister comes back. I'll have to call my family to see if I can. Okay, sure. Staying the night at his crush's house was nothing short of a blessing for Yijun. He brimmed over with the desire to do whatever it took to persuade his parents to let him stay the night. Kang Ran's phone chimed while she was reading her script in the living room. It was a text from Seo Yiseo. She closed the script and got up from her seat as soon as she checked what it said. Yijun, I'm gonna go pick up your sister, so look after the house. I'll go with you, Nuna. Seo Yijun couldn't just laze around in someone else's home. He had suggested going as well because of his sense of conscience, but Ran adamantly refused. I'd get bombarded with dating scandals if any reporters see me in a car with you, so just stay put here. Yijun would be happy to be in a dating scandal with Ran, but the thought was purely out of his self-greed. He needed to take Ran's position into consideration. He could not hold Ran back when her new drama would start filming soon. He had no choice but to stay put just like Ran had said. In exchange, then I'll make dinner while you're away, Yijun suggested. You know how to cook. Ran was surprised by the unexpected truth. Yes, I'm better than my sister. Better than Yiseo. If that was true, then he was considerably good. Being in a dual-income household, Yiseo and Yijun frequently had to cook dinner for themselves. Hence, the siblings had absolutely no objections to cooking. Ran decided to give Yijun a chance to show off the cooking skills that he had trained since his childhood. Okay, The ingredients are in the fridge, so use whatever you want. Got it. Is there anything you want to eat? Nothing in particular. Just make me your specialties. Understood, Yi-jun said confidently as he put on an apron. Rayan felt strange seeing a younger man cooking in her kitchen. I heard women love situations like this. Rayan did not really feel anything special since she was not a woman at heart, but at least thought it was nice that there was someone who could cook meals for her. Rayan talked about dinner with Yi-seo on their way back home after picking her up. Yi-jun said he'd cook for us. He did. Yeah. Geez, that little brother of mine. He never cooked for me whenever I asked him to. He's way too kind to you, Rayan. Yi-seo obviously knew that Yi-jun's kindness to Rayan was born out of his romantic affection for her, but she couldn't help but feel sad about the difference in treatment as his sister. I didn't even know Yi-jun could cook, Rayan said. He can. He's way better than me. Really. If Yi-seo was saying that, then it meant that Yi-jun was considerably skilled since Rayan had been very satisfied with the meals that Yi-seo had cooked for her. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Looks like I'll get to have a meal that my brother cooked after so long. It's better than eating out, isn't it? It sure is. There was no need to be conscious of others at home, so Rayan felt comfortable and happy. Not just that, but she needed to be extremely careful since the drama shoots were right around the corner. It would be problematic if she was swept into some strange gossip news. Rayan got a call from Park Seol-hun while she was around 5 minutes away from home. She turned down the music, answered the phone and put it between her ear and shoulder. What, mister? We decided to launch around the first half of this year, didn't we? I wanted you to check the homepage draft layout before it goes into official production. Should I email it to you? I'll come to the company tomorrow. I have something to check there as well. Okay. Oh, and that loan shark that you employed has been recruiting people without my permission. Is it true that you told him to do it? I told him to do it since we might need them, so don't worry. Anyway, Chairwoman Kong here is gonna visit the company tomorrow, so make sure you have everything ready. Yi-seo could hear Seol-hun's complaints from the passenger seat. She asked as Rayan ended the call, was that about the business you're setting up? Yup. We have to get it up and running before my drama shoots start, but it's taking some time because there's a lot more to prepare than I expected. She needed to launch the company and release their clothing products as soon as possible so that she could wear them during her drama shoots. Products sold like hotcakes simply from a celebrity wearing them on TV. She had planned the launch of her company to coincide with the resumption of her TV career precisely to aim for this advertising effect. You sure are busy, Yi-seo remarked. I don't really have a choice. What do you mean? Haven't you already earned a ton of money? No, I have to earn even more. Rayan had a much bigger goal. Rayan and Yi-seo were met with a mouth-watering scent as soon as they opened the front door. Yi-jun expressed, "You're just in time. Dinner's ready." He greeted his sister whom he hadn't seen since she entered university, while he gave the rice a stir. Yi-seo never expected to see her brother again cooking in her own home in an apron. Come eat. You too, Rayan Nuna. Rayan had very high expectations because of how good it smelled. The menu wasn't anything extravagant. He had made purple rice, sausage stew with various hams added to it, green onion pancake, and stir-fried anchovies. The rest of the side dishes were what Yi-seo had previously made. Rayan took a photo of the dishes with her phone before digging in. Snap. Visually, it's a pass. So will the taste, I guarantee it, Yi-jun stated confidently. Rayan decided to judge whether or not he was being pretentious after a taste. She went for the sausage stew, the main dish, first. Her eyes widened as soon as she tasted the soup. Wow. This is delicious, Rayan expressed. Right. The taste exceeded her expectations. Even the cooking of Cha Mi-ya, one of Kong Ra-hyek's girlfriend candidates, did not impress Rayan this much when she ate at her family restaurant. It looked like Yi-seo's praises for Yi-jun's cooking were not unfounded. The other side dishes that Yi-jun had made also fit Rayan's tastes perfectly. Nuna. It's good, right? Yeah, it is. I wish I had someone who would cook me delicious food like this every day. Yi-jun's heart thumped from Rayan's statement. He wondered if this was his chance to confess, but... Let me dig into. His plan went out the window once Yi-seo came out of her room after changing. Yi-jun decided to stay the night, but nothing special that he had been secretly hoping for happened. He was a minor, so he couldn't drink with Rayan yet, and Rayan also had to sleep early because she had a morning shoot the next day. I'm gonna hit the sack first, Rayan said. Yi-jun could only hide his disappointment. He wanted to spend more time with her, but couldn't, considering her circumstances. It was 11:30 p.m. Yi-jun was watching TV with Yi-seo in the living room. However, Yi-jun's gaze periodically shifted to Rayan's closed room door while watching TV. Yi-seo witnessed it and asked with a smirk, "Do you still have a crush on Rayan?" Yi-jun's shoulders flinched violently at his older sister's hard-hitting question. What are you gonna do if Rayan Nuna hears? Wouldn't she already know how you feel with how blatantly you're appealing your feelings? It was not a 100% certainty, but the chances were not low either. Yi-jun also felt the same way. But considering how much she hangs out with me, don't you think she has feelings for me too? Yi-jun asked. Stay happy in that dream world of yours. Come on, Nuna. Stop poking fun at me and think about it seriously. Yi-jun did not want to let go of that sliver of hope, but there was nothing that Yi-seo could say to him. I don't know. I'm not Rayan. There was nothing that a third party could say regarding feelings of love, since it was purely the issue of the people concerned. Raen woke up and left her home quietly so that she didn't wake the Seo siblings after she received a call from Shin Yubin. It was 5:30 a.m. Yubin had parked the car outside her home and was waiting for her. Raen handed Yubin a warm can of coffee. "Drink this before we go," Raen said. "Thanks." Yubin was able to thaw her hands in the freezing winter weather thanks to the sensible Raen. Raen showed her stylist Kwon Mi-yeon something while on the move. "What do you think of this?" Raen asked. She had taken out some sportswear. "Oh my, what's this?" The stylist took a liking to the sportswear and searched for a brand logo, but couldn't find one. "This is only a trial product, so it doesn't have a brand logo attached." "Oh, is this a product from your newly made company?" Mi-yeon asked. Yes. She had brought them for a clothing sponsorship. She was planning on promoting her business by putting her products in the drama. The sponsorship was only possible because she already knew that Waitress would be a massive hit. Director Wong would not hate the addition of a sponsor either. Not just that, but Director Wong had stayed true to the thought that he was already blessed enough that Raen had decided to star in his drama's lead role. Raen had also already laid the groundwork for a clothing sponsorship. The production team still needed to see the products to decide, but it seemed like the products would pass with flying colors if even a stylist liked them. "The material's nice too. They stretch well. They certainly look like they'll be comfortable to wear while exercising," Mi-yeon remarked. Right. Raen had not only paid attention to the design, but its functionality as well. She had not worn leggings while exercising for no reason. It was all for the success of her business. All she needed to do now was to rake in the dough through these products. Raen was strengthening the foundations of her path to becoming rich step by step. The goals of the rich were to make lots of money and to live happily, but Raen added one more thing to the table: revenge. Only after accomplishing all three things could she earn the right to enjoy happiness. This was program director Wang Yoon-sung's first solo production. He had not been able to sleep well lately despite filming not having begun yet, since this was the first time that a production would be produced under his name. Screenwriter Yeo Yoo-min clicked her tongue as she saw the director coming to the broadcasting station with thick dark circles yet again. "Did you stay up all night again, Director Wang?" she asked worriedly. "No, I slept." "How many hours?" "That'd be the wrong unit of measurement." "So, you didn't? How could you even call that sleep?" Yoo-min sighed deeply from the fact that Director Wang hadn't even slept for an hour. "You're gonna collapse before the shoots even begin at this rate," Yoo-min remarked. She voiced her concern for him as a screenwriter. Director Wang aside, she couldn't help but be concerned since her name was also hanging on this production. She was filled to the brim with worries, seeing the terrible condition that Director Wang was in at such a crucial time when they had to give their all into preparation. The condition of the production team was just as important as the actors. However good the actors were, it was pointless if the production team couldn't make good use of them. "Why don't you wrap things up early today and go home to sleep?" Yoo-min suggested. They had an early morning shoot scheduled today, but there wasn't much to film. If everything went according to schedule, it would all be over before noon. However, he politely declined Yoo-min's consideration. Raen said she was going to show us her sportswear today. I should at least take a look at them before heading home. Oh, right. They had heard that Raen had been preparing to launch her business specialized in sportswear. Kang Sun-hye, the female lead of the drama Waitress, was written to love exercising, so there would be many scenes where she would be exercising in sportswear. They had been thinking of getting a sportswear sponsorship for Raen to wear in such scenes, but they had decided to take a look at Raen's products because she had brought up her new business during conversations. Anyway, Raen sure is multi-talented. She's good at studying, she's a great actress, and even dabbles in business. Raen did not give off a feeling that she was stretching herself too thin, but felt like could actually pull off everything that she did. And in actuality, she had been showing people exactly that, which allowed people to rely on her more. The car that Raen was in arrived on set while they were preparing for the shoot. "Good morning," Raen greeted first. "Good morning, Raen. I'm sorry to have you come so early in the morning." Director Wang greeted in return. "It's no problem. Rather, I prefer having and finishing the shoot early since I can take my time exercising once it's over." "Oh, are you going to exercise as soon as you're done? Won't you be tired?" Yoo-min asked. "I'll be fine. I actually feel more refreshed if I end the day by breaking a sweat." Raen's stamina that was on par with that of men was one of the reasons why drama production teams loved her so much. She showed no hint of fatigue after continuous reshoots, and displayed a lively performance every single time on camera as if it was her first attempt. Actors were bound to get tired when shoots extended for long periods of time, but words such as fatigue were not in Raen's vocabulary. This was one of Raen's massive strengths as an actress. Since Raen had met up with director Wang and Yoo-min, she decided to take a short time to show them the sportswear that she wanted to wear. "I was hoping to wear these," Raen expressed. A zip-up sweatshirt, black leggings, and white sneakers were together as a set. Yoo-min asked in surprise, "Aren't these leggings?" "Yes. You're going to wear these. Is it not allowed on TV?" "No, that's not it, but there are some actresses who don't like wearing tight-fitting clothes that expose their figure." Not only did Raen enjoy wearing leggings while exercising, they were one of the main items that would be sold in her business. "I'm fine with them. I wear them all the time when exercising, Rayan replied. Director Wong asked while tilting his head, I thought you didn't like clothes that were revealing, Rayan. What I don't like is skin exposure. I'm fine with skin-tight clothes like these n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Every actor had things that they were okay and not okay with. In Rayan's case, she was still reluctant to expose her bare skin. Since the person concerned was saying that it was okay, Director Wong and Yumin had no reason to refuse. The design isn't bad either. In their eyes, the sportswear looked great. They would not contradict the character Kang Sin-hai's traits either. Rayan sighed in relief in her head as the two most important people of this production showed positive responses. Her sportswear was approved in no time. Since the sportswear issue had been resolved, Rayan got ready for the shoot. But before that, Yumin asked her about a different subject. Rayan, are you not interested in social media? Social media? Yes. I'm sure your company sales would increase exponentially if you upload selfies in your sportswear. Other celebrities do the same thing, don't they? An indirect advertisement through social media. In Rayan's case, it could even be considered a direct advertisement since it was her own company's product. Social media, huh? She had used a few in her past life, but it was nothing more than a way to communicate with her friends. It was her first time making a social media account as an extremely popular actress. Do I just upload a few pictures like other celebrities do? It looked like she had some studying to do as a social media novice. Scene #3-2. The shoot started off with the scene where the female protagonist Kang Sin-hai visited the cafe to apply for a part-time job. Rayan entered the cafe in casual clothing. The camera filmed her first meeting with the man standing at the counter, Ji Han-sok. Welcome. Mistaking her for a customer, Han-sok put on his business smile. Rayan stated the purpose of her visit while returning his smile with an awkward one of her own. I'm here for an interview. An interview? Oh, are you Miss Kang Sin-hai? Yes, that's me. You're extremely early, aren't you? The interview was supposed to be held at 3 p.m., but Sin-hai had arrived at 1 p.m. I arrived early because I didn't want to be late. If it's too early, then I'll spend the time drinking a cup of coffee until you're free. No, it's okay. There aren't any customers at the moment, so let's start the interview right away. Rayan and Han-sok exchanged lines naturally without a single NG cut, possibly because they had already worked together before. Okay, cut. That was great. Let's take a 15-minute break before we move on to the next scene. Yes, director. Rayan did not seem to have any intention of taking a break despite being given time for one. She had always been the competitive type even in her past life, so she always saw things through until perfection. And of course, that was also true in the case of drama shoots. Sunbi, I'm sorry, but could you join me in the script reading? Script reading? Okay, sure. Let's do it. Han-sok became a yes man for any of Rayan's requests. Wait, Han-sok stuttered in embarrassment as soon as they sat across from each other. As Rayan was about to ask him what was wrong, Han-sok said while turning his gaze elsewhere, Rayan, you should cover your legs with something. Rayan was not wearing a particularly short skirt, but it had rolled up slightly due to her sitting motion. It was possible for someone right across from her to see her panties at the right angle. However, Rayan had been a woman for almost 2 years. Such situations were well within her expectations. It's fine, Sunbi. I'm wearing bloomers underneath. Rayan did not seem to mind her movements or posture much because of the insurance that she was wearing, but that was only the case for herself. Han-sok, who had to sit across from her, was not thinking as positively as her. No, but still. Rayan's smooth calves and thighs were still clearly visible. There was no way that Han-sok could take his eyes off her legs, which were every man's hopes and dreams. Rayan had no choice but to take off her jacket and cover her legs for Han-sok to focus on the script. Everything was now ready. Ahem. Han-sok cleared his throat and recited his line first. Where did you say you were from again? I'm from Namhae County of Gyeongsang-nam Province. Namhae? That's pretty far away. How did you end up in Seoul? It just happened. No drama revealed everything from the first episode. The same went for Waitress. The reason why Sin-hai came to Seoul was not fully revealed because the audience would slowly lose interest as the drama went on if everything was laid bare on the table. This script was special because the reason was not revealed to the actors. There are a few production teams that do this. Rayan had heard of such instances before in her past life where a thriller drama was filmed with the actors having no knowledge of who the culprit was, not even the actor who was playing the culprit. The movie director had said that he had purposefully kept it secret to help the actors immerse themselves in the scenario more to heighten the quality of their performance. However, there was one problem. I already know what happens. The actors had speculated that Sin-hai had come to Seoul to find her long-lost younger sister that she had separated from in childhood, and that younger sister would play a very important role in greatly distorting Sin-hai's relationship with the male lead played by Han-sok. That's not it. It's a bit boring to perform while knowing everything. However, Rayan was giving her all into her performance despite that. I was paid a lot, after all. One should do as much as what they were paid to do. That was the case for a security team leader, a popular actress, or any other job. After the script reading, the production team moved on to shooting the next scene where Kang Rayan and Ji Han-sok were having a one-on-one interview. The two actors had to focus their nerves on every single word for the dialogue-heavy scene. Rayan activated yet another one of her talents. I've had a lot of part-time jobs. I used to be a server at a restaurant, an employee at a beauty store, and explained food products while serving samples at food aisles in stores. Han-Sok pretended to be writing something down as Rayan said her long line with perfect articulation. So, you're saying you have confidence in your communication skills? Yes. Rayan used to be criticized for her articulation back when she had been a bodyguard. She had been berated by one of her seniors one time for her inability to clearly explain the situation in emergencies. After that day, Rayan took enunciation lessons as if she was aiming to become an announcer. Only after she was able to brief her security team members as concisely, swiftly, and accurately as possible were they able to respond in kind. I never expected the enunciation lessons that I got back then would raise my value as an actress. She even thought that she was born to be an actress in her second life. Director Wong nodded like a bobblehead in great satisfaction by Rayan's perfect line enunciation. Okay, Rayan, that was absolutely perfect. You could even become an announcer. Thank you, Director. Han-Sok already knew how good Rayan's articulations were, so he was not all that surprised. However, he was surprised about something else. I think you've gotten a lot better than back in our previous drama together. Your tone of voice has also gotten a lot more natural. It was worth putting all that practice into it, then. No matter how talented one was, a satisfying product could not result from a lack of effort. Rayan had replayed the scenes that would be shot today in her head over and over again right until she went to sleep yesterday. She had a good memory, so she could easily memorize the lines. The issue was her performance. Rayan's character Kong Sun-hai, unlike her character Jin Seo-yu in Reaper, had to emit the energy of an innocent country girl. She would slowly adapt to life in Seoul and become more sophisticated as time went on, but there was a need to emphasize during the initial portion of the drama that Sun-hai was an innocent country girl. Hence, Rayan forcefully raised her energy level. This isn't really my thing, but it couldn't be helped. As long as she was an actress, she had to perform as if she had been possessed by the character, even if their personality did not match with her own. That was the essence of a true professional. The shoot was able to end an hour earlier than planned thanks to the Rayan and Han-Sok pair's flawless performance. Great work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work from so early in the morning. The staff members congratulated each other for their successful first day of shooting. Rayan got ready to go back home together with her manager. Director Wong approached her as she was saying goodbye to Han-Sok. Rayan, I discussed it with the clothing team, and they said you can wear the sportswear that you showed me this morning. They all loved the design as well. I'm glad everyone liked them. Han-Sok took an interest in the mention of sportswear. Are you talking about the clothing business that you were setting up, Rayan? Yes. The preparations are almost complete. All that's left for us to do now is to secure enough supply through the factory. Park Seo-hun and his sales team had already secured a distribution line. All that was left to do now was production, and then to go into proper sales. Do you have menswear as well? It'd be nice to show male sets as well, don't you think? Han-Sok said with great interest in Rayan's business. He had volunteered to be a model, which Rayan more than welcomed. Director Wong also strongly agreed. Please bring some menswear next time as well like Han-Sok suggested. Rayan, said Director Wong. Okay, I will. Her company sales would increase along with her popularity as an actress. It was the perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. It had been a while since Seo Yiseo, Choi Aromi, Nha Jiurin and Rayan got together. Their goal was clear, shopping. The four girls arrived at a department store and looked around clothing stores before they went for lunch. Rayan was bombarded with people asking for her autograph as she strolled through the store. Her popularity was as high as always. She didn't mind dealing with fans, but I'd like to buy some clothes. She had become a university student. Now that she was an adult, her clothes from last year felt a little tight. Her waist circumference was fine, rather, her clothes felt more loose around the waist than last year. The problem was with her hips. Rayan had come shopping with her friends to buy some new jeans because her old ones felt too tight around her hips. She no longer felt awkward in women's wear stores. Is there a specific piece of clothing you're looking for? An employee asked. Rayan answered as if she was waiting for them to ask. Could you show me some jeans? Jeans, unlike skirts, were one of the safest and least uncomfortable pieces of clothing to wear. Hence, they had become her most frequently worn fashion item as of late. The employee took out and showed Rayan a pair of jeans. How about something like this? Jeans like these that help accentuate the hip curves are on the rise these days. They're skinny fit, so your legs will look beautiful as well. They're also made of comfortable materials, so I'm sure they'll be more than good enough for daily use. Listening to explanations was pointless. The most important thing when choosing clothes was how good it felt to wear them. Could I try them on? Rayan asked. No one could tell how a piece of clothing would look on someone until they actually tried it on. Yes, of course, the employee answered cheerfully. Rayan entered the fitting room with the jeans. She could hear her friends outside while she was putting them on. Have you put them on, Rayan? Yeah. Can you take a look? Rayan asked. Her friends showered her with compliments as she exited the fitting room with the jeans on. My, they fit you so nicely. That's a celebrity for ya. They could clearly see the difference between a regular person and a celebrity. Rayan pulled her hair back and stood in front of the mirror to check her appearance for herself. But man, I've completely become a woman. She used to get so embarrassed by stuff like this, but now, shopping with her girlfriends felt all too natural to her. She was placed on a turning point of whether she should be happy or sad by how well she had adapted to her new self. Raen purchased every single piece of clothing that she took a liking to regardless of price, because there was no way that she was short on money. The clothing stores also gave her discounts on their own without reserve for items that were a bit too pricey. They were well aware that a celebrity like Raen simply wearing their products was an advertisement in and of itself. The stores were practically begging her to wear their products. Shopping time had come to an end. Raen had been planning on having lunch with her friends and perhaps watching a movie after, but that plan crumbled into bits from a single phone call. You won't be able to free up any time other than today, okay? I'll be right there, so tell everyone to wait. Yiseo asked what the call was about as Raen hung up. Was it about the drama? No, my company. They asked me to come greet everyone since they're having their regular meeting today. Sorry, but I have to go. Raen had not met all of her company's executives yet. Not only was the company schedule jam-packed, Raen's own schedule was also just as full, so she had not been able to schedule a proper date. She was not directly involved in business administration, but she was the chairwoman in name. It was her responsibility to deliver a few words of encouragement to her staff members. Raen drove to her company building. She parked in the underground parking lot and took the elevator up to the floor where the new office was. She could see the engraved company logo and name written in English as soon as she entered the hallway. They had decided on Lavanche as their company name. It was the same clothing brand name that Seo-hun had grown into greatness in Raen's past life. She had asked him why he chose that name, but he answered that there was no particular reason for it. It simply sounded cool. That Mr. sure loves to act cool. The executives got up from their seats as soon as Raen entered the office. Good afternoon, chairwoman. Oh my god, is Miss Kang Raen seriously our chairwoman? Wow, it's my first time seeing a celebrity in person. The employees who had yet to meet Raen until now tried their best to hide their astonishment. Seo-hun and Ma Yongjun approached Raen as soon as they heard that she had arrived. Raen asked the two men, is the meeting over? Yeah, they were all waiting for you. Raen usually spoke informally to the two men, but she forced herself to speak formally since it was obvious what the other employees would think if they witnessed her being disrespectful to men who were far older than her. Seo-hun and Yongjun were unaccustomed to Raen speaking formally to them at first, but like how Raen was slowly adjusting to her life as a woman, they were also in the middle of adjusting to the current situation. Clap, clap. Seo-hun clapped twice to focus the executive's attention on Raen. Okay, it's been a while since our chairwoman visited, so let's have her say a few words of encouragement before we start getting into business for real. This was the perfect chance to greet the executives as well as to let them know in what direction she would lead the company. She cleared her throat with a few coughs and clearly articulated her ambitions like she had done during her drama shoots. JNN. Our company Lavanche will grow to become the greatest clothing brand that will represent Korea, so all you have to do is to trust and follow me. She was saying that she would carry this company on her back. The executives showered her assertive ambitions with applause. Raen had already risen to stardom as an actress. However, it was still not enough. She had taken her first step in her second objective, to become a successful businesswoman. Yiseo sat in the living room to catch the original airing of the drama Waitress. She had prepared food and drinks, and then called today's main character Kang Raen over. Raen, the drama's about to start. Raen asked as she lifelessly came out of her room, do I really have to watch it too? Of course you do. You star in it. Aren't you the least bit curious? Not in the slightest. She had already taken a look at the original shots, and she wasn't very interested either since she knew everything that would happen. Not only that, but she considered watching the drama that she starred in as neither a hobby nor for stress relief, but as an extension of work. Hence, Raen had no intention of watching it, but unable to handle Yiseo's pressing, she ended up taking a seat next to her. Episode 1 was written right at the center of the TV screen, and then slowly transitioned to a different background. Yiseo took pictures of the TV screen with her phone. She wanted to remember the monumental moment through her eyes, mind, heart, and finally, pictures. Snap, snap. Raen requested, send me a few of what you just took. Huh? Why? So I can upload it to my social media account. Raen had recently made her personal social media account. Despite it only containing a single post with 2 pictures attached, her account blew up with follow requests as soon as she had made it. There was no need to accept every single request. She only followed back people who worked in the same industry as her, and her high school friends. She rejected everyone else. I'd regret it down the line if I follow everyone back. She wouldn't receive malicious comments just for not following back every single person, so she only followed back people who she knew. Kim Chi-yeol, her mortal enemy, was one of them. He was very active on social media like the womanizer that he was. Congressman Kim Han-Gyo also had an official account, but she did not follow it. There wouldn't be anything to snoop on anyway. However, that was not the case for Chi-yeol. Raen had followed him back because he was one of the people she knew who caused many issues through social media. This son of a bitch tries his shot with any beautiful woman he sees, for God's sake. Yiseo looked through the pictures that she had taken and told Raen that she would send them to her once the drama was over. She needed to focus on the first episode of Waitress, right now. The country girl Kang Sun-hai was wandering all over the place after arriving in Seoul. Yiseo smiled unconsciously as she saw Sun-hai's first meeting with Ji Han-sok's character. "You guys are the definition of a handsome couple," she remarked. "Why so out of the blue?" "It's not out of the blue. Look at the screen. You're beautiful, and Ji Han-sok is handsome. I'm sure the ratings would rise even if the drama only contained 2 shots of you and Han-sok." The phrase feast for the eyes existed for a reason. Regardless of whether one was male or female, it was natural for them to feel good whenever they saw handsome men or beautiful women. If there was a tier list for dramas based on how good-looking their cast was, Waitress would be top tier. After the interview, the store manager played by Han-sok said to Arayan, "Would you like to try the uniform on?" Arayan's character blinked perplexedly. "You have uniforms?" "Of course we do. Please wait here." "Yejong, we have a uniform left over, don't we? Could you bring it over please?" The cafe that Han-sok's character ran provided uniforms for the staff to wear. The writer added a setting that the cafe's female staff uniforms were rumored to be extremely pretty. The camera panned upward from Arayan's toes to the top of her head in one take to fully display her in the uniform. It looked like a Middle Ages European dress that was modified to be easier to move around in, making Arayan look exactly like a princess. "Oh my god, you're way too pretty," Yiseo exclaimed. "You have no idea how hard it was to film with that on." "Really? Why? That outfit's a lot tighter around the waist than it looks. It forcibly straightened my back even when I was seated." It was only possible for Arayan to wear it because her waist was so thin. However, considering how pretty she looked, she felt that it was worth suffering through it. An hour passed by in a flash. The first episode of Waitress came to an end. Arayan's phone rang like crazy as soon as it was over, being bombarded with texts and calls saying that they loved the drama, along with some feedback on the side. A text from her older brother caught her eye as she scrolled through the texts. "Dad and I watched the drama. You were great. Dad was happy too. Give me a call if you're not sleeping." Why a call all of a sudden? She had not been planning on sleeping just yet, so she went into her room with her phone. She could hear Kang Are-hyek's voice as soon as she pressed the call button. "Atta girl, my lil sis. You looked like an absolute princess right from the first episode. I'm hanging up if you ask me to call you for something like that." Hey, wait. You're as cold as always. You're nothing like your kind and docile character in the drama. Try to distinguish between drama and reality. That aside, why did you ask me to call you?" Arayan wondered if something bad had happened. "You know, about the thing that we talked about last time." "What thing?" "We talked about a lot of things. About the house moving." "Oh, that." Their household no longer had to live while saddled with debt thanks to Arayan's accomplishments. They had paid off their father's debt long ago, and had been amassing a considerable amount of wealth through stock trading and Arayan's TV appearance fees. Hence, they had considered getting a new house not for Arayan, but for her brother and father. Although they were not her real family, they were still currently her older brother and father. She felt a little bothered by the fact that only she was living in a nice home. She had been hoping for her brother and father to live in a place just as nice as her own, to prevent it from biting her in the ass down the line through entertainment industry scandals. But Dad is against it. Are-hyek was in charge of persuading him, but n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "I don't think I can persuade him on my own." He had put up the white flag in the call with his little sister whom he hadn't spoken to in a while. "So, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna live there forever?" "No, I can't do that. So I was thinking, could you persuade Dad for me?" "Me? He listens to you more than me. You know he's a sucker for his daughter." Their father had even put up a screenshot picture of Arayan's TV appearance and her first place report card on the living room wall. He loved his daughter very dearly. Hence, Are-hyek thought it would be more effective for Arayan to persuade their father to move houses instead of himself. He certainly was not wrong. Arayan sighed deeply and agreed to do it. "What days is Dad off work?" "This Thursday and Friday." "Really? Then I'll head there around Thursday evening. I'll probably arrive before dinner time. I only have morning shoots on that day. Then we can talk about it with Dad while we're having dinner. Or we can do it after. I'll wait for the right time to bring it up." The sibling's father certainly would listen more to his cute daughter who had just become an adult instead of his son who had already been discharged from the military. Arayan hung up and texted her real estate agent contact to look for some good apartments on the market. "I'll make sure to persuade Dad." Arayan was strangely confident. It had been a while since Arayan visited her old home. 6 months had passed since she moved out to live with Yiseo. It hadn't even been that long, but it felt like she had been away for a very long time. Seeing the house again, it sure looks old. It was a shabby single-floor detached house. Not only was it not in a good location, but the land value would not rise either since there were barely any favorable things about the area. It would be very difficult for an investor to find any value in such a place. Despite all that, Arayan could not understand why her father was so against leaving this house. There was only one thing that she knew about this house. "I've lived almost 20 years here." She could not see any value in the house aside from that. Is it simply because of sentimental value? Arayan believed that such sentiments were better off being put aside. There was no need to impose discomfort on oneself when they could afford to live in a much better space. Her father, who had been watching TV in the living room, looked at Arayan in surprise when she opened the front door. "My baby girl? How did you get here?" "By car, of course." The exhaust sound that had echoed throughout the neighborhood had been from Arayan's sports car. Had Appa not told you that I'd be coming? Arayan asked. Had he? Oh, he had. Sorry, I'd completely forgotten. No wonder. Despite Arayan earning a ton of money, the sibling's father continued to work as a delivery man. Arayan had tried her best to persuade him multiple times that he did not have to work anymore, but he had not budged on the matter at all. I should bring that up as well along with the house moving. She had been given a lot to do. Arahayak opened his room door and greeted his little sister after belatedly noticing the noise coming from the living room. Hey, lil sis. What were you doing in your room? You were watching porn again, weren't you? Is that all you talk about whenever you see me? Arahayak was reminded of the trauma that had formed because of Arayan's frequent harassment when they used to live together. They decided to have dinner at home instead of eating out. Arayan chatted with her father about all kinds of things while eating the homemade meal that she hadn't had in a while. This seems like as good of a time as any. Arayan casually brought up the topic of moving. Dad, what do you think about moving to some place bigger and better than here? Her father was a yes man whenever it came to her, but I can't do that. He refused Arayan's suggestion without hesitation. Kang Arayan knew as soon as her father refused without hesitation that this was going to be a hard battle to win. Like Kang Arahayak had mentioned in the call, their father listened to almost everything that she would ask. That was how much he treasured her. However, that was not the case for anything related to the house. Your brother also brought that up last time. Arahayak, did you ask Arayan to persuade me in your place? Arahayak stuttered in confusion. Arayan interjected, no, rather, I was the one who asked him to bring up the subject to you. She told her father everything about how they had been considering the house moving. Arahayak had been thinking of taking all the blame since he was the older brother, but that chance had been stolen now that Arayan had laid everything bare on the table. Their father lightly sighed and asked, why are you considering something like that? Because this house is old, Arayan answered. They had plenty of money. It was human instinct to live in a better place if they could afford it. It was perfectly natural for a human to pursue better food, clothing, and shelter. However, their father did not seem to have even a little of such basic human desires, which Arayan could not understand at all. We've paid off all our debt, and there's no more reason for us to save money. Moving to a new house isn't much trouble for us financially, so please take this opportunity to move to some place better with Appa. No, I'm fine. Arayan proposed the move once again, but their father flatly refused. His gaze then shifted to Arahayak. Arahayak, do you want to move to a better place? Well, yes. It was obvious. If Arahayak had felt the same way as their father, he would have refused once his little sister even brought up the subject. Their father sighed and said to Arahayak, if you want to move, then you should also take this chance to live independently. I won't be against it. Their father suggested that Arahayak move out instead. Arahayak was inwardly happy, but he could not openly express it because Arayan was fiercely glaring at him. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This dimwit twat. Arayan needed to remind herself that she wasn't here to help her older brother receive approval for his independence. She had gotten curious about her father's refusal to move. Why do you want to stay here so much? She asked. Only after knowing the reason could she come up with a solution. It's complicated. However, their father did not seem to have any intention of telling them why. Let's eat, he said as he picked up his spoon. They could not bring it up anymore for today. They needed to wait for another opportunity. Once their father went to bed early, Arayan visited Starlight Road after a long time with Arahayak. It was practically empty because it was quite late at night. Yijun at the counter blinked repeatedly in surprise as soon as they entered the cafe. Arayan Nuna? Why are you here? We're here for a family meeting. Don't mind us and keep doing your job. They ordered 2 iced Americanos and sat at the furthest table possible. No one would hear them since there weren't any other customers in the cafe, but they sat at the most remote place possible just in case. The contents of their meeting was very simple. It was about why their father wouldn't move houses. I've been thinking hard about it. Arayan voiced her opinion first. Could it be because that house was the first one that he'd bought with his own money? No matter how old and low in value something was, there were some items that held great meaning in one's life. That house could be one of such things for their father. After much thought, Arayan had put it up as one of the potential reasons. Arahayak objected, that wasn't his first house. I once heard him say that he and mom used to live in a small studio apartment, but sold it and moved to our current home. Oh, really? If it wasn't special because it was the first house that he had ever bought, then could it be because the place is filled with his memories with mom? Arayan conjectured for a second time. Arahayak said in possible agreement, yeah, I'm sure dad has lots of memories with mom in that house that we don't know about. We've also lived there during the time that mom passed away. There were a few points that meshed together. They didn't know exactly what sort of memories that their father had with their mother in that house. Such memories were their own little secret. He doesn't want to move, so shouldn't we just let him be? It's not like there's a reason that he needs to move no matter what. It was simply because the house was old. Like Arahayak had said, there was no other reason but that. Wait, Arayan expressed. Refusing to yield, she called her hands and legs, Ma Youngjun. Mister, you introduced me to a real estate agent last time. Do you know any other real estate agents in the area where I used to live? If you do, then send me their number. Arayan was extremely competitive. Once she started something, she could only rest after seeing it through to the end. And of course, that also applied to family circumstances. Rayan once again went to her father and brother's house on the next day. Since she had received noise complaints from pulling up on her sports car last time, she pulled up on a regular sedan this time. She called for her father as soon as she got out of the car and opened the front door. "Dad, could you come out here for a second?" He came out of the house in puzzlement with Rayan. Rayan said as she pointed at the vacant lot next to them, "I bought this plot of land, and I'm going to build a house based completely on your preferences. What do you think?" She was planning on building a new house right next to the home that he did not want to move from, with the thought that her father could live in the new house and just keep the old house in good shape. Hyuk, who had followed his father out on impulse, was lost for words by his little sister's will to act. She had come up with such an idea in just a single day. Their father expressed with a bitter smile, "Thank you, my baby girl. But you see," he fixed his gaze not on the plot of land that the new house would be built on, but the old house that he was living in. "I like this house much better." He refused despite Rayan's proposal to build him a house right next door. "Is it about money? If it is, then you don't have to worry, Dad. I have more than enough money left over." Rayan wondered if their father was acting like this because he was bothered by using the money that his children had earned. However, that was not the reason. "It's because this house holds special meaning to me," their father remarked. It was as the siblings had expected. Hyuk brought up what he had discussed with Rayan yesterday. "Is it because this house is full of memories you'd made with Mom?" That seemed to be the most plausible. Their father said, "You're not wrong, but memories even more precious than those he had made with his wife were dwelling in this house. This is also where you two were born." Huh. The siblings were both shocked. It was not like they ran a maternity clinic. "We were born in this house." Yes. Their father started unpacking the bag of past stories that they had no idea about. There weren't any maternity clinics in the area at the time. There was only one hospital far downtown. "Hyuk, you came out a lot faster than scheduled, so we ended up having you here. You were born safely thanks to the help from the neighborhood ladies." "I see." It was the first time Hyuk had heard of it. However, that was not the end of the story. Then was Rayan also. Their father nodded. "We were determined to go to a hospital to have Rayan, but things happened and you ended up being born here as well. It was a strange turn of fate." This old detached home was not only filled with memories with his wife, but also the place where he first met his children. Hence, their father could not bring himself to leave this home, nor would he ever sell it to someone else. Rayan sighed after hearing the story. Now that she had heard the reason, there was no way that she could persuade him to move. Rayan gave up on getting him to move houses, but is a refurbishment okay, then? She had still not given up. This was the final form of compromise that she could offer. Hyuk admired his little sister's tenacity. Their father laughed loudly and finally decided to accept Rayan's goodwill. "Okay, fine. What sort of father would I be to refuse when my precious daughter is going so far for me? I sure have a dutiful daughter." He felt so great that he couldn't stop smiling. While their father went to the bathroom, Hyuk asked his little sister, "You really wanted to see it through to the end, huh?" "You're goddamn right." Rayan's competitive spirit could not be broken even after hearing their home's circumstances. She wanted to do whatever it took to come to a result that she could be satisfied with. A refurbishment was barely within the lines of satisfaction. "What are you gonna do?" Rayan asked Hyuk. "Me. Dad said yesterday that you can move out if you want." Hyuk answered immediately as if he had already made up his mind long ago. "I should move out. My friends were asking when I was going to." "Why?" "Something about wanting to make our own hideout." It was a man thing. If a friend moved out of their parents' house to somewhere close by and was living alone, that place would be designated as their hideout. Hyuk also looked like he was secretly wanting it. "Have you thought about where?" Rayan asked. "I was thinking somewhere near your place. I'm sure Dad would like it, since he always says an older brother should protect his little sister. I can take care of myself, so worry about yourself first." She had come to help her father move houses, but had ended up helping her brother move out instead. Private Choi Sang-woon was vigorously swinging a pickaxe under the sweltering sun. He had never held a pickaxe in his life, but soldiers needed to know the basics of using a shovel, pickaxe, and hammer if they didn't want to be given a hard time by their seniors. This was his first time learning to use a pickaxe, but fortunately, "Wow, you're pretty good at using a pickaxe, aren't you, little newbie?" "Thank you very much, sir. I was worried that you wouldn't be of use when you were first transferred to our squad since you were so skinny, but you've impressed me." Sang-woon was also surprised by himself. He was worried while being trained at the training center after the entrance ceremony about whether or not he could handle the rifle training, marching, outdoor camping, individual combat and even CBR training. However, he had acclimated much better than expected, considering how scared he was. But of course, that didn't mean he had come to like the army. If he could escape his military service without any repercussions, he would in a heartbeat. A superior wearing a squad leader epaulet called out to the soldiers, "We will resume in 10 minutes. Everyone, take a break." "Yes, sir." The soldiers hurriedly escaped toward the shade. Thump. Sang-woon collapsed on his butt and looked at his forearm while wiping his sweat. He had been tanned and had also put on quite a bit of muscle after being forced by his seniors to work out with them during his free time. "I wasn't interested in fitness at all during my high school days. The entire squad had been infected by a fitness craze because of the seniors' desire to get toned to pick up girls at the beach during their leave in the summer. Sang-woon thought of Kang Raein. I wonder what Raein would say if she saw how much I've changed. His head heated up once again after having barely been cooled down by the shade. Sang-woon had not been able to put up the sticker photo that Raein had gifted him to put up on his army locker, because he did not want to show it to his seniors who pounced on anyone who had pictures of female acquaintances on their locker. One of the seniors brought up Raein just as Sang-woon was thinking about her. Did you watch Waitress yesterday? The drama Waitress was extremely popular among their squad lately. They could only watch reruns of it on the weekend because they could not watch dramas whenever they wanted to. However, that was more than enough for them to be happy. Kang Raein is so hot in it, isn't she? You're goddamn right she is. I couldn't take my eyes off the TV screen when she came out with that cafe uniform on. I guarantee you that Kang Raein is the hottest woman in Korea. I couldn't agree more. The soldiers watched Waitress every weekend without fail, not for the story, but to see Raein in it. Sigh. If only I knew Kang Raein personally. Sang-woon's shoulders violently flinched at his senior's remark. Having noticed that by coincidence from up close, his senior asked, Hey, Choi Sang-woon. Yes sir? Private Choi speaking. Why did you flinch? No way, are you acquainted with Kang Raein? Sang-woon flinched again. His senior reacted in surprise. Seriously? You know her? As Sang-woon was wriggling hesitantly, their squad's highest-ranking officer interjected, Fucking hell, say something that actually makes sense. How could regular people like us be close with a goddess in heaven like her? Right, Sang-woon? Why yes, sir. That's exactly right, Sang-woon said as he secretly sighed in relief. The thought of what would happen if his squad members found out that he used to be classmates with Raein terrified him. This is Private Choi. I'm here for business in the orderly room. Oh, Sang-woon. Come here, the army administrative clerk Jang Hyun-bok said as he showed Sang-woon a calendar. It's time for your first military leave, right? Yes, that's right. I have to make the leave schedule for next month, so pick which day you want. Sang-woon was bewildered from being given priority selection. I'll just choose a date after my seniors finish choosing. Hey, you don't need to yield to your seniors. There's no leave more prioritized than a new recruit's first leave. It'll be difficult to choose the dates that you want for your leaves after this one, so make use of your new recruit privileges while you still can, the administrative clerk sincerely advised. Sang-woon had never thought about which day he wanted his leave. If he could choose, then. Corporal Jang. Could I let you know after I call my friends? Yeah, you have until the end of the day, so go make your calls. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sang-woon headed to the phone booth and called his best friend, Kim Young-gyo first. Hello, Young-gyo, it's me. Oh, Sang-woon? Son of a bitch, it's been a while. What's up? You see, Sang-woon asked Young-gyo for a good date to schedule his leave so that he could meet up with all of his friends. Young-gyo's answer was clear. We'll be free anytime, so come whenever you'd like. You said it was 5 days and 4 nights, right? Yeah, that's pretty long. It could feel long for regular people, but the person on leave did not feel that way. The 4 nights and 5 days only felt like 4.5 seconds to them. Sang-woon hung up and pondered deeply as he stared at another phone number that he had written down. There was someone who he was wondering whether or not to call. Should I try calling Raein too? He was already filled with worries whether or not she would meet with him when she would be up to her neck with work related to the drama around this time. However, he decided to give it a shot anyway. He took a deep breath. Okay, let's do it. Sang-woon pressed the number keys. It was 7 p.m. Raein was running on a treadmill while wearing the sportswear newly released by Levanche to shoot a scene where she exercised at a fitness center. Raein perfectly recited her lines without a hint of fatigue despite the difficulty of speaking while running. Cut. Okay, that was great. Let's move on to the next scene after a short break. Program director Wang Yoon-sung okayed the scene on the second attempt. The staff members immediately brought a towel and some water over to Raein. She thanked them as she wiped her sweat with the towel. Her manager Shin Yubin brought a mini fan for her while she was getting her makeup remade that was slightly smudged off. Whir? The cool air enveloped her face. How is it, Raein? You feel a lot better, right? Yubin asked. Yes, thanks to you. I've also prepared some cold beverages for you, so have some once the shoot is over. A manager's most important job was to take care of the celebrity that they were managing. Raein's phone vibrated as Yubin was about to ask if she needed anything else. Yubin, who had been holding onto Raein's phone during the shoot, said to herself as she looked at the display, a spam call at this time of day. What is it? You got a call from an unknown number. This is obviously a spam call, isn't it? Rain understood as soon as she checked the number. That's not a spam call, she remarked. Huh? What is it, then? Please hand me the phone for a second. Rain received the phone from Yubin and answered it without hesitation. Hello. She could hear a man's rigid voice. Hello? Is this Rain's phone? As she had thought, it was a voice she knew very well. It is, so you don't have to be so scared. She figured out instantly that it was Sang-woon. She could tell from just a glance of the unknown number that he was calling from the army base. How have you been? Oh, I've been watching your drama. It's all that my squad talks about. Really? That's a relief. Sang-woon was extremely nervous, possibly because it was his first time calling Rain after he had enlisted. However, he had not called Rayan only because he wanted to hear her voice. I'll be going on my first military leave next month. So, I called to ask if I could see you even for a little bit while I was out. Just a sec, Rayan said. She then turned to Yubin to ask, Miss Manager, what's my schedule like next month? N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Next month? Here. Yubin took out the notepad that she used to organize Rayan's schedule and showed it to her. After looking through the notepad, Rayan told Sang-woon, I'll have time on Thursday of the first week of next month. Then I'll schedule my leave around that time. A senior of mine said earlier that you can choose whatever date you like because it's prioritized over other leaves, right? Huh? Why yeah, that's right. Rayan already knew without Sang-woon telling her. Okay, take care of yourself until then. I'll see you next month. Yubin asked as soon as Rayan hung up, who was that? A classmate who went to do his military service. He's gonna be on his leave soon, so he called to see if we could meet up. Really? But how did you know that it was from him? It was an unknown number, wasn't it? I could just tell. An active-duty university girl was not to be underestimated. Rayan woke up early despite having no shoots scheduled today, because she had to fulfill her duty not as a university student nor an actress, but as a businesswoman. She had to stop by her company in the morning and somewhere else in the afternoon. Rayan arrived at Levanche in her car and received some good news from Park Seel-hun. About the sportswear that you wore last time in your shoot. The Type B. Yeah, that. Its sales skyrocketed after it aired on TV, so I've been thinking about making that our flagship product for the time being. What do you think? Sounds good, Rayan answered carefree. I'll let you know about the details of the additional promotions once I summarize the conversation that I'll have with the marketing side. Oh, and are you free during lunch? Why? I don't have anyone to eat with today. It was for a very simple reason. Rayan felt sorry for Seel-hun, but just eat by yourself today, she replied. What? Why? Are you saying you don't want to eat with an old man like me? No, I made plans to have lunch with a soldier friend who's breathing the fresh air of society after a while. Seel-hun said as if it couldn't be helped. If it's a soldier on leave, then of course I should yield. 1 CBR equals chemical, biological, radiological warfare. 2 The orderly room in the army provides administrative support to the whole troop. Choi Sang-woon checked his appearance again and again to make sure that he didn't look like a soldier. His number one priority was to hide his buzz cut. He was wearing a hat, t-shirt, and shorts. Sang-woon then took a look at his arms. It itches so goddamn much. There were a few red spots around his arms from the after effects of the weeding that had to be done every summer in the army. Nov.L.B/JNN. I should have listened to my seniors when they told me to work with my sleeves down. Sang-woon had no choice but to suffer through grass rashes for the time being. He needed to depart before he was late. He had decided to meet Kang Rayan at Starlight Road, which was practically their group's hideout in their high school days. There wouldn't be anyone to bother them there, making it good for Rayan. It'd be a huge issue if any reporters caught the two of us alone together. Sang-woon would be devoured by his seniors when he went back to his squad. He hurried to Starlight Road as soon as he left his home. Seo Yi-seo's father greeted Sang-woon as he opened the door. Oh, is that you, Sang-woon? Good afternoon, sir. You've become quite a man after coming out of the army. You look a lot more reliable now. Do I? Sang-woon had not realized how much he had changed yet. Rayan did not seem to have arrived yet, so he decided to take a seat and wait for her. He had only recently figured out how much of a blessing it was to meet a girl during his leave, especially when the girl was Kang Rayan, the extremely popular actress as of late. He had emptied the iced Americano that he had ordered from the pressure of meeting Rayan after so long. Jingle! As Sang-woon was about to order another drink, the cafe door opened and Rayan in sunglasses entered the cafe. She greeted Yi-seo's father first like Sang-woon had, and then walked towards Sang-woon. What the hell? Why are you so tanned? Thankfully, Rayan recognized him right away. Oh, you've gotten pretty built too, Rayan remarked as she rubbed Sang-woon's shoulders and arms. Sang-woon was momentarily bewildered by the sudden skinship, but his pride as a man urged him to slightly flex his muscles to show off their firmness. Rayan sat across from him and lightly laughed because of how much he had changed. How's life as a private? Rayan asked. I'm sure you can guess. It's difficult, exhausting, and I can't fully express it with words. People these days talked about how much better the military service had gotten, but it did not change the fact that it was the army. There was no way that it could be better than being a member of society. I'm guessing it's weeding season right about now. I can see the grass rashes on your arms. Looks like you're having a hard time. Sang-woon was running out of things to talk about because Rayan was saying everything that he wanted to. He had thought that women would be amazed by what soldiers had to go through during their service, but his expectations had gone completely out the window. Rather, you should wear long sleeves and trousers while you're weeding, no matter how hot it is. You might also get stung by a wasp if you're unlucky. Also, there's this thing called a ragweed that comes all the way up to your hips. Not only is it tough, but it also has thorns on its stems, so you should remove them while wearing coated cotton work gloves. Make sure to keep these life hacks in mind. Really? Oh, and try to pull the roots out as well. They'll just grow back after it rains if you just cut off the stem. I'm sure your seniors will tell you all of this. Sang-woon thought that he was back in the army for a second. He wondered how Rayan knew so much about weeding. With how much you know, people might think you'd gone to the army, Sang-Woon expressed. Rayan smiled meaningfully and said, who knows? I might actually have. Of course, Sang-Woon thought she was just making a joke. However, Rayan was telling the truth. There was no way for Sang-Woon to know that Rayan was a university girl who had been honorably discharged as a sergeant. Rayan wanted to hear more of Sang-Woon's stories, but, I have to go now. She had an interview with the press later today. Sang-Woon was not disappointed at all since he was happy enough that he got to see Rayan for even a moment. Can I meet you again during my next leave? Sang-Woon asked. Just let me know when and I'll try to make time for you. His next leave would be a private first-class regular leave instead of a new recruit's first military leave. It would be much easier to schedule a meeting since it was longer than just 5 days and 4 nights. Rayan got up from her seat and gestured to Sang-Woon. Let's go. I'll give you a ride back to your house. The two headed to Rayan's car that was parked in the area. The radio played as soon as she started the car. Congressman Park Soo-chun has been summoned by the prosecution after the uproar that he had caused in the political sphere due to recent corruption allegations. The prosecution is. Sang-Woon acted as if he knew the details of the news as soon as he heard it. I heard about this a bunch at home too. At home? Why? Because my dad is part of the bureau that's in charge of this case. Rayan's hands froze just as she was about to turn the steering wheel. Your father works in prosecution, she asked. Yeah, he's in the Special Investigations Bureau. The Special Investigations Bureau, which would be known as the Anti-Corruption Investigations Bureau in the future, was a special bureau that investigated large-scale corruption cases of high-ranking civil servants and politicians. Rayan happened to have been involved with them multiple times in the past because of Kim Han-Gyo. Congressman Park's borrowed name bank account has been secured, and evidence will spill out soon enough. It'll be difficult for him to slip out of this one, Sang-Woon stated. Rayan had already known this information, but she had not gotten it from articles since no official articles had been released yet. If Sang-Woon knew this information despite that, then it meant that his father really was involved in the case. Not only that, but he seemed to be in a considerably influential position. Is your father the deputy prosecutor general? Huh? No, he's not that high up yet. Rayan saw Sang-Woon in a completely new light now that she had found out that he had close connections to the public prosecutor's office, and the Special Investigations Bureau, no less. Sang-Woon. Yeah, let's stay close friends, she suddenly expressed. Sang-Woon nodded with a dumbfounded expression. They would be staying close friends regardless, since she might be seeing his father very often from now on. Rayan blankly looked out the car window while heading to the set where episode 10 of Waitress would be shot, which was in Busan this time instead of Seoul. Hence, Rayan was forced to spend a very long time cooped up in the car. Shin Yubin asked as Rayan stretched to chase away as much of her fatigue as possible, do you want to stop by a service area? Yes, please. She was just about craving some coffee. Rayan put on her sunglasses and mask before getting out of the car as a precaution to prevent people from recognizing her. However, such measures were not fully effective. Sharp-sighted people were able to recognize her, like now for example. Isn't that Kang Rayan? I think you're right. Rayan quickened her steps as soon as she heard them since she would be found out if she wasted any more time. She escaped to the bathroom and put her sunglasses and mask back on after doing her business. However much of a rush I'm in, I should still wash my hands. Rayan always made sure to stay clean. However, two women shyly greeted Rayan as she was washing her hands. Excuse me, are you Miss Kang Rayan? Oh, yes. She could not deny it anymore once it had come to this. Social media and the internet had advanced so much that any rude remarks to the public would spread like wildfire. But fortunately, the two women who had recognized her had not made it very obvious, hence other people in the rest area had no idea that she was in the women's bathroom. What are the chances that we got to see two celebrities in one place? I know, right? Should we buy a lottery ticket or something? Not one, but two celebrities? There were no other celebrities in Rayan's car but herself. Yubin and her stylist were the only other people. Who was the other celebrity? Rayan asked just in case. The one who seemed to be the older of the two answered, Mr. Cha Byun-soo. We saw him at the hot dog stand about 10 minutes ago. Rayan's smooth forehead wrinkled at the mention of the name. She had fortunately been wearing sunglasses and a mask, because the two women would have witnessed the displeasure on her face if she hadn't been. Yubin handed an iced Americano to Rayan who safely returned to the car. Here's the coffee that you wanted. Thank you very much. She took off her sunglasses and mask, and soothed her stomach with the cold coffee. Yubin tilted her head as she looked at Rayan. Did something happen at the rest area? Rayan was not a machine, but a person. Hence, there were times when she couldn't maintain her composure. That had been the case in the bathroom, and now in the car. However, Rayan played it off as nothing. Rayan felt complicated whenever she heard the name Cha Byun-soo. He was an actor in his 50s with close connections to the political world. He had started acting when he was 20. He had 30 years of acting experience under his belt and was well known by the public, but his reputation within the industry wasn't very great. There were instances when he forgot his place as an actor due to his political backings. And among them, he's closely connected to Kim Han-Gyo. Byun-soo had once joined Kim Han-Gyo's election camp and assisted in his election campaign. It was fairly easy to rake in votes when they were supported by a famous celebrity. It was common knowledge to take out the limbs first if one wanted to subdue a beast. In other words, I should take action so that Cha Byun-soo can't meddle in my plans. It had been a while since the gears in Arayan's head turned so fast. It is roughly a 4-hour drive from Seoul to Busan. The drama waitress had gone beyond competition among those of the same time frame and had become the hottest drama of the season. Arayan was told of the next event on her schedule by Yubin once her afternoon shoot had finished. You remember you have an interview with the press, right? You will be together with Han-Sok, so all you need to do is to come back to the set after doing whatever you need to do, without even changing clothes. Arayan was wearing her character's cafe uniform. There was no way that she liked this outfit with how fluttery the skirt was. The reporters asked if they could have the interview with you in that outfit. Han-Sok decided to wear his uniform for it too. If Ji Han-Sok had already decided as such, Arayan had no choice but to comply since she couldn't embarrass her senior. Not only was he her senior, she needed to maintain a good relationship with him. I'll have to put up with it for my connection with Chairman Ji. That aside, Arayan had gotten fairly used to going around in a skirt. She no longer unconsciously spread her legs while in one. Arayan stopped by the bathroom for a short moment. As she walked through the hallway to get back to the studio, a man who she knew was approaching from the opposite end. Cha Byun-soo. She had never expected to meet him here. She clicked her tongue in her head so that he would not notice. Meanwhile, Byun-soo recognized Arayan immediately and walked toward her. To Arayan, Byun-soo was in a position of a great senior. It can't be helped. She did not like it, but steeled herself to act like a well-mannered and sincere junior. Hello, sir. Arayan used sir instead of Sunbi due to their very large age difference. Byun-soo stared at Arayan with a wicked grin and said while laughing, you don't have to be so formal. Just call me Appa. Appa, my ass, you senile geezer. Arayan calmly suppressed such thoughts from coming out of her mouth and let his words slip past with a smile that fully concealed her displeasure. How could I possibly call you something so disrespectful? She swiftly refused. Byun-soo smiled awkwardly. It looks like you're in the middle of a shoot, he said as his gaze shifted to Arayan's legs. Her smooth legs could be seen under the skirt. Byun-soo was known to be an extreme womanizer, just like Kim Chi-yeol. That's why 3 of his wives divorced him. His private life was so filthy that Arayan tried not to get involved with Byun-soo as much as possible, but he seemed to be thinking otherwise. Oh, right. Do you have time this Sunday? Byun-soo asked. Sunday? Yeah. I'm thinking of stopping by your agency with Minister Kim. You know who he is, right? There was only one Minister Kim that Byun-soo would be referring to, Kim Chi-yeol. He wants to come to my agency with that son of a bitch. Her head surged with suspicions. She tried asking, may I ask what is it for? It's for a very important project. There might be ears around us right now, so I'll tell you when I'm there, Byun-soo remarked while emphasizing that Arayan needed to be there on Sunday. Arayan went through the knowledge of the future that she remembered while staring daggers at the direction where Byun-soo disappeared to. Could it be about that? There was one thing on her mind, but she was not yet fully certain it was about that. I guess I have no choice but to go on Sunday, now that it's come to this. She would rather die than to willingly meet Chi-yeol and Byun-soo, but she had no choice, considering she could seize an opportunity to screw both of them over at once big time. Arayan arrived just in time for the interview where the reporters were gathered. I apologize. I was tied up with something. There wasn't much time, so the interview commenced right away. Arayan and Han-Sok were asked basic questions such as if they were aware of the drama's massive surge in popularity, and what sort of difficulties they faced while filming. They were able to answer them with ease since such questions were asked in almost every other interview that they had. Among the crowd of reporters, a female reporter asked Arayan a very interesting question. Miss Kong, the reason that your character Kong Sun-hye came to Seoul has not been revealed yet. Is it true that not even the actors know why? Han-Sok and Arayan answered one after the other while nodding. Yes, that's correct. Director Wang wouldn't tell us even when we asked him to tell us in secret. Arayan acted like she didn't know despite knowing everything. She did not want Director Huang's efforts to keep his actors in the dark to go to waste. He could bear a grudge toward Arayan if she ever spoiled the true reason. Nov. L. B. //JNN. The female reporter asked in succession. What do you think the reason is, Miss Kong? Arayan almost blurted out the true reason. You won't fool me. It wasn't her first time dealing with reporters. She was now a bona fide veteran. She wouldn't be baited by such a mediocre ploy. I'm not too sure. Maybe to meet her first love. Arayan purposefully put forward an answer that couldn't be further from the truth, but the reporters frantically jotted it down in their notepads as if it was. As Arayan was about to get up from her seat after the interview had ended, Han-Sok whispered to her, could we talk for a bit, Arayan? He had a serious look on his face. Arayan thought it was because she was late for the interview. They went somewhere away from the eyes of reporters. Arayan was about to apologize as soon as they had changed locations, but Han-Sok spoke first. I heard you met Mr. Cha Byun-soo on your way back. Oh, yes. How did you know? Arayan asked. My manager told me that he saw you two in the hallway. There were many people there, so it wasn't strange for anyone to have seen Arayan being preoccupied with Byun-soo. Did he say anything to you? Han-Sok asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Arayan did not understand why he was acting this way, but she revealed everything that they talked about in the hallway. He said that he's been enjoying the drama, and asked if I had time to meet him at our agency on Sunday since he might come visit. Sunday, at GNF? Why, I'm not sure. He wouldn't tell me. Really? Han-Sok lightly sighed and asked Rayan again after looking around, did he say anything else? Like what? For example, did he say anything weird to you? Rayan finally realized why Han-Sok was acting this way. He was worried about her. Byun-soo was the kind of man who sexually harassed his young female juniors without qualms. His unacceptable behavior was so well known among members of the same industry that barely anyone liked him. Han-Sok had been worried that Byun-soo had said something insulting to Rayan. In Han-Sok's eyes, Rayan was a rookie actress who had only just become an adult, and an innocent university student who did not yet know much about the world. Of course, Rayan was an old man at heart who had gone through all kinds of hardships, but there was no way for Han-Sok to have known that. Rayan felt thankful for Han-Sok caring for her well-being like this. You don't have to worry, Sunbi. Nothing like that happened. That's a relief. Let me know if he demands anything weird from you. I'll do whatever I can to protect you. It was the first time Rayan had heard that someone would protect her. She used to be a bodyguard, so she had always been the one to do the protecting. However, that was no longer the case in her new life. Thank you, Sunbi. Rayan appreciated the thought, but she was not a weak girl. She would not take anything lying down. She could only be satisfied if she dealt 5 times as much damage as her opponent dealt her. For now, she needed to wait and see what Byun-soo would come out with on Sunday. Rayan received a call from Chi Fyong on Friday afternoon. Rayan, do you have time this Sunday? It's about Mr. Cha Byun-soo and Minister Kim Chi-yeol, right? Huh? You already knew about it? Yes, I had a vague idea. From Chi Fyong's reaction, what Byun-soo had said to Rayan in the hallway must have been true. They said that they have something to propose to us. They want to have a meeting, and would like for you to be there. That's why I called you, but... Chi Fyong sighed deeply. To be honest, I'd rather you don't come. Chi Fyong also did not want Rayan to get involved with Byun-soo. However, Rayan was willing to put up with it. It's okay, Chi Fyong. I know exactly what you're worried about, so you don't have to worry. She expressed her desire to attend the meeting because she was curious about their intentions. Chi Fyong reluctantly accepted. The meeting was the day after tomorrow. It better be about something interesting. She could flip out if it turned out to be a waste of her time. Rayan, Chi Fyong, and Shin Yubin greeted Byun-soo and Chi-yeol on Sunday afternoon. Byun-soo expressed while gesturing toward Rayan, having a lovely lady in the room sure makes the meeting pleasant. Isn't that right, Minister Kim? Absolutely, haha, Chi-yeol answered. The first sentence that came out of their mouths already made Rayan feel like shit. Chi Fyong proceeded to the main subject before they said anything worse. Why did you want to see us today? Oh, you see, Byun-soo said as he took something out of his bag. It was a thick bundle of paper. One could tell from a glance that it was a script. Kang Rayan and Chi Fyong's eyes narrowed as Cha Byun-soo suddenly took out a thick script. Rayan could tell immediately why Byun-soo and Kim Chi-yeol visited GNF Entertainment to see her. It must be for a casting offer. Byun-soo handed the script to her and said as if to confirm her suspicions, Minister Kim here was saying he wanted to make a historical film, so we're making a movie with his investment. You're making one yourself, sir. That's right. I'd always dreamed of being a film director. Having dreams was fine, but dreams were meant to be born through one's own desires. That was not the case for Byun-soo. He's losing ground as an actor, so he's trying to debut as a director while mooching off of Kim Chi-yeol as much as possible. It was obvious. If she remembered correctly, Byun-soo had also done the same thing in her past life. Reporters were bound to swarm at the fact that a veteran actor was suddenly debuting as a film director, but what looks good doesn't always taste good. Not only was he not trained in the slightest as a director, but he had no talent for it. Hence, Byun-soo's first film completely flopped. The title of the film was Coup d'etat, which just happened to be written in 2 big words on the first page of the script. If you're gonna bring something, you should have at least brought something decent, not a flop like this. Rayan found it so absurd that she almost laughed dispiritedly. However, not knowing of his movie's future failure, Byun-soo was busy blabbering away about his historical film scenario. The movie is set in the mid-Joseon dynasty. Minister Kim said he would give me his full support. Didn't you, sir? Byun-soo asked. That's correct, sir. There are already several investors lined up, so all you have to think about is making the movie that you want to make. Don't worry about the money at all, Chi-yeol answered. Byun-soo's goal was to debut successfully as a film director, while Chi-yeol's goal was to show the political sphere and the public through his investment how much he was contributing to cultural affairs. The worst kind of duo had been born because their interests happened to coincide. Rayan almost puked from seeing such a duo, but she was able to endure it because she happened to have a strong stomach. Look through the script while the minister and I go take a smoke break. Let's go, minister, Byun-soo stated. Shall we? Would you like to join us, Chi Fyong? The suddenly designated Chi Fyong politely refused with an awkward smile. I'm sorry. I quit last year. You're strong-willed. I can't seem to quit ever since all my completely unfounded infidelity scandals started popping up, Chi-yeol remarked. He had no idea that the source of his infidelity scandals was in this very room. Rayan threw the script on the table without even opening it while Byun-soo and Chi-yeol were absent. Nov. L. B //JNN. She asked Chi Fyong, I can refuse, right? Without even taking a look at the synopsis. Chief Young had expected Rayan to at least refuse after looking at the synopsis, but she had no intention of even doing so since she knew exactly what the movie was about. I caught way too many problematic points from what Mr. Cha had said. Well, there certainly was a lot. Chief Young had gotten a sense of how this production would end up just from hearing the synopsis from Byun-soo. Rayan expressed bluntly, this is gonna be a flop. Neither Chief Young nor Shin Yu-bin could deny it. Not only was the synopsis a complete mess, but the addition of strange philosophies would cause controversy regarding the perversion of history in the future. This controversy would also cause the public to boycott the movie. Rayan remembered the events very vividly because she had not gone to see the movie exactly because of such events. No matter how much money is thrown at it, a production is bound to be ostracized by the public if it's low in quality. That was how all entertainment content was. Hence, no one should jump at something just because they would be supported handsomely, since they could be severely criticized by the public as a result. The actors who would star in Coup d'etat would be criticized along with the movie, and Rayan would rather not have such hate brought on to herself. However, there was a problem. But how should we refuse? Yu-bin asked. Byun-soo was Rayan's senior who had been in the industry for much longer than her. Yu-bin could not figure out how to refuse an offer that was supported by Kim Chi-yeol, who was backed by a big shot like Kim Han-Gyo. Chief Young was also at a loss of what to do. Yeah, we need to figure out a way to sugarcoat it. Not offending them was their top priority. At that moment, Rayan volunteered. Don't worry, I'll take care of the refusal. You're going to tell them yourself, Rayan. Yes, I happen to know of a very versatile way of refusing. Chief Young wondered if Rayan knew of a way to handle Byun-soo. He had no idea, but decided to leave it to Rayan for now. Byun-soo and Chi-yeol returned to the meeting room after 10 minutes. Byun-soo tilted his head as he looked at the script on the table. Have you read through it all? He asked. Yes, Rayan answered. Already? I think you've gone through it a bit too fast. Reading through the synopsis was more than enough for me to come to a decision. This was better for Byun-soo, since he could get Rayan's answer regarding the casting offer right here since she had gone through the script. So, you'll star in it, right? He had expected her to say yes right then and there, but her answer drove him and Chi-yeol into a state of shock. No, I'd like to refuse because it'll be a flop. Chief Young and Yu-bin screamed in their heads. Rayan knew how to deal with people like Byun-soo and Chi-yeol very well. She could not leave a shadow of a doubt. All she needed to do was to flatly refuse without hesitation. It didn't matter if it sounded harsh. They won't get very far anyway. Meanwhile, the two men finally came to their senses after Rayan's shocking statement. Byun-soo spoke first. It'll be a flop, you say? Yes, Rayan answered. Be based on what? The synopsis. It's a complete mess. Byun-soo was dumbfounded. He had never expected to hear such criticism from a junior far younger than him. You have a terrible eye for production? Other directors were praising it to no end. That's because they didn't want to anger you, I'm sure. Byun-soo was lost for words. Chi-yeol could do nothing but watch their argument in a daze because he had never expected Rayan to come out so hard-hitting. Chief Young and Yu-bin were swept into deep thought about whether or not they should stop Rayan. However, Rayan quickly continued, and I don't do skinship or revealing scenes. Skinship and revealing scenes are the basics of the basics for actresses these days. You don't even know that. Of course, there are instances when such scenes are needed to raise the quality of the production. However, the skinship and revealing scenes that you've mentioned have nothing to do with the synopsis, do they? They're simply scenes to be added into the trailer to pull audiences into cinemas. Are such scenes really necessary? What did you say? Revealing scenes of Kang Rayan would certainly get people's attention since she had never once filmed such scenes. Not only that, but she was an actress rising in popularity as of late. Many people were guaranteed to watch a movie with her in it. However, Rayan had not even the slightest intention to show her skin for such a garbage movie. I'll think about it again if you remake the synopsis from scratch, Rayan stated. Of course, she made that statement knowing full well that there was no way Byun-soo would do such a thing. Byun-soo grabbed the script and furiously swung open the meeting room door. Chi-yeol had no choice but to chase after Byun-soo who had left into the hallway. He glared at Rayan before leaving the room. You went a bit too far, Rayan. She had done so on purpose while knowing it was harsh. Yu-bin got restless as soon as the two men left. Rayan. Even if you didn't want to star in it, that was a bit. How are you going to handle the consequences? Not only did Byun-soo have connections throughout the film industry, but he also had a connection to the political sphere through Chi-yeol. They could end Rayan's whole career if they so desired, but Rayan did not seem scared in the slightest despite that. It's okay. That movie won't even make it into the production stage, she remarked. What do you mean? I happen to know a few pieces of special information. You could say that I refused because of them. She was planning on detonating the bomb that was Byun-soo's secret that only she knew. We'll see which one of us can no longer step foot into the entertainment industry. Reporter Ahn Sujin stretched to chase away as much of her fatigue as possible. While she was all alone in the office during lunch, she recalled the nagging that the chief reporter had given during the morning meeting. Find a scoop, huh? Her fellow reporters had been picking up one decent scoop after another, but she hadn't been doing too well lately. She had done decently well until last year, but I'm not finding much this year. The chief had not directed his nagging at her, but she could tell that he was implying it. Even if you say that, it's not like a scoop is gonna drop into my arms from the sky. Creak. As she was deep in thought, the old office door opened. A man with his hat pulled deeply down into his head approached Sujin. I have a package for you, the man stated. A package? Yes. Miss Ah-chen Sujin, correct. She found the man's voice to be somewhat familiar. Her expression changed as soon as she checked the delivery man's face. Why you re from that time? Ma Yongjun disguised as a delivery man handed Sujin something. What is this? Sujin asked. He answered, the scoop that you want so much. One Joseon was the last dynastic kingdom of Korea, lasting from 1392 to 1897. Kim Chi-yeol was summoned to Kim Han-Gyo's private office. Han-Gyo let out a long stream of cigarette smoke as soon as he saw Chi-yeol. I'm sure you know why I've summoned you, correct? Han-Gyo said. Yes, of course, Chi-yeol answered. Say it. Chi-yeol's face stiffened. He had recently made a mistake that greatly compromised his father's reputation. His infidelity scandal had damaged even his father's image. Hence, Chi-yeol had been occupied with walking on eggshells around him. If I remember correctly, I believe you told me to do whatever it took to appeal to the public that I am taking an active role in cultural affairs by early next year, Chi-yeol stated. That was why he had chosen to produce a movie, a historical production that Koreans loved, and the newsworthy topic of a famous actor like Cha Byun-soo making his first film. It was full of attention-grabbing factors. And not only that, but Chi-yeol had been able to receive a large amount of investments for the project using his father, Kim Han-gyo's name. Han-gyo put out his cigarette and lit another one. The only way you can recover from this is through results. Small issues like this are bound to get buried with time. All you need to do is to just put out results during that time, and people will have no choice but to acknowledge your capabilities despite your questionable private life. Yes, father. Although Chi-yeol was unfortunately not very capable, he possessed something that put him ahead of others. It was the fact that he was the son of Kim Han-gyo. Just those 3 syllables had people wanting to work with Chi-yeol to get on his good side, simply because his father was highly influential in the political sphere. Make sure you frequently show yourself to the press with Cha Byun-soo during the film production period. You need to engrave into the public's minds that you were one of the key individuals that made this film happen. Keep this in mind. I know, father. You don't need to tell me. Like father, like son, Chi-yeol instinctively knew how to gain public approval. However, an incident that neither of them could expect had occurred. Chi-yeol's phone rang. It may be urgent, so answer it. As he was about to decline the call, Han-gyo permitted him to answer. Chi-yeol slightly nodded and asked his chauffeur who had called him. What is it? Minister, there's been a huge problem? What problem? There are fraud allegations regarding Mr. Cha Byun-soo being raised across various news media. What? Chi-yeol suddenly recalled back when his infidelity scandals were released. Yet another accident. No, it was no exaggeration to call it inevitability at this point. Shin Yubin clicked her tongue at the absurd news that she was seeing on the waiting room TV. Jesus. I can't believe Mr. Cha had been involved in fraud. In contrast to the surprised Yubin, Kang Arayan answered with perfect composure, I sure can. Byun-soo had not only been involved in the entertainment industry, but in business as well. He had created 5 different business ventures in a very short time, such as a pork cutlet restaurant, a home shopping mall, an interior design business, and the like. He first used his fame to instill trust in his investors to invest large sums of money. However, the problems came after that. He put off the day of payment little by little by making all kinds of excuses, and sometimes made up outlandish reasons as to why he couldn't give them their money back. The people who had trusted in Byun-soo had gotten the short end of the stick. In the end, his victims all got together to prepare a lawsuit against him, and Arayan had simply relayed the information to reporter Ah-chen Sujin. After the article was released, his victims decided that it was now or never and exposed Byun-soo's acts of brutality to the world. The movie won't go into production now, right? Yubin asked. That'd be the least of his problems. I'm sure he won't be able to set foot in the entertainment industry ever again, Arayan replied. There was no way they could make a film under such a massive fire. The actors and even the investors would have no choice but to turn their backs on Byun-soo now that the incident had become too big to ignore. I guess we made the right choice to refuse that casting offer, Yubin remarked with a sigh of relief. However, Arayan was not relieved at all since she had never thought of working with them in the first place. In her perspective, the incident had already been foreseen. However, there was one thing that she found to be a shame. I should have made it so that Kim Chi-yeol went under fire as well. I might have exposed it too soon. She had momentarily lost her temper from Byun-soo's manner of speaking that she had exposed the news before the movie even entered production. After calming down, she had realized that she could have waited a little longer to expose it. The damage would have been much greater if the news came out in the middle of production. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. It had already been done. Not only that, but there are plenty more chances to attack Kim Chi-yeol. Chi-yeol's private life was so filthy that she could pounce as many times as she liked once the opportunities showed themselves. After defeating the mini-boss, the final boss is next. She could only desperately wait for that day to come. Like Arayan had expected, the film production plans crumbled into pieces. She was able to have a wonderful day thanks to that, plus something else that livened her mood. I haven't held a smartphone in so long. She had only been using 2G phones ever since high school, but the era of smartphones had finally arrived. She had gotten so used to the era of 5G networks that being forced to use feature phones bothered her to no end when she first returned to the past. There was no Kakao talk, and so many missing features. She had gotten too accustomed to future technological advancements. However, she was bothered about something else entirely after having gotten hold of the smartphone that she had dreamed of. This isn't really usable either. It was such an early generation model with a low number that the lag was brutal. When will the era that I know and love arrive? There was still a very long way to go. She had no choice but to use the snail-like smartphone until then, no matter how frustrating it was. Seo Yiseo, who had gotten a smartphone together with Rayan, asked in admiration as she watched Rayan skillfully maneuvering the new device. Rayan, how do you use those features? The store clerk had explained various features to her, but there was no way that a smartphone newbie could memorize every single one of them. On the other hand, Rayan was already highly experienced in using a smartphone that she could use it like an extension of her body without having paid attention to the explanation. I'll show you. Give me your phone, Rayan said. Nov.L.B//JNN. She had nothing else to do, so she decided to teach Yiseo the basics. While they were deep in the world of smartphones, Rayan's phone rang. It was a call from Park Seol-hun. I'll go take a quick phone call. Okay, take your time. Rayan went into her room and answered the call. What, mister? I had a meeting in your area, so I thought I'd meet with you before I head back to the company since I have something to say to you. Are you free? Right now? No, not right now. Let's see. I'll get there in about 15 minutes. Okay, I'll send you the address of a cafe near my place, so I'll meet you there. There's a parking lot in the back, so you can park there. Okay. Rayan apologized to Yiseo after hanging up. Sorry, Yiseo. Something came up, so I'm gonna go out for a bit. What about dinner? I'll come back before dinner. I don't think it'll take very long. Really? Okay. Have a safe trip. You packed your sunglasses and mask, right? Of course. Rayan had every single item necessary for a celebrity packed into her handbag. Rayan covered her face with sunglasses and a mask as soon as she left her house. She took a seat at the cafe and waited for Seol-hun to arrive. A few minutes later, Seol-hun recognized Rayan immediately despite her covered face and approached her. Rayan went straight to the point as soon as she saw Seol-hun. What did you want to say? It's just about a decent partnership that we were offered. A partnership? You know RT Fitness, right? There was no way Rayan didn't know. One could say that they were a considerably famous fitness brand in the metropolitan area. Not only did they have fitness centers, but the massive fitness company had their fingers in Pilates, squash, swimming, golf, and other fitness-related businesses. They contacted us first to offer a partnership, Seol-hun stated. What kind of partnership? Something like a collaboration partnership, or each of us providing benefits if a client signs up for their membership or purchases one of our sportswear. I personally think it sounds pretty good, but you're the chairwoman. I came to ask you since I can't just decide by myself. Rayan did not have to think much to give an answer. Well, if you say so, I'm fine with it. Really? Okay, I'll let them know. Do I also have to be there during the contract signing? Rayan asked. The RT Fitness chairman said he'd like to meet you since he's your fan, but you don't have to if you're busy. I've been handling all the contract signing until now, after all. But in exchange, Seol-hun's voice got quieter. It was a habit of his whenever he was about to say something tough to bring up. Could you do something about those loan sharks trying to follow me to every meeting? Seol-hun asked. Who? You know, the lunatic with a scar on his face and their boss. He was referring to Park Do-cheol and Ma Young-jun. They were likely shadowing Seol-hun to learn how a business was run. Rayan lightly laughed, but Seol-hun was in no position to. Don't laugh. My livelihood is on the line here. Okay, I'll talk to them, so don't worry about it. Really. Trust your chairwoman. Resolving the inconveniences of employees was also one of the responsibilities of a chairwoman. Rayan decided to do something chairwoman-like for once in a while. One Kakao Talk is the main messenger app that Koreans use. Rayan sighed from seeing how doubtful Park Seol-hun was. You have that little faith in me, she asked. It's not that, but I'm just worried because I don't think those gangsters would obey you just like that. Why? They've been listening to me just fine. Have they? Seol-hun had barely seen the loan sharks faithfully following Rayan's orders with his own eyes because she used Ma Young-jun to relay her orders to the loan sharks. Seol-hun had never been present in her meetings with Young-jun, so he was doubtful of whether or not she could control the loan sharks like she had claimed. I can't get the possibility off my mind that those gangsters might ruin our profitable business. I can't even focus on work like this, Young-jun stated. It was natural for him to feel that way because he was working with people who had once tried to harvest his organs. Okay, just a second, Rayan said as she pulled out her brand new smartphone. She searched for Young-jun's phone number in her contacts and called him right in front of Seol-hun. Hello, it's me, Mr. Gangster. Seol-hun gasped. What is it this time? It's about that mister with a scar on his face. Do-cheol? Yeah. I happened to hear that he keeps following little Mr. Park to his meetings. Tell him not to do that if possible since he would only make the air of the meeting menacing and scare the others. That goes for you as well. Rayan purposefully left out the fact that Seol-hun had told her to reassure Seol-hun, who was terrified that he would get on Young-jun's bad side for snitching. However, Young-jun also had something to say. The contract would only progress swimmingly if we're there. What does that mean? There are negotiations that can't be handled with words. Don't you think it'd be of help if we're there to convince them? That's not convincing, that's threatening. Threats were not necessary when managing a business. There were of course times when it could be used as a last resort, but it was not needed 99% of the time. Contracts were born from trust, however, trust established through fear was easily broken. Leave the contract signing with other businesses to Mr. Park and the other employees, and you guys do what you do best. Got it. Yongjun fell silent for a moment, and answered as if it couldn't be helped. Understood. We'll do that. Okay, make sure you keep what I just said in mind. I'll trust you, don't worry. Rayan hung up and said to Seol-hun as she put away her smartphone, did you hear that, mister? It'll be alright now. I wonder if those gangsters really will do as you say. Call me if they don't. I'll take care of them. For the sake of peace in the company, Rayan was willing to step up with both her sleeves rolled up. 1 week had passed. Seol-hun hurriedly prepared for his meeting with a dietary food manufacturing company. You packed the contract, right, Mi-young? Yes, sir. Park Du-chil was piqued by their conversation. Are you heading out for a meeting? He asked. Seol-hun flinched. Why yeah, I am. Okay, I guess I should go with you. Du-chil had been getting bored, so the timing was perfect. He got up from his seat to follow them to the meeting place. However, Du-chil, Yongjun's deep voice echoed throughout the office. Finish what you were doing. Huh? But boss. Yongjun was the one who had said that their presence in the meeting would help in getting the other party to sign the contract more peacefully, but he had suddenly changed his mind. Leave the meetings to Senior Managing Director Park from now on. Make sure you tell everyone else who isn't here as well. Du-chil could not understand his boss's sudden change in the course of action, but had no choice but to follow his order. Yes, boss. Yongjun gestured to Seol-hun. Have a safe trip. Things really had gone exactly as Rayan said they would. The menacing gangsters were completely submissive to a university girl. Seol-hun could not figure out what had happened between them. It was well past midnight. Rayan in her cafe uniform quickly turned the corner into an alley in the dead of night and called out to Han-sok across from her. Manager. The camera focused on Rayan out of breath. Han-sok walked toward Rayan with a surprised face. What is it, Sunhai? Rayan acted to be hesitant despite calling out to Han-sok. She then mustered up the courage after being indecisive. I wanted to give you this. She had secretly prepared a small gift. What is this? Han-sok asked. You said you lost your handkerchief last time, so I got you a new one. The handkerchief was blue, the manager's favorite color. Rayan continued with an awkward smile. I'm not sure what's been bothering you lately, but I hope you can cheer up. I'll help you in any way that I can. Kang Sun-hai had prepared the small gift to cheer up the manager who seemed down due to his family circumstances. Han-sok's gaze was fixed on Rayan. The camera was positioned to capture their two-shot. A very important scene was about to be played out. It was the kiss scene that Rayan hated more than anything else. However, they weren't really going to kiss, they just needed to pretend. The male protagonist felt emotions that were difficult to express in words from Rayan's, no, the character Sun-hai's thoughtfulness. He would then do something impulsively, a surprise kiss. He snatched Rayan's thin wrist with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist to pull her toward him. And then, their lips touched. A camera was positioned at the back of each of their heads to angle the shot in a way to make it look like they were actually kissing. The camera across from Rayan filmed her eyes that were startled from the surprise kiss. She was surprised at first, but she then slowly closed her eyes as if she was accepting the manager's feelings. They awkwardly stepped away from each other after the short kiss. Han-sok spoke first. I am sorry, Sun-hai. And no, it's okay, manager. I should head back. Sunbi might be looking for me. I'll see you tomorrow. Rayan ran out of the alley in embarrassment. Han-sok stared blankly in the direction that she had disappeared to, and then immersed himself into acting like he was reproaching himself while hitting his head. You goddamn idiot. This marked the end of the scene. Okay, cut. Let's end the shoot here. Thank you for your hard work, you too. Thank you, director. You as well, director. They could not cheer out loud for the end of the shoot because it was past midnight. They commended each other for their great jobs as quietly as they could. Han-sok asked Rayan to check something. Are you okay? I thought I yanked you a bit too hard. He checked if her wrist and waist were okay. Rayan assured him that she was with a smile. However, she was more concerned about something else. Our lips almost touched for real back there. Sunbi n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. They almost did, didn't they? Han-sok had embraced Rayan so abruptly that their lips had almost touched. They managed to stop just a centimeter, no, a millimeter away from each other, almost causing Rayan to make an NG cut. You didn't do that on purpose because you actually wanted to kiss me, did you? Rayan said teasingly while narrowing her eyes. Han-sok's face turned as red as a tomato. And no, I didn't, I swear. He had no such intentions. Of course, he wouldn't have minded if their lips had actually touched. He had felt it was a bit of a shame, but he had no intention to kiss someone without their consent. Han-sok roughly knew how sensitive an issue kissing was to Rayan. He quickly brought up something else to change the subject. See, come to think of it, about the sportswear sets that you and I wore last time. The ones that we wore on episode 12. Rayan asked. Yeah, those. They had filmed a scene on episode 12 where they exercised at a fitness center while wearing the sportswear sets sponsored by Lavanche. Han-Sok asked in curiosity, "What happened to them? I saw that you guys were offering some sort of promotion for them. Are you asking about their sales?" Yeah. Having the blood of an entrepreneur flowing in his veins, he was naturally interested in sales. They were sold out before even a day had passed since the promotion, Raen replied. Really? That's good. That's been on my mind lately. Han-Sok couldn't not worry about it since he sincerely hoped for Raen's business to succeed. Wasn't Dudam Group also planning on releasing a new product? Yeah, we decided to release a new topping yogurt series, but the sales aren't as high as we'd expected them to be. It might be because we have a lot of strong competitors. Those in the food industry were always at war against one another due to the enormous amount of competition. Raen decided to help Han-Sok, who had a lot on his mind. Sunbi, can I upload that topping yogurt product on my social media account? On your account? Yes. I advertise my newly released products there. I found it to be pretty effective since I have a lot of followers. Whether they were clothes or shoes, Raen held a sold-out parade whenever she uploaded photos of herself wearing them. She was also curious whether or not she could replicate the effect with products other than her own. She wanted to test her theory for the sake of Dudam Group and Han-Sok since she had been helped by Han-Sok several times. I'd love for you to do that. I'm sure my grandpa would love the idea if it meant the sales would increase. Chairman G's happiness was exactly what Raen was aiming for. I'll do my best for you and the chairman. Thank you, Raen. Han-Sok decided to borrow the power of the goddess who made everything that she touched sell out, for the sake of the product's sluggish sales. One topping yogurt is a pack of yogurt with toppings included in the pack. Seo Yiseo was immersed in writing her report when she heard the ringing of the intercom. She quickly walked to the living room. Who is it? I have a delivery for Miss Kong Raen. A delivery? Just a second. She opened the front door and saw a delivery man who she'd never met before with a cart full of large cardboard boxes. He's not the usual delivery man, Yiseo thought. He could be someone new. Is all this for Raen? She asked. Yes. She wondered if they were gifts from Raen's fans, but she rejected the thought since that couldn't be. Fan gifts and letters were made so that they would be sent to the GNF Entertainment office. Yiseo checked the invoice to see who had sent them. Oh, they're from Han-Sok. She was curious what exactly Han-Sok had sent to Raen for there to be so much of it. Meanwhile, the delivery man asked, should I bring them inside? Oh, yes please. Let me help you. No, it's all right. They're heavier than you think. I'll take care of it since you might get hurt. The delivery man skillfully moved the boxes into the house, likely due to his experience in carrying heavy loads. Yiseo felt it was wrong to send him on his way after all the trouble, so she decided to offer him a cold beverage since Raen's father also worked as a delivery man. Please have this. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yiseo stared at the boxes while tilting her head even after the delivery man had left. She pondered over what they could be, but she couldn't just open them since they were for Raen. I guess I have no choice but to wait until Raen comes back. 30 minutes later, the front door unlocked and Raen entered. I'm back. Raen, a ton of packages came for you. What's all this? Are they from Han-Sok Sunbi? Yan/o/vel/b/in.c//om. They're topping yogurt. Topping yogurt. Yiseo wondered why Han-Sok would send so much of such a thing to Raen. Raen explained to her housemate the circumstances while opening the boxes. She would help in advertising a Dudam Group product on her social media account since Han-Sok had helped advertise her company's sportswear. Han-Sok offered to pay her for her services, but Raen had refused since it would no longer be returning a favor if she was paid for it. So he said he would at least send me the product. Raen said. Aha, I see. But there was just one problem. That aside, isn't there way too much? Topping yogurt did not have a long shelf life. It was realistically impossible for Raen and Yiseo to get through every single one. Raen reassured Yiseo while tapping on one of the boxes, I can just share them with people. With your drama staff members. No, she had many more mouths to feed aside from her drama staff members. I'm gonna hand them out to my company staff members. It was time for her to do something chairwoman-like. Raen posted a picture of herself eating topping yogurt on her social media account. The number of likes and comments that said she was a work of art exploded. Any pictures that Raen took of her daily life became a work of art. Shin Yubin, who had taken the picture, witnessed the fervent responses from Raen's fans with her own eyes and tried asking Raen something. How about you post selfies more often? Why? Because your fans look forward to your posts a lot. Just look at this. They're still on a commenting spree. Raen was not very active on her social media account despite making 3 pictures a week was a massive amount from her perspective, but there was no way that her fans would be satisfied with that. 1 selfie a day, excluding weekends. What do you think? Yubin posed. 5 selfies a week. Raen did not seem to like her proposal very much. Isn't that too many? She asked. You have more than enough material to post just from taking photos of your daily life. I'm not asking you to write an essay. All you would have to do is to post a picture with a caption about what you did on that day. How does that sound? It certainly was not hard to do, but there was only one reason why Raen was not very active on social media. Because it was a hassle. However, it did not seem like a bad idea to post more often if it meant she could satisfy her fans. Okay, I'll try. Alright. I hear interactive celebrities are the trend lately. Let's do our best as well. Interactions. They were important indeed, but it's not really my style. Rain had come to the studio like always for the filming of the 27th episode of Waitress. Han-Sok approached Rain as soon as she arrived. Rain. Good morning, Sunbi. Han-Sok looked ecstatic. She wondered if something good had happened. The sales for the product that you posted on your account rose so much that we had trouble keeping up with the demand as soon as you posted it. Thanks, Rain. Grandpa is also extremely happy. Really? I'm glad it worked out as well as I'd hoped it to. Celebrities were public figures, so they had a considerable amount of influence on the public. Rain could experience firsthand how far-reaching the influence of celebrities was. Grandpa said he wanted to treat you to a delicious dinner soon. That sounds good to me. It was perfect to meet Chairman Ji after so long and to find out how the relationship between him and Kim Han-Gyo had been faring. I'm sure cracks haven't formed in their friendship just yet. However, she was sure that she'd be able to see a few signs of such cracks that would form. She only had one goal, to sever the relationship between Chairman Ji and Kim Han-Gyo earlier than it would naturally. Only then could she eliminate the benefits that Kim Han-Gyo would reap from Chairman Ji's cooperation. That alone would deal a devastating enough blow to Kim Han-Gyo. This was the only reason why Rain had been forming a close connection with Chairman Ji, and she desperately needed Han-Sok's help to do that. And our marketing team had been talking about leaving the model for our next snack product to you. What do you think about that? And of course, the contract conditions will be much better than the one before. There was no way Rain would pass up a two birds with one stone opportunity to earn money while consolidating her connection with Dudam Group. Of course I'll do anything you ask, Sunbi, Rain replied. You're doing it, because I'm the one who's asking you. Yes. Really? Rain's words had added yet another stack to Han-Sok's tower of misunderstandings. Screenwriter Yeo Yumin entered the waiting room while Han-Sok was flustered. Rain. Oh, you're here as well, Han-Sok, Yumin said. Oh, yes. I had something to talk about with Rain. Really? What luck. I just happened to have something to tell you both. What is it? Program director Wang Yun-sung had still not spoiled them on a certain secret until today, the filming of episode 27. Today, we're going to be handing out the script with the reason why Kang Sun-hai came to Seoul. It was finally time for the cast to be enlightened on the biggest spoiler of the drama Waitress. Han-Sok's eyes sparkled as if he had been waiting for the day, but the same couldn't be said for Rain. The reason why Sun-hai, the female lead of Waitress, had come to Seoul happened to be the same as Rain's reason for returning to the past. It's for revenge. Sun-hai had a younger brother and sister. Their mother had been raising all three of them by herself, but she abandoned them and disappeared one day. Because of that, Sun-hai was separated from her younger siblings, and had been secretly growing her feelings of revenge toward her mother. She had heard news that her mother was in Seoul, and had blindly come to find her. At least, that was how Rain remembered it. Rain got up from her seat and smiled at Han-Sok. Let's go check the script, Sunbi. Shall we? Let's see if it's how I remember it. The actors gathered in one place. The leads Han-Sok and Rain, plus the senior and rookie actors all stopped what they had been doing and had come here after director Wang had told them of the news. Yeo Sung-won, a veteran actress playing a friend of the male lead's mother as well as her business partner, asked director Wang, Director, you said you'd be telling us the reason why Sun-hai came to Seoul, right? Yes, Sunbi. Min-tae went to grab the scripts, so please wait a little longer. The actors had been enthusiastically discussing what the reason could be for a while, and the hypothesis that Sun-hai came to Seoul to find her younger sister had received the most votes. But that's the wrong answer. Rain knew the right answer. There were countless times when she was tempted to just blurt it out, but just barely managed to hold it in each time because one wrong move could ruin all the hard work that the director and the writers had put into the production. I've brought the scripts, Sunbi. Good job. An assistant director handed the scripts containing the synopsis of later episodes to director Wang, which he then handed to each of the actors. We have plenty of time until we start filming, so take your time reading through it. I ask the fast readers to please keep the surprise to yourself for the slower readers, okay? Director Wang said while boasting an expression of confidence that the cast would be shocked. Rain was confident that she wouldn't be very shocked since she already knew what would happen. But I should still check, just in case. She was planning on skimming through the script to check only the part where the spoiler was. However, as she read through the script, there was a problem. What the hell? This is different from the story that I know. Rain was confused after reading through the script. The first thought that she had after checking the synopsis was why, well, it's not like the future ends up exactly as my knowledge of it. But even so, the changes until now hadn't been as significant as a story of an entire drama changing. Rain wondered if the story had changed because she had taken the place of the original female lead. No, that can't be it. There was no way that the overall story would change just because the actress playing the role had changed. If that was the case, then every single production that Rain was a part of, including Reaper, would have exhibited similar changes. The scenario change of Waitress was a complete outlier. The female protagonist Kang Sun-hai had come to Seoul to find her mother Cha Yeo-woon, played by the veteran actress who was sitting right next to Rain, Yeo Sung-won. However, the reason written on the script was different from what she remembered. I see. Sunhai came to Seoul to find her little sister. Didn't Songjin say that last time? Yeah, I guess Songjin got it right. The actors focused their gazes on the supporting actor Yoo Songjin. Even he himself was dumbfounded because he didn't expect to have guessed correctly. Rayan tilted her head. This isn't it. Coming to Seoul to find her little sister, it severely lacked impact. Honestly speaking, it was uninteresting and did not feel like a twist. It would be natural for Sunhai to be searching for her little sister since they were related by blood and had separated when they were young. However, to Sunhai, her mother signified revenge. Hence, searching for her mother, even if they were also related by blood, represented something else entirely from searching for her younger siblings. It'd have been better if they went with the scenario that I remember. She had felt it to be a shame. She wanted to propose to director Wang and screenwriter Yeo Yumin about changing the synopsis to the one that she knew, but couldn't bring herself to. Even if I'm the female lead, it'd be disrespectful for an actress with little experience to get involved in the screenwriting process. She looked around to observe the reactions of the other actors. There were two who caught her attention. Ji Han-sok and Yeo Song-won. Director, Song-won said as she slightly raised her right hand. Director Wang replied with a bright smile, yes, Sunbi. I'm honestly not sure if I should be saying this, but... All eyes were on her, filled with curiosity about what she was so hesitant to say. She apologized once again to Director Wang before continuing. I'm actually a little bewildered by the reason's lack of impact after all the expectations that we've instilled in the audience through the press. Rayan held in her admiration for Song-won. Sunbi sure has an eye for stories. As expected, experience could not be ignored. The reactions to Song-won's remark between Director Wang and Yumin were different. Director Wang could not hide his confusion. On the other hand, Yumin was looking at Song-won with a surprised yet slightly happy glint in her eyes. Yumin responded first, right, Song-won Sunbi. Rayan noticed Yumin's reaction and asked, could it be that you and Director Wang have differing opinions regarding the synopsis? She wondered if this was the reason for the unexpected change in the story. Yumin answered, yes. I wanted to set the reason why Sunhai came to Seoul to find and take revenge against her mother, but Director Wang suggested that we change it to find her younger sister. Rayan had gotten to the bottom of the case. I guess they must have had a lot of discussions regarding it. It was not out of the ordinary. A drama was not made by one person. There were bound to be several points of view, considering it was such a large-scale project with multiple people involved in it. Song-won took Yumin's side. I prefer Miss Yeo Yumin's idea. What do you think, Director Wang? Song-won asked. I wonder. To be honest, the writers were pretty divided about this too. If we're talking about the exact ratio, it was 50-50. Right, Yumin? Director Wang asked. Yumin nodded and expressed, we had several meetings because of this one thing, and we ended up going with Director Huang's little sister idea. Director, why don't we take this opportunity to get the actors' opinions? Yumin still seemed to have lingering attachments to her revenge twist idea. Director Wang agreed since the production was made together with staff members and actors. Not just that, but no one understood the characters better than the actors who played them. In that case, NOV.L.B/JNN. I guess my opinion will be the most important. Rayan thought. After all, she was the one who played Kang Sunhai. If she was put in the same position as the character Sunhai, which path would she have taken? The answer was already decided. What do you think, Rayan? Director Wang asked. Rayan answered without hesitation, I also prefer screenwriter Yeo's synopsis. Only then would this drama be remembered as a masterpiece among its fans. Director Wang turned serious after Rayan, who knew the character Kang Sunhai best, took Yumin's side. Can I also ask why? He asked. Her answer to this question would be the most important part. She focused on laying out the reasons for her decision using her knowledge of the future. It was implied that Sunhai already knows where her younger siblings are. She could find them anytime she wanted, so taking the story in a direction focused around searching for them would lower the tension. On the other hand, a twist involving her mother can be used to add the revenge trope that's been a trend in dramas these days. I think it'll help the plot in many ways. Rayan fluently expressed her opinion. Everyone was focused on her. Also, looking back on Sunhai's scenes with Cha Yeo-woon, they were often confrontational, weren't they? Those scenes can be reinterpreted as a foreshadowing of the twist, so that's why I prefer screenwriter Yeo's synopsis. Director Wang had also been paying close attention to Rayan before he knew it. She certainly was not wrong. Rather, it felt like a puzzle inside his head was being solved thanks to Rayan's assertion. You're right. Come to think of it, there were several scenes setting up Sunhai and Yeo-woon's relationship. The scenes had just been to show their difference in viewpoints, but it did not seem like a bad idea to reinterpret those scenes for the story ahead. Song-won smiled as she was listening to Rayan in silence. You have a very good eye for stories, Rayan, she remarked. I simply expressed what I thought. Thank you very much, Sunbi, Rayan replied. Rayan felt weird to be complimented by Song-won. She rarely complimented her juniors. She was known to be a strict Sunbi among the other actors, so they were always much more anxious than usual whenever they had scenes with her. If that anxiety led to an NG cut, one could say that would bring hell on earth. Director Wang came to a decision after thinking much about Rayan's opinion. Minte, I'm sorry, but could you gather everyone? I want to have a meeting. Understood. Like what Sungwon Sunbi and Raein had suggested, we'll edit the synopsis to be focused around the mother. I'm sorry. Sungwon gestured that it was okay toward the apologizing director Wang. We should be the ones who are sorry. Actors meddling in the screenwriting process is a bit. Like Sungwon had said, actors getting involved in the inner workings of the production could lead to serious problems. There were directors and writers who found such acts to be extremely unpleasant, but director Wang did not seem to be one of them. No, I'm the type of person who decides on story content after getting many people's opinions, so I prefer it. You don't have to worry about it, Sunbi. Sungwon felt less guilty after hearing director Hwang's remark. At this moment, Raein was the only one who knew that a small suggestion made by a veteran actress would raise the drama waitress to the status of masterpiece in the future. Raein managed to get through another day's shoot safely yet again, and headed to the waiting room after commending Hansok and the others for their hard work. Oh, Raein, did you just finish filming your scenes? She met Sungwon at the hallway as she got her things and headed to the car with Shin Yu-bin. Yes, Sunbi. I thought you'd left a while ago. Sungwon had finished shooting her scenes 2 hours earlier than Raein, so Raein was curious why she was still near the studio when she had already said her goodbyes to everyone for the day. I had some business with my husband. Raein's ears perked up. Sungwon's husband was a rather famous person. No, he was about to be. And not just that, but he was necessary for Raein's plans. Hence, Raein had approached Sungwon first when the filming for Waitress had started, to get as close to her as possible. She had left a huge impression on Sungwon, considering other junior actors actively avoided her due to fear. Raein lowered her voice once the topic of Sungwon's husband came up. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sure you'll get through it. She actually knew exactly what was going on but pretended not to know. Sungwon smiled at Raein's meaningful statement. Thanks. Raein either went to her university lectures or fulfilled her company duties whenever she didn't have drama shoots scheduled. It was currently summer break for university, so she decided to finish the work needed for the promotion event in advance that was set to release in the latter half of the year. Raein looked through the female sportswear that would soon be released. She was going to be wearing them for today's photo shoot. Du Haiyong, a director of Lavanche who would be acting as Raein's assistant, said to Raein while showing her today's schedule during the photo shoot. The photo shoot will likely finish at around 5 p.m. I will let the photo shoot director know if you need to leave earlier. No, it's okay. It doesn't matter if it takes longer, so please tell him to make the photo shoot as high quality as possible. Yes, ma'am. Time was not of importance, only results were. Not only that, but she couldn't not be concerned about it since her company sales were on the line. Raein had never owned a business, she had been a full-time employee right up until her death. Hence, she had come to realize how difficult managing a business was as of late. Raein walked to and stood in the middle of the studio after changing. Despite the tight-fitting clothes she was wearing, she was not embarrassed in the slightest due to her fine figure sculpted through exercise. She did not mind wearing such clothes that accentuated her figure as long as they did not reveal too much skin. Raein tied her hair up to give off a more sporty look, exposing her slender neck. The photographer gave an okay sign as he looked at her through the camera. That's good, Raein. Let's have you take some natural poses, he stated. Can I do as I like? Raein asked. Of course. Just do whatever you think feels right. Raein used to feel extremely pressured when she was asked to do such a thing because she had never been in a photoshoot before. However, she had gotten used to posing in front of a camera after entering her 3rd year as an actress. Nov.L.B/JNN. Her cleavage was slightly revealed as she slightly bent over. She couldn't bend over too much since the photos would be rated R if she did. There certainly were disadvantages to having a voluptuous body at times like these. She posed as wholesomely as she possibly could while taking such things into account. The photographer's speed at pressing the shutter increased due to Raein's SSS tier excellence as a model. Oh, that's a great pose. Let's do that again, but facing this way? Yes, marvelous. Yes. The shutter sound filled the entire studio. Park Seol-hun smiled satisfyingly as he watched the photo shoot from the back. He approached Raein during her break time and gave her a big thumbs up. Looks like this one's guaranteed to be sold out as well. Fantastic. Seol-hun could already hear their company sales skyrocketing from the thought of Raein in Lavanche sportswear taking the whole page of their promotion banner. Any product that Raein wore had a 99% chance to be sold out, earning her the nickname Sold Out Goddess. Raein laughed at Seol-hun's elated face as she cooled herself down with a mini fan. Don't get too conceited, mister. You shouldn't let your guard down. Yeah, I know, but I can't help being happy. No matter how exceptional their competitors' models were, they could never surpass Raein. They would need to spend abhorrent amounts of money to bring in stars even more famous than Raein, but would that even be cost-effective? It would depend on the resulting sales, but it would not be easy to pull off. On the other hand, Lavanche had the massive merit of being able to make use of the card that was Kong Raein anytime they wanted. Obviously, because Lavanche was owned by her, they were able to save lots of money from the chairwoman herself being a model for their products. Lavanche would no doubt come out as the winner in a battle of models. Not just that, but Raein could also bring in other famous actors as models through her connections. You remember that Jae-woon Sunbi is going to be the menswear model, right? Raein inquired. Seol-hun nodded. Of course I do. We've even set up a date for the shoot. There was no way the company sales wouldn't skyrocket when the leader of the most popular boy group in Korea was going to be a model for Levanche. All you need to do is to manage the company, mister. I'll take care of the marketing side. Leave it to me. Seo-hun was glad that he had cooperated with Raeun. He recalled the first time he had met her. He had been nothing but skeptical when a high school girl who he had never met before suddenly offered to start a business with him. But now he had no choice but to acknowledge that he was lucky to have met her. But why are you here, mister? Raeun asked. There was no need for Seo-hun to be at the photo shoot studio, since director Do Hae-young was already here. He was not here just to see her. I'm here to talk about what we'd discussed over the phone, he remarked. What was it again? They had talked about so much stuff that she couldn't remember. Seo-hun concisely summarized the reason for her. About taking over Lstia. Oh, that. There were two ways for a company to grow as a business. One was to grow by raising their sales independently, and the other was to grow by taking over smaller companies through mergers and acquisitions. Raeun was planning on making her company even bigger by using both strategies. Lstia was a relatively well-known sneaker manufacturing company, but had been getting less relevant due to their inability to compete with other famous companies. Raeun had been thinking of acquiring the business to conquer even more of the sporting goods market, and Seo-hun used to sell shoes as well in the past. Their chairman decided to sign the contract, Seo-hun mentioned. Really? I thought it'd take a while, but I guess it got resolved better than I'd expected. Well, I guess so, Seo-hun answered reluctantly. Raeun noticed his attitude and asked, what? Was there a problem? It's not really a problem, but it's just about the one who made it happen. It was that gangster boss. Raeun was shocked that Ma Yongjun was the one who had clinched the contract. That mister? How? She had warned him not to go to the meetings. However, there were certain circumstances to the matter. Lstia was blatantly trying to feel us out, so I was getting a bit annoyed. We had a meeting about how to handle it, but that gangster boss suddenly said he'd give it a shot, so you let him. I thought it'd work out one way or another, so I let him do what he wanted. However, it had actually worked. Seo-hun had been more bewildered than happy after getting the news that Lstia would sign. He asked Yongjun what he had done for them to have a change of heart, and Yongjun answered. He said he investigated Lstia's chairman and all their executive members, and something about everyone having at least one skeleton in their closet, Seo-hun stated. Yongjun and his men specialized in getting something on someone and threatening them with it. And he apparently said it straight to the Lstia chairman's face and asked him whether he wanted to experience a social death or hand over his company while we're still offering good conditions. Their chairman then handed the company over. Handled like a true gangster, Raeun expressed. It certainly was not a good method, but there are times when such measures are necessary. This was exactly why Raeun had decided to take Yongjun and his men under her wing. She had been worried if the beasts that she had bought lost their fangs after playing around in their pen for too long, but she had now realized their beastly instincts were as strong as ever. Good. Never let go of that ferocity. After all, there would be many times when she would need their help in the future. Raeun's drama shoot schedules had gotten tighter as Waitress was slowly proceeding to its latter half. However, there was one thing that she couldn't forget to do. Raeun arrived at her old home and the first thing that she saw once heading inside was her older brother walking around in only his underwear. Even if this is your home, you should at least wear some clothes, don't you think? Raeun nagged. Kang Hyuk responded lukewarmly, you don't even live here anymore, so it doesn't matter, does it? I like how freewheeling it is to walk around the house like this. You can freewheel when you get your own place. Hyuk was planning on moving near Raeun's place around winter break, and would stay here until then. But what are you doing here? You didn't even tell us you were coming, Hyuk asked. Raeun usually called before visiting her old home, but she did not have the leeway because she had a late shoot today. She had come without even removing her makeup. She took out something after telling Hyuk to wait. Here. Hyuk was in surprise as he stared at the small gift box Raeun took out from her handbag. Is this my birthday gift? He asked. Yeah, today was Hyuk's birthday. He was a sad excuse for an older brother, but was still an invaluable supporter and a reliable ally to Raeun. She was only able to become a successful celebrity and a well-off businesswoman because of Hyuk's help. Can I open it? Do as you like. It's yours? The gift was small in size, but not in the slightest in terms of its value. This is a Rolex. It was a leading name in luxury wristwatches that boasted prices up to the 10 million won range. I never thought there would be a day where I would get a watch like this as a gift. Not only was Hyuk surprised since he thought he wouldn't ever come to own such a luxurious watch, but he couldn't help but be happy that it was filled with his little sister's love. Thanks, Raeun. It sure is nice to have a well-off little sister. Shut up. You'd better not lose it, or I'll kick your ass. Despite her potty mouth, Hyuk could only see her as his precious and cute little sister today. It had been a while since Kang Raeun had entered her own room. Despite it already being over half a year since she had moved out, her room was the exact same as she had left it in her high school days. Why is Dad not emptying this room out? Raeun asked. She could not understand it. Kang Hyuk answered. He said he's leaving it because you'd need a place to rest if you ever come to visit like right now. And it's not like Dad has a lot of stuff. He doesn't have anything in particular to put in there to the point that he would have to empty it out. Then I guess the same would go for your room once you move out. Probably. Even after the refurbishment, Aurelian's room would stay as her own. When is Dad coming? She asked. He said he'd be back in time for dinner. There's still quite some time, then. It was currently 2:30 p.m., a long while until dinner time. What do you want to do? Shall we go for a drive? I bought a new car, Hayek said as he showed Aurelian his car keys. He had only bought it 3 days ago, hence he was itching to drive it at any chance he got. Aurelian giggled and flatly refused Hayek's offer. She wanted to do something else instead. I want to go to Starlight Road. It's been a while. To Aurelian, Starlight Road was as comfortable as her own home. The place was filled with her high school memories, so she always stopped by whenever she visited her old home. Well, sure. Let's go. Shall I drive us there? Hayek asked. Why take the car when it's only a 5-minute walk? He wanted to take the car using any means necessary, but he could not break Aurelian's stubborn attitude. Aurelian was the most loud-spoken member of their household, hence Hayek had no choice but to leave the opportunity to drive the car for another time. Seo Yijun brightly greeted the Kong siblings as they arrived at Starlight Road. Welcome, Hyung, Nuna. How have you been? Yijun had recently slept over at Aurelian and Yiseo's house, so Aurelian did not feel like it had been a while since she had seen him. Yijun's gaze unconsciously focused on Aurelian. You're extremely pretty today, Nuna. Stop talking nonsense. It's just because I haven't been able to remove my makeup after my shoot. Aurelian still reacted sensitively to people saying she was pretty. The siblings took their seats and Yijun himself brought the drink that they had ordered, plus a cake that they had not ordered. We didn't order this, Aurelian mentioned. It's on me. Please enjoy. Hayek lightly laughed as he watched Yijun go back to the counter. How lucky am I to get to eat free cake thanks to my beautiful little sister. Shut up before I kick you on the shin. Aurelian really might have kicked him on the shin if she wasn't wearing heels. They could hear a loudspeaker outside as they were spending time in Starlight Road after a while. Please choose number 1, Lee Chuntae. I will do my best for the people of this city. A candidate's voice pleading for votes filled the neighborhood despite it not being election season yet. Hayek pulled out his smartphone to check the date. Is it that time of the year already? Oh, it must be that. The Incheon mayor by-election. You know about it, right? Yeah. There was no way Aurelian wouldn't know. She especially knew Lee Chuntae, who had just passed them very well since she had met him several times before becoming a high school girl. Lee Chuntae looked like an incorruptibly pure person on the outside, but he couldn't be more filthy on the inside. As proof of that, he got along very well with Kim Han-Gyo. He was one of the main individuals who followed Kim Han-Gyo. Aurelian would not sit idly by and watch as Lee Chuntae became the mayor of Incheon. However, his approval ratings were overwhelming. He alone possessed over 60% of it. Lee Chuntae will probably win this by-election, Hayek remarked. He was more than justified to think as such from the objective statistical data. Even if the data was only an estimation, the data itself could not be ignored. Even in the future that Aurelian knew, Lee Chuntae would become the new mayor of Incheon through this by-election, and Kim Han-Gyo's influence would grow. Aurelian had no intention of letting that happen. There was only one way to stop it, and it was to get Jang Tae-won, the second candidate and the only one who even has a chance against Lee Chuntae, elected. You're going to vote, right? Aurelian asked. Me? Yeah. Who are you gonna vote for? Not sure. I haven't really thought about it. Aurelian was not able to vote since she was already registered as a resident of Seoul, so she asked Hayek in her stead. Then vote for Jang Tae-won. Jang Tae-won? That's fine, but will he even be elected? He will be. Because Aurelian was going to make it happen. Reporter AHN Sujin looked through the package that Ma Young-jun had given her yet again. They were materials regarding Lee Chuntae this time. Tax evasion, and I can't believe he even pulled strings for his son to be exempted from military service. They were not simply allegations, the package was filled with objective sources. Sujin asked while looking at Young-jun, were these provided by the masked woman as well? Young-jun simply nodded. He did not mention anything related to Aurelian. All you have to do is to release an article containing the information given to you. Then it would naturally become a scoop. Sujin looked through the materials in more detail. The package had not only contained information regarding Lee Chuntae, but those regarding Jang Tae-won as well. Her eyes widened as she confirmed the name of his wife. By Yeo Song-won, is it the same Yeo Song-won, the actress that I know? Young-jun nodded again in acknowledgement. I had only heard rumors that her husband worked in politics, but I never expected him to be a candidate for mayor. Song-won had not revealed her husband's identity to the public yet. A small amount of information had been exposed due to the reporter's persistence, but they had not yet figured out who he was. Are you telling me to release this information as well? That's right. Is this also the aim of the masked woman? Most likely. Sujin had more or less an idea of what the masked woman was aiming for. Making Lee Chuntae's misconduct public would lower the number of his votes, and exposing the fact that Jang Tae-won was Yeo Song-won's husband would raise public awareness of him. Song-won was highly favored by the public. Not only had she often made donations and done many good deeds in her career, but she had never been involved in a single scandal either. It was very rare to see an actress who had managed to maintain a sparkling clean image for several decades. Her image would become even better if it was revealed that Jang Tae-won was her husband, but I'm sure Miss Yeo Song-won wouldn't like her family matters made public, Sujin expressed. She was not wrong, but Aurelian had no qualms about ignoring such feelings if it meant she could fulfill her goal. There was also one other reason. Now that Jang Tae-won is a candidate for mayor, the fact that Yeo Song-won is his wife is bound to be revealed soon. We're simply moving it up. There is no problem, Yong-jun remarked. Now that Song-won's husband had come into the light, it would only be a matter of time until their marital relationship was revealed to the public. Raen was simply moving it up to use for the election. Sujin smiled bitterly, understanding the machinations that the masked woman had built. The woman you're serving is terrifying. Sujin did not know who the woman was, but one thing she knew for sure was that the woman should not be antagonized. Kim Han-Gyo checked the Incheon mayor by-election results again and again in shock. No matter how many times he checked, all he could see was that they had lost. Jang Tae-won had won by a 1,871 vote difference. Lee Chun-tae could only apologize with his head hung down since this predicament had resulted because of his past actions. Even if he had 10 mouths, there wasn't a single thing that he could say. Han-Gyo's rage took the better of him and he smashed his fist down onto his desk. Chun-tae and the secretary flinched. Han-Gyo's ice-cold voice filled the office. Something's off. Oh, off? What do you mean, Congressman? The chief secretary asked carefully. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Han-Gyo said as he buried himself deep into his chair and lit a cigarette. Ever since last year, no, the year before that, I've had this feeling that someone had been purposefully foiling my plans. 2 years ago, it happened to be around the time that Raen had returned to the past as a high school girl. Just like Raen had predicted, Jang Tae-won had won the seat of the mayor of Incheon. She had managed to deal some damage to Kim Han-Gyo. Only after I keep accumulating damage will he get knocked out when I deal a huge one. She was setting things up for the future. Raen, the reporters are here, Shin Yoo-bin said as Raen was in the middle of checking the by-election results again in delight. Raen responded in surprise, already? They're quite early. They said they arrived earlier than they had expected because they left early while fully expecting there to be traffic. What do you want to do? Do you want to get started now? The interview was supposed to begin at 2 p.m. It was 15 minutes early, but Raen thought it was better to get it over with and go home early. Yes, let's do that, Raen answered. Okay, just wait here. The meeting room door opened again while Yoo-bin was away. Good afternoon. Reporter Ahn Sujin was going to be heading today's interview. Yoo-bin had gone with Sujin's fellow reporters as a guide while they went to grab the supplies that they needed. In the meantime, Raen and Sujin were all alone. Thank you very much for saving me last time, Ms. Kong. Sujin was thanking Raen for saving her while she was being threatened by a criminal suspect in the dead of night. I only did what should have been done. You don't have to worry about it too much, Raen replied while maintaining her light smile. At that moment, Sujin brought up something completely unexpected. You're the masked woman whom I met last time, aren't you? Won-hyung is an honorific that Korean men use to address their older brothers or older men that they are close to. Kang Raen maintained her light smile despite reporter Ahn Sujin's surprise question. She always had to keep a poker face back when she used to be in the security team, because showing emotions to others could let them grasp her weaknesses. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Members of the security team had to become an expressionless iron wall. Due to Raen's training in her past life, she was able to maintain perfect composure despite Sujin's straightforward hook. I'm not really sure what you mean, Raen responded. That's a skilled actress for you, Sujin thought. Most people would have been greatly flustered by such a question. Sujin knew that Raen had worn a mask in front of her and used Ma Yongjun as an errand boy because she had a reason for hiding her identity. She first tried to lower Raen's guard. I won't tell anyone that you provided me with all kinds of information, nor do I have any intention to. Sujin was telling Raen that it was okay to tell her the truth since she would take the secret to her grave. I'm simply curious about your intentions for spreading such information in the entertainment and political world, and where you got them. Sujin could not help but be curious as a reporter. The information that Raen had provided Sujin were by no means rumors. They were hard pieces of evidence with objective materials to back them. Sujin had been able to reap many benefits thanks to the information given to her. She was considered a reporter who reported massive scoops at the perfect times, raising her reputation in her company. It was by no means a loss for her. However, despite all that, she couldn't help but be curious. Why exactly was she being provided such information with absolutely nothing asked in return? Raen's smile did not falter in the slightest. I think you've misunderstood me for someone else. Masks and such. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. But it had to be Kang Raen. She had suddenly appeared while Sujin was ambushed by the criminal suspect, and people had started monitoring while protecting her right after that incident. She had suspected that the masked woman was Raen because everything had fallen into place time-wise, but Raen denied it to the end. I'm not trying to blame you, Miss Kang. I'm just sorry we're late, Sunbi. Just when Sujin was about to convince her more directly, her junior reporters who had gone to grab some supplies had arrived at the meeting room with Shin Yoo-bin. To Sujin, they couldn't have come back at a worse time. On the other hand, it was a stroke of luck for Raen. God damn it, Ahn Sujin. How little regard do you have for your life? Raen thought. She should have just let it slide despite knowing the truth, but she had gone out of her way to ask if Raen was the masked woman. Sujin had not yet realized that curiosity could kill the cat. Raen's interview with reporter Ahn was rather ordinary. She was asked mainly about which episode stood out to her the most, and what she was planning on doing after the waitress shoots were over. Sujin wanted nothing more than to ask about Arayan's relationship with the masked woman, but she couldn't afford to because of the large number of eyes on them. The people's gazes were acting as a shield for Arayan. The interview ended just like that. Thank you for your hard work. We will send you the article before we publish it. Please read through it and let us know if there is anything that you'd like for us to edit. I understand. Arayan said her farewells to Sujin and her group. Sujin did not want to leave, but she forced herself to. Having lingering attachments, she turned around. Arayan sent her off with a smile yet again. Have a safe trip, reporter Ahn. It was hard for Sujin to describe this bitter feeling in words. The meaningful attitude that Arayan had shown her continued to bother her as she got into the car. Her junior reporter grabbed the steering wheel and asked while glancing at her, Sunbi, you haven't been looking too well since the interview even began. Is something bothering you? Me? No, I just have a personal problem to deal with. She felt like the unsolved mystery would keep her up all night long. On a busy road in downtown Seoul, a man was irritated by a car that had changed into his lane with the turn signal on. Fucking hell. I'm already feeling like shit from that goddamn chief of mine. The man mercilessly honked his car horn from how slowly the car in front of him was moving. Road rage got the better of the man and he overtook the car to retaliate against them. The car then turned on its right turn signal and pulled over onto the side of the road. Oh, you wanna go, is it? The man who had been holding back his anger also pulled over and swung open his car door to get out. Hey, fucking hell, let me see your face, dipshit. He threatened the driver with various profanities. However, he fell silent as soon as the door opened. A beefy man who was taller than him by the size of his head, and another tough-looking man with a scar on his face got out of the car. The scarred man, Park Du-cheol, spat on the ground and approached the man. What? You wanted to see my face, didn't you? The thing is, gee good sir. What the fuck do you know about me to call me a good sir? Also, it's not like we cut you off. Did you not see we had our turn signal on as we changed lanes? Are you blind? Should I rip out your eyeballs and replace them with some new ones with 20/20th's vision? Huh. I am sorry. I've been told I have intermittent explosive disorder. See, could I ask you to let it slide just this once? IED or whatever, I don't give a shit. You'd better fucking see it through if you picked a fight. The man unconsciously hunched his shoulders from Du-cheol's bellow. At that moment, the back seat window of the car that Du-cheol was driving rolled down. Ma Young-jun said to his two men, we don't have the time. Let's go. Yes, boss. The man lost the strength in his legs and collapsed as he watched the two gangsters bowing at a 90-degree angle to their boss. Young-jun warned the man who had retaliated against them while Du-cheol and his subordinate got back into the driver and passenger seats. The moment I see you doing this kind of shit again, I'll make it so that you can never grab a steering wheel ever again. Mark my words. Why yes, sir. The man expressed his sincere gratitude toward Young-jun just for sparing his life. Young-jun and his men parked at a nearby parking lot and walked to a certain cafe. Welcome to. Gasp. The employees gasped before they knew it as they welcomed the customers as they've always done, because of the overpowering aura that Young-jun and his men were giving off. Du-cheol pointed to a seat by the windows. Over there, boss. Young-jun took a seat while his two men stood at attention to guard his back. The woman who had been waiting for them, Du Hae-young, said while sighing, do you really have to give off gangster energy like this? This is exactly why the chairwoman doesn't like meeting you in public. Hae-young had set up a meeting with Young-jun to relay Arayan's words to him. The contents were simple enough to be relayed by phone, but they met like this to avoid leaving evidence when talking about something very important. Young-jun briefly answered Hae-young's criticism, we usually don't. Then why the change today? We had done something rough earlier. The boys usually get so hyped up for such things that this kind of behavior comes out unconsciously. Hae-young wished she hadn't heard that. Anyway, what does that young lady want to tell us this time? Young-jun asked. It's about reporter Ahn Sujin. Ahn Sujin? My men are already watching over her. She asked to raise the number of men and monitoring hours. Hae-young usually worked as a director of Levanche, but she also sometimes acted as Arayan's proxy who relayed her words. Arayan had been planning on entrusting that role to Park Seo-hun, but not only was he busy running the company, but he was also so scared of Young-jun and his men that she had left it to Hae-young instead. Arayan used to meet with Young-jun directly, but she had gotten so recognizable lately that she had taken such measures. It would become huge news if it got out to the public that a popular actress frequently met up with a gangster loan shark boss. Unable to understand, Young-jun asked Hae-young, did that reporter lady do something dangerous again? I'm not sure either. I simply relayed to you what the chairwoman asked me to. I see. Although he wasn't sure why, he had to do it if it was Arayan's order. Okay, I'll do so. He simply complied, thinking that she had a reason for doing so. Arayan was busy getting her makeup done for today's shoot of Waitress. As soon as she arrived at the studio, she could hear loud cheers from outside the waiting room. Congratulations, Sunbi. You have no idea how surprised I was when I saw the article. Arayan also went out to the hallway as soon as her makeup was finished. Yeo Song-won had been receiving words of congratulations while holding a bouquet of flowers. She awkwardly thanked them. She was being congratulated because of her husband. Arayan also walked up to Song-won. Congratulations, Sunbi. Thanks. But I never expected something like this to happen, so I'm a little bewildered. Song-won had suddenly become the mayor's wife. She was of course happy that things had worked out so well for her husband, but she was also at a loss of what to do. I have no idea how the reporters found out about my husband's identity. I thought I'd hidden it pretty well. Song-won never really enjoyed being given attention by the public for subjects other than the productions that she had appeared in, so she had purposefully avoided bringing up her husband. She thanked her fellow production staff members without the slightest idea that Raeun was the one who revealed the fact that she was married to Jang Tae-won. Raeun held in her laugh as she watched Song-won head to her waiting room. I feel bad for Sunbi, but it had to be done. This was also part of the process of perfecting her plan for revenge. Kang Raeun's schedule was jam-packed yet again from the waitress, shoots heading toward its final stages. They were about to shoot the scene where the female protagonist Kang Sun-hye finds out her mother's identity and confronts her for the first time. Raeun read her lines with Yeo Sung-won to get in sync with her before the filming started. There was no need to instill emotion into one's lines during the reading process since it was simply to make sure they were on the same page. But of course, there were actors who read their lines like they were actually in the middle of filming, and Sung-won was one of them. So what? Do you resent me for abandoning you three? Say it straight to my face. Say it. The gazes of the staff members naturally shifted to the reading area due to Song-won's cries that echoed throughout the set. Stimulated by her powerful performance, Raeun also put her all into her acting to not fall behind. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you even have any idea how hard it was for us to live because of you? How hard it was to be treated like outcasts just because we had no mother to raise us? And you ask me if I resent you? Is that all you have to say for yourself? Why are you asking the obvious? Raeun's powerful voice did not fall behind Song-won's in the slightest. Her hand that was holding the script trembled. One could tell from such expressions that she was bursting with emotions. I'll resent you until the day I die. Mark my words. The reading came to an end with Raeun's hate-filled line. Song-won was genuinely impressed by Raeun's acting that improved day after day. You're good, Raeun, she expressed. It's nothing compared to you, Sunbi. No, what you showed me just now was more than enough. I couldn't find any faults in it. Let's keep this up for the actual filming. Yes, Sunbi. Reading lines with Song-won sitting right across from her was far more exhausting than actually shooting the scene, because Song-won would tackle her for the smallest mistakes. Raeun managed to safely overcome the imposing trial. Ji Han-sok, who had been watching their passionate reading from a distance, commended Raeun. It's tough reading with Sunbi, isn't it? He asked. It's certainly difficult, but it's okay since she helps me improve my acting in the process. You're so optimistic, Raeun. I got super depressed during my first reading with her because she gave me hell. This was nothing to Raeun because she had worked with people far worse than Song-won in the past. She didn't really want to mention their names, since they were her current targets for revenge. Her acting skills somewhat helped in her plan to ruin Kim Han-Gyo because she needed to maintain a poker face in front of people that would soon become her allies. Chairman Ji was one of such allies. I remember you saying last time that the chairman wanted to have a meal with me. Has he said anything about it after that? Raeun asked. I was planning on letting you know after today's shoot. He said he's free to meet you next Friday. Is that fine with you? Yes, of course. As long as there was no drama shoot scheduled, Raeun could always make time for Chairman Ji, the most important individual in her plan for revenge. Her meetings with him were always her top priority. Then I'll let him know you're free as well, Han-sok remarked. Thank you. You'll be there as well, right, Sunbi? Yeah, of course. Han-sok always tagged along in her meetings with Chairman Ji. If Raeun considered Chairman Ji to be her top priority, then Han-sok considered Raeun to be his top priority. It was a give-and-take relationship. The gears in Raeun's head were already turning to plan out what to do to get what she wanted from the meeting. Raeun headed to Dudam Group as soon as she finished getting ready. Although she had taken a short break at home, she had realized yet again that driving to a dinner meeting almost right after a morning shoot was very tiring. Maybe I should hire a chauffeur. She had Shin Yu-bin to drive her for anything related to the TV industry, but she had to drive herself for anything else. Not only was it annoying, but she had a considerable amount of matters to handle. Hence, it did not seem like a bad idea to have someone handle the driving for her. I'll have to consult Director Du. If she had a chauffeur, then she could have them meet reporter Ah-chan Sujin in her place. She could think of many other uses for one. Raeun headed to Chairman Ji's office as soon as she arrived at Dudam Group. She got on the elevator that went straight up to the top floor. Chairman Ji's secretary bowed to her as soon as the elevator doors opened, as if he had been waiting for her. Welcome. The chairman is waiting for you. Raeun was guided by the secretary to Chairman Ji's office. She used to find it extremely difficult to walk in heels, but she had become able to walk naturally even while wearing high heels. This was the effect of dramas. She had filmed so many scenes in heels that she had gotten accustomed to them. I've seriously become a full-fledged woman, for God's sake. As she laughed self-deprecatingly in her head, Chairman Ji greeted her. Welcome, Raeun. You're getting more beautiful by the day. Thank you very much, Chairman. Raeun had dressed up fairly well for her meeting with a VIP. She would have come in a shirt and jeans if this was a normal meeting, but she did not want to show Chairman Ji her casual side. Where is Han-sok Sunbi? Raeun asked. He'll be here soon. His movie shoot ended a little late, apparently. Aside from the drama waitress, Han-Sok was also starring in a comedy film Double Standards at the same time. His active involvement in the entertainment industry was raising public awareness of him as much as Rayan by the day. He could have just come straight after his shoot, but he went home first apparently because he couldn't afford to look bad when he'd be having a meal with you. Han-Sok's romantic feelings toward Rayan were still going strong. Rayan was already well aware of his feelings for her. Even the densest person in the world would notice when he was so blatant about it. However, she was not yet mentally ready to accept a man's feelings. I likely never will be. She still could not imagine herself dating a man. Han-Sok arrived shortly after she was chatting with Chairman Ji. I'm sorry I'm late. He had come wearing a very stylish formal suit. As expected of a celebrity, it fitted him very nicely. As Han-Sok was pondering over whether to sit next to Rayan or Chairman Ji, Rayan said while pointing to the seat next to her. Sit here, Sunbi. Should I? Chairman Ji looked at the two satisfyingly as Han-Sok naturally took the seat next to Rayan. You suit each other very well. It's as if I'm looking at myself and my wife back in my youth. My wife was as beautiful as you back when she was your age, Rayan. Han-Sok's face reddened. On the other hand, Rayan simply covered her mouth and lightly laughed without saying a word. She had been interested in something else entirely. Chairman, I remember you saying that you'd like to invite me to the gathering where famous people of the financial world met up. May I ask what happened to that? Oh, the thing is, Chairman Ji expressed reluctance. Something likely happened. I actually haven't been attending those gatherings much lately. Oh, why is that? Rayan asked. It's just that I have a friend who I'd gotten along with ever since my school days, but we had a slight dispute recently. I might ruin the mood if I go, so I've been stopping myself from going. Rayan knew exactly who his school friend was. It's probably Kim Han-Gyo. It was obvious, but Rayan pretended not to know. I hope you work things out with them soon, she expressed. She didn't mean it in the slightest. Chairman Ji said awkwardly as Rayan consoled him. This isn't our first time disputing like this over a difference in opinions. We fought and immediately made up, but I think it'll take quite a while this time. The signs of cracks in their friendship might have started to show themselves from this moment, or the time might have been moved up because Rayan got in Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol's way whenever they had tried to do something. Whichever the case, it did not change the fact that it was good news for her. All I have to do now is to slowly bring him over to my side. She felt like she would be fairly busy for a while. She received a call from Do Ha-young a few days later. I've sent someone your way just now, Chairwoman. Who? You said you needed a chauffeur, so I selected someone after careful consideration. Ha-young was very quick to handle things. The only qualities that Rayan wanted in a chauffeur were good driving skills and ability to keep secrets. The second quality was the most important, because it must never be revealed that she had Ma Yongjun and his men under her wing and that she was having reporter Ahn Sujin leak information in her stead. There happened to be someone perfect for the job, and he had just arrived in front of her house. He introduced himself to Rayan with a 90-degree bow. My name is Lim Suk-jun. I will be in your care from now on, Chairwoman. You look very familiar. Oh, aren't you one of Mr. Gangster's men? Yes, that's correct. I'm honored that you remember me. There were a few smart individuals among Yongjun's men, and Suk-jun was one of them. I guess it's much better to use someone internal than hiring an outsider. Rayan had realized why Ha-young was able to find someone so quickly. Since he had come all this way to greet her, she decided to assign him his first duty. I was just about to head out. Can you give me a ride? Where would you like to go? Rayan answered simply, the fitness center. She felt like warming up after a long while. There were a few things that Kang Rayan did no matter how busy she was, and one of them was exercise. She felt restless if she missed even a day, so she had gone straight to the fitness center yet again today. We've arrived, Chairwoman, Lim Suk-jun said. He got out of the car and opened the door for her. She got out of the car and praised Suk-jun in satisfaction. Thanks. You're pretty good at driving. If there's one thing I'm good at, it would be driving. That could be one of the reasons why he was chosen to be Rayan's chauffeur. Not only was he good at driving, he was also quick on his feet. Rayan commended director Do Ha-young in her head for choosing someone so great. My workouts take around 2 hours, so just come back around that time. I understand. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything before then. Okay, you can go. Rayan headed to the elevator with her sports bag after sending Suk-jun off. The employees at the information desk greeted Rayan as soon as they saw her. She greeted them back and walked straight to the changing room. She saw 3 young women chatting while changing their clothes. She couldn't get used to seeing such a sight during her early days of having returned to the past, but now she could just walk past them without getting flustered. She had even gotten used to being in the shower room with a bunch of women, which she honestly couldn't determine if it was a good or bad thing. She was getting used to life as a woman, hence. It also means that I'm slowly becoming a woman. It was a pretty weird thing to think about. She was already a woman. However, that was only in the physical sense. She was still mentally a man, so she was somewhat terrified that she had been adjusting so well to life as a woman. Rayan lightly sighed. I don't know anymore. She had reached a point where she just accepted it. It was not like she could go around saying I'm actually a man, because she didn't want to be a woman. She thought it'd be better to just become a woman than be treated like a lunatic. I can't take my revenge from a mental hospital, after all. She couldn't give up on revenge, the entire reason for her being and her greatest goal. She changed and exited the changing room, and saw someone familiar after a long time. Han-Gyo, a songstress and her only friend in the entertainment industry, was on a treadmill with earphones plugged into her ears. Rayan could see from her slim figure and beautiful curves made visible by her tight sportswear that she had been maintaining her figure very well. Something else also caught her attention. That's our company's product. Han-Gyo's pink leggings were one of Lavanche's flagship products. Rayan couldn't help but smile. She got on the treadmill right next to Gyo's and greeted her. Hey, Gyo. Oh, Rayan. Gyo took off her earphones after belatedly noticing Rayan. What are you doing here at this time? Rayan usually worked out at the fitness center early in the morning except when she had early morning shoots, so she rarely met with Gyo here. I didn't really feel like staying at home, Rayan replied. She had come here while testing Seokjun's driving skills in addition. I've been enjoying Waitress so much. My mom and dad also watch it regularly. My mom was cursing the mother character that Yeo Sungwon Sunbi plays, saying she's a bitch, and then she cried because she felt so sorry for your character, Gyo mentioned. Nov. L. B //JNN. It went to show how amazing Rayan and Sungwon's acting had been. The view ratings had reached an all-time high when it was revealed that Kang Sun-hai's mother was Cha Yeo-woon, the character played by Sungwon. It had become huge news among the fans when the episode aired. I felt proud for some reason when you were being praised, Gyo said while laughing. Rayan also laughed and replied, I'm glad your mother's enjoying the show. It's a shame, though. We wanted to watch reruns, but couldn't because we couldn't bother my little brother. Why would it be a bother? Oh, because he's going to be taking his SATs this year. Gyo had a brother who was a year younger than her. Since the older sister took her SATs last year, it was now the little brother's turn. How many days until he takes the exam? Rayan asked. I don't think there are even 100 days left. Around 80. Already. Time flew by extremely fast. It only felt like yesterday when Rayan took her SATs, but it felt weird to hear that juniors who were only a year younger than her were preparing for their SATs. If Gyo's little brother was preparing for his SATs, then doesn't that mean Yejun is as well? Seo Yejun was also exactly 1 year younger than Rayan. She had seen him when she stopped by Starlight Road during Kang Haek's birthday, but she hadn't wished him good luck on his exam. Well, I'm free tomorrow, so I might as well stop by. Yejun had jogged with her on weekends and even made her a hat on her birthday, so she also wanted to do something for him. The next day, Rayan looked for her car keys to go see Yejun like she had planned yesterday. Oh, right. Come to think of it, she no longer needed to drive long distances, she could just call Seokjun. She looked for Seokjun's number that she had saved on her phone. Yes, chairwoman? I have somewhere to go today. Can you come? Yes, right away. Where should I come pick you up? Come to my house. Understood. In the meantime, she made sure to grab her gift for Yejun, limited edition sneakers of a famous sports brand. It was extremely costly, coming to almost 8 million won. Not just that, but they were being auctioned for even higher prices since they could no longer be purchased in stores. She had gone through a hard time to get these because she thought they'd be the perfect gift for Yejun, who was aspiring to be a fashion designer. 15 minutes after she had called Seokjun, she received a call from him saying that he had arrived. That was quick. It had been thanks to Ma Youngjun's strict education. Rayan pulled out her smartphone as soon as she got in the car. He should be done with school by now. She thought about contacting Yejun in advance to say that she was on his way, but no, let's not. Her mischievous desire to surprise him took over. Rayan had been given information from Seo Yeseo that Yejun was currently at Starlight Road. She had Seokjun park the car near the area and walked to the cafe with the paper bag containing the gift. At that moment, jingle, the cafe door opened and she saw Yejun sending off a girl wearing the same school uniform as him. Have a safe trip home. Okay, thanks for today. I'll see you tomorrow. The girl looked like she'd be rather popular in school. As he was about to head back into the cafe, he stiffened because he had locked eyes with Rayan. Nuna. Rayan said teasingly with a corner of her mouth curled up, ha, dem punk. I guess it was true when Yeseo said you were pretty popular in school. You're even dating a pretty girl like that. A bystander could have easily misunderstood the two students to be couples. Yejun frantically shook his head. No, Nuna, that wasn't a date. She just came to pick up something she forgot at the cafe. Okay, I won't tell Yeseo, so you don't have to deny it so frantically. Yejun was not acting like this because his sister would hear of it. The biggest problem was that Rayan was misunderstanding his relationship with his classmate. Here you go, Rayan said as she handed him a paper bag. What is it? A gift to wish you good luck on your SATs. They're sneakers, so wear them when you go jogging. I was only here to give you that, so I'm off. Good luck on your studies. She turned around to walk back to where Seokjun was. Nuna. But then, Yejun snatched Rayan's thin wrist and forced her to turn back to him. He immediately closed the distance between them and spoke clearly in complete seriousness. I'm really not in any sort of relationship with that girl earlier, so I hope you don't get the wrong idea. Yejun had only been swayed by Rayan, but now the situation had completely reversed. Yejun was also a man. Rayan felt something inexplicable as Yejun showed a manly side of himself. She hurriedly pulled her hand out from his grasp. Okay, you could have just said so. Why did you have to get all serious, you punk? Because you didn't believe me. Fine, I'll believe you. Rayan was talking confidently, but she couldn't bring herself to look Yijun in the eyes. She herself couldn't understand why she was acting like this either. She was only thinking of one thing, to get out of this situation as quickly as possible. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Good luck on your sats. Thank you, Nuna. Can I come over to your house again when it's over? Do as you like. Step. Rayan was slightly fumbling as she walked. Seokjun bowed to Rayan as soon as he saw her and asked, have you finished your business here? Rayan nodded in silence. Where would you like to go? Home. Understood. Rayan's eyes shot toward Starlight Road as soon as she got in the car. She replayed what had just happened in her head. Rayan had always thought of Yijun as a younger brother who she could order around whenever she wanted, but he had shown a completely different side of himself to her just a little while ago. She didn't quite know how to explain it, but after seeing Yijun's assertive side, he's unexpectedly manly. She found the normal Yijun to be likable, but his serious side when things came down to it was not bad either. Today was the day the long journey that was the drama waitress would come to an end. The staff members could not contain their troubled emotions due to this being the final shoot. Ji Han-Sok also felt the same way. It feels weird to hear that today's the final shoot. If there was a beginning, there was bound to be an end. However, the drama waitress held a special place in Han-Sok's heart because it was a precious production that recorded the highest view rating in his acting career as well as what made him into a star. Hence, the farewell struck him much harder than that of any of his other works. However, Kang Rayan did not feel the same way at all. She had already known the drama would be a huge hit, so she had not been worried in the slightest, unlike the production team that had been worrying about the view ratings throughout the entire duration of the filming. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Since Rayan had been the only one who was at ease during filming, she was also the only one who did not feel anything in particular in the moment of farewell. Han-Sok smiled bitterly at the apathetic Rayan. I sometimes feel like you're more mature than me whenever I see you off camera. I do? In what way? In the way that you don't let your emotions sway you. In contrast to how Rayan was on camera, she often expressed minimal levels of emotions off camera, almost as if she were a robot. Han-Sok was sometimes envious of Rayan's strong mentality despite her being a rookie actress. There's apparently going to be an after-party after today's shoot. You're gonna come too, right? Han-Sok asked. Rayan nodded as if it was obvious. Yes, I am. It was a place to unwind, but she was also planning on making new connections there. Acquainting herself with people in the broadcasting industry could allow her to seize great opportunities in the future. Therefore, Rayan always attended dinner parties unless her schedule did not allow it. However, there was one thing that she found to be a shame. If only I was a good drinker. Rayan loved alcohol, but she couldn't afford to enjoy it in her current life. There was no telling what she would do if she got drunk. She could even unwittingly leak secret information about herself like she had done with Seo Yi-seo. She had decided to stay as sober as possible from fear of her own inebriety. Kang Sin-hai had succeeded in getting revenge on her mother for abandoning her and her younger siblings, by completely ruining her. As if the heavens were rewarding her for her efforts under the sorrows of her past, winter passed and the spring of love had come her way. Han-Sok, who was looking at the ocean together with Rayan, went somewhere after asking her to wait. He then arrived with a convenience store plastic bag. You said you wanted something to drink, right? Was there a convenience store nearby? Yeah, I happened to see one while we were looking for a place to park. I'm so thoughtful, aren't I? Rayan couldn't help but laugh at Han-Sok's playful speech. Rayan tilted her head as she looked at what was in the bag. Appa, what's this? Oh, that. There was a small box that did not look like a convenience store item, but more like something used to hold an accessory. She opened it to check what was in it, and her gaze was met with a sparkling diamond ring. I bought it on the way. You bought this, at a convenience store? No, I ordered it before we went on this trip. It almost didn't make it, but it was finished just barely in time. I was super lucky. Han-Sok took out the ring and pointed toward Rayan's left hand. Give me your hand. Rayan raised her left hand while maintaining an embarrassed expression. Han-Sok then put the ring on her thin ring finger. It looks great on you, Appa. Sin-hai. In contrast to his playful remarks earlier, he was now completely serious. He proposed to the one that he loved with all his heart. Will you marry me? Rayan scraped together every single sad memory that she possessed because it was the perfect time to shed tears. Her efforts worked and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She hoarsened her voice to act like she was deeply moved. Yes, I'd love to. From lovers to a married couple. The drama waitress came to an end with a two-shot of the couples who had entered a new chapter of their lives. Director Wang exclaimed in great satisfaction, okay, thank you everyone for your hard work. As soon as he gave the okay, the staff members cheered as if they had been waiting for the moment. It actually would have been a huge problem if there had been an NG cut in this scene, because Director Wang wanted to use the ocean sunset as the background. They needed to finish the scene as quickly as possible because the sun was setting very quickly. Rayan and Han-Sok overcame the time pressure and perfectly acted out the scene that Director Wang was hoping for. Because of this, the director's thrill was not subsiding despite the shoot being finished. He repeatedly gave a thumbs up to Rayan and Han-Sok as he replayed their excellent performance over and over again. Waitress wouldn't have become such a huge hit if it weren't for you two. Thank you so much, Director Wang remarked. No, we should be the ones thanking you for letting us star in such an amazing production. I'm sure Raen feels the same way, right? Raen nodded as she was given the baton to speak by Han-Sok. Please let us know anytime once you have another great production. I'd love to work with you again. It'd be my pleasure. Director Wang was merely a rookie drama program director at the moment, but he would grow into an individual who would leave his mark in the history of the drama industry. She had agreed to star in Waitress because she knew it would be a hit, but she had also done it to make a connection with Wang Yun-song, considering his future. Now that she had invested in the stock that was Director Wang, all I need to do now is to wait until it rises. Raen was already curious about how much profit she would gain from it. Raen prepared to head to the after-party venue after the shoot was over. As she got in the car, Shin Yubin praised her for her hard work and handed her an energy drink that she had bought in advance. I bought it because I thought you'd be tired. Thank you, Miss Manager. It had been over 2 years since Yubin had started working with Raen, but Raen still called her Miss Manager instead of Uni. Hence, Yubin still felt a strange sense of distance from her. She was sad but also curious as to when Raen would start calling her Uni. Is it okay if we head straight to the venue? Yubin asked. Yes. There isn't enough time to go back home. I'm already outside, so I might as well get through everything I need to do before going home. That was best for both Yubin and Raen. The road managers were notified in advance of where the after-party would be held. Yubin typed the address into the GPS. 45 kilometer. It's pretty far. There might be traffic on the way there, so you can take a short nap if you want. No, it's okay. I'm not that tired. The shoot had only taken a long time because they had driven a long way to shoot the scene. The actual time taken to film had not been very long, so Raen was not very tired. Yubin set off as the cars of the other staff members started moving. On the drive there, Yubin told Raen what she had been told about the after-party. Apparently, other people aside from those related to the drama will be at the after-party. Who? Some program directors whom Director Wang is close to, and some business associates. Business associates could be referring to people who invested in dramas, movies, or other miscellaneous content. Come to think of it, they said someone from a conglomerate will also be coming. A conglomerate? Which one? I don't know. I only listened in on what the staff members were talking about. Well, I'm sure we'll find out when we get there. Raen couldn't ask for anything better than distinguished figures of the financial world coming straight to her, since that would make it much easier for her to make connections with them. However, she had been getting a bad feeling since earlier. What is this feeling? It was similar to the so-called women's intuition. However, she could not figure out why she was feeling so uneasy. They had arrived at the Waitress after-party venue. They were able to enjoy the party without reservations because the entire restaurant had been rented out. Such treatment from the broadcasting station is a given when the view ratings have been off the charts. Raen believed such a luxury to be natural. She raised her glass with the other actors that she was sitting with, including Han-Sok, to cheer. Her eyes were fixed on the bottles of alcohol on the table. I want to drink. I want to drink like crazy. Raen had loved alcohol so much in her past life, but now that she had become a lightweight that would get drunk from just a sip, just the thought of drinking made her anxious. Should I just go for it? She could just leave what happened afterward to Yubin. No, am I insane? I promised myself I wouldn't drink before I got here. She had never imagined that she was such a weak-willed man. No, woman. She could endure anything, but alcohol was the one thing that she couldn't easily hold herself back from. She gulped just from watching Han-Sok having a drink next to her. Han-Sok glanced at her and asked, would you like a glass? And no, I'm fine. Han-Sok had never seen Raen so flustered before. Raen couldn't help but sigh deeply at her lightweight self. While Raen was experiencing hell, she heard a familiar female voice. I enjoyed the drama so much. It was so entertaining. Her head turned by reflex. Her face stiffened in a flash as she laid eyes on a young woman in her 20s wearing a red one-piece dress. It was a face that she never wanted to see ever again. Nuna. Park Hee-woo. It was her older sister in her past life. Back when Kang Raen was Park Geon-Woo, she naturally had her own family. Geon-Woo had a father, mother, and an older sister. However, he had never felt a sense of attachment to his family. His family, especially his father and older sister, tried to oppress him by meddling in his entire life. His mother was not as bad, but she had never once taken his side because she thoroughly maintained neutrality. Geon-Woo had been raised in a family that never felt like one. Hence, he declared his independence and left home as soon as he came of age, saying he no longer wanted to live in a home like this and that he wasn't his father and older sister's puppet. Since then, Geon-Woo had completely cut ties with his family. As Raen's past memories as Geon-Woo replayed inside her head, she was reaching for the drink glass before she had realized it. Han-Sok asked, didn't you say you weren't going to drink today, Raen? Impulse was a scary thing. She pledged to herself over and over again that she wouldn't drink during the after-party, but she went straight for the alcohol due to the stress that she had recalled from seeing Park Hee-woo. Raen belatedly managed to get a hold of herself. Calm down. Who knows what I'll do if I drink here? Hugh. She took a deep breath. She was able to calm down just a little, but her heart was still beating just as quickly. Hee-woo was chatting with program director Wang Yun-song. Just then, Director Wang turned toward Raen. Perfect. Raen and Han-Sok happened to be together. He approached Raen with Hee-woo. She momentarily pondered over whether to leave or not, but it was too late. Raen, Hansok, say hello. This is Vice President Park Hee-woo of TP Entertainment. Hansok was surprised by the mention of TP Entertainment. Oh, I heard someone was newly inaugurated as Vice President, and I see it was you, Senior Managing Director Park. I had no idea. We skipped the inauguration ceremony, so there are a few people who don't know that I've become the Vice President. I must be one of them. Hansok and Hee-woo laughed as they looked at each other. Although Hansok was an actor, he was also a bona fide businessman. He had met Hee-woo once or twice during his time as one. Hee-woo then shifted her gaze from Hansok to Raein. Hee-woo was the typical example of an Eastern beauty, perfectly embodying the word elegance. Not only was she beautiful, she was extremely capable and was born in an exceptional household. Hence, she was extremely popular among those in the financial world regardless of age or sex. However, Hee-woo was nothing more than an enemy to Raein. No matter how amazing Hee-woo's reputation was among the people around her, Raein couldn't bring herself to think well of Hee-woo. It's probably because of everything I had to go through since childhood because of her. Geon-Woo had suffered countless times from his older sister's oppressive attitude. However, that older sister of his couldn't be seen anywhere. All that was in front of Raein now was the amicably smiling Vice President Park Hee-woo. Nice to meet you, Vice President. I'm Kang Raein. Nice to meet you, Raein. I'm Park Hee-woo. I'm not sure if Director Wang told you this, but I happen to be a massive fan of yours. I've come to this after-party just so I could meet you. I'm honored to hear you say that. Honored, my ass? She thought. If there was a competition of who could name as many of Hee-woo's faults as possible, Raein was 100% sure that she would place first. That was how much she despised Hee-woo. However, she couldn't show her resentment right now because the one in front of Hee-woo was not Park Geon-woo, but Kang Raein. Hee-woo's smile widened even more after her greeting with Raein. You're pretty bold, Raein. Am I? Yes. Most people get surprised when I tell them I'm the Vice President of TP Entertainment, but I couldn't see a hint of surprise from you. TP Entertainment, a subsidiary of TP Group, was a conglomerate among conglomerates specialized in media and home shopping. Not only did Hee-woo possess an important position in TP Entertainment, but she was also the daughter of Park Chan-gil, the co-chairman of TP Group. In other words, he's also my father. TP was led by the older brother Park Chan-sok and the younger brother Park Chan-gil. Raein also used to be a member of the TP Group family, so she had not been surprised after meeting Hee-woo. Hee-woo had mistaken Raein's familiarity for boldness. I'm liking you more and more, Raein. Raein simply smiled lightly without answering. Raein lay down on her bed as soon as she came back home after the after-party. Not even her fluffy mattress could comfort her troubled feelings. She replayed what had happened at the after-party as she looked up at the familiar ceiling. I can't believe I met Nuna there of all places. Raein had heard from Yubin on the way to the after-party that outsiders would also be attending. The bad feeling that she had felt back then had manifested into her meeting with Hee-woo. TP Group was one of the top 10 largest businesses of Korea. Raein had originally been born as a second-generation chaebol. However, there hadn't been a single moment in her life when she was happy about the fact. Unable to endure the bombardment of pressure from her father and older sister, she had thrown away the title of second-generation chaebol of her own accord. Did she regret it? Not even once. Rather, she felt relieved that she had cut all ties with her family. However, the situation was a little different in her current life. Raein had finally become perfect strangers with her family, but she still had a very important mission to fulfill: revenge. She would absolutely need the help of TP Group if she wanted to go against Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. I'm sure father especially would be of great help to me in the future since he's extremely close to those in the financial world. Hee-woo just happened to be Raein's fan, so making a connection didn't seem very hard to do. But I'll have to see father's face again. It was not appealing in the slightest. She had thought she had just barely escaped from the clutches of the devil, but she would be jumping into its clutches again of her own accord. My current family are angels compared to my old one. No matter how harshly Raein treated Kang Rae-hyuk, she still thought of him positively. The same went for the siblings' father. They were both extremely kind people. However, the same could not be said for her old family. What should I do? Raein was deep in thought. She was going round and round inside her head. She decided to leave it for later as she got up and stroked down her disheveled hair. She opened her room door and headed to the refrigerator. Yiseo asked while she was stretching in the living room, "Are you looking for something, Raein?" "Yeah, for what?" Raein took out something stored deep in the refrigerator. "I'm suddenly craving some alcohol." She took out one bottle of liquor after another. She tried her best to hold it in, but I seriously can't help myself today. She decided to sleep early today with the help of alcohol. Why does my head hurt so much whenever I wake up the next day? She thought as such every time she drank alcohol. She missed the days when she was a man. She had rarely experienced bad hangovers no matter how much she drank back then, but she had to face the massive hurricane that was a hangover every time she drank after becoming a girl. She came out of her room as she combed her lion's mane-looking hair with her fingers. Yiseo in an apron noticed her presence and turned around. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Good morning. I'm making bean sprout soup right now, so wait just a little bit. She had prepared it to help Raein relieve her hangover. Thanks. No problem. But why alcohol out of the blue? I heard from Yu Bin Uni that you didn't have a single sip during the after-party. As a roommate, Yi Seo couldn't understand why Rayan drank alcohol when she didn't even have any at the after-party. I just felt like it. Rayan couldn't tell her that it was because of Hiwoo. The bean sprout soup was done as she came out of the bathroom after washing up. Rayan nodded several times in satisfaction as she drank the soup with a spoon. Ka, that hits the spot. Yi Seo laughed as Rayan displayed such a hearty reaction. Look at you. People would think you're an old man relieving his hangover. Rayan was an old man on the inside, so she technically wasn't off the mark. Yi Seo took a seat across from Rayan and carefully mentioned, let me know if something's on your mind. I might not be able to resolve it, but I can at least hear you out. Counseling was not difficult to do, it was more than enough to just listen to their troubles. Simply relieving oneself of what was festering in their mind could relieve them of even a little of their burdens. Rayan's heavy heart lightened a little thanks to her friend's sincere worry. She put down her spoon and decided to consult with her friend as figuratively as possible. This is about a friend of mine, Rayan remarked. Most stories that started out like this were usually about themselves. A friend, huh? Okay, go on, Yi Seo expressed. She decided not to think much of it. Person A is trying to take revenge on person B because B had wronged A in some way, but A lacks the power to do so. So, as A was going around to find someone who could help them, they met person C. C? Are they A's ally? No, C is the worst of the worst kind of person who only sees A as a tool. I feel bad for A. Yay, me too. Rayan also had times when she pitted herself. But C has power on par with B. In such a case, should A ask C for help? Rayan asked. She had been thinking about this for quite a while, but Yi Seo unexpectedly answered right away. Is there even a need to ask them for help? A can just use C instead. Use. Yeah, you said A doesn't think well of C either since C used them like a tool. In that case, A can be the one to use C as a tool this time to defeat B, right? In other words, the tool's rebellion. Rayan liked Yi Seo's answer very much. Despite becoming a high school girl that Rayan wasn't cut out for, what drove her to keep moving forward without breaking was her objective to pay Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol back in folds for what they had done to her. Just for that one purpose, she did not lose her composure, even if she was put in a situation where she had to wear a skirt or put on an embarrassing act in front of a man. Revenge took up most of Rayan's life, but now she needed to slightly modify her plan. Her original plan was to use the funds and connections she grew by using her knowledge of the future, to ruin Kim Han-Gyo and Kim Chi-yeol. However, that would take far too long. It could take 10 years, or even 20. Kim Chi-yeol aside, Kim Han-Gyo is a whole different beast. The Kim Han-Gyo that she knew was always calm and composed no matter what situation he was put in, and used whatever means necessary to overcome such situations. He was cruel enough to bury his right-hand man 6 feet under. Hence, there were more than just a few people who found Han-Gyo to be distasteful. In the financial world, the most representative of such people would be Chairman Ji Song-jium. Park Chan-gil of TP Group did not have a good impression of Han-Gyo either. Chan-gil had started to see Han-Gyo in a bad light because of the policies that Han-Gyo had proposed. At the time, TP Group had been ambitiously preparing several large-scale projects, but they had ended up suffering massive losses because restrictions had been placed due to the newly proposed policies. Why did Han-Gyo one-sidedly pick a fight with Chan-gil and TP Group? It was a war of nerves. Han-Gyo was giving Chan-gil a warning that he should cooperate with him if he didn't want something like this to happen again. However, Chan-gil was Park Geon-Woo's father. Geon-Woo had gotten his overpowering competitive spirit from his father. Chan-gil simply laughed at the face of Han-Gyo's indirect threat. The conflict between Han-Gyo and TP Group was not yet prominent, but it'll get worse with time. Rayan was certain since she knew the future. It was also because of their hostile relationship that Rayan had become Han-Gyo's subordinate back when she was Geon-Woo. Although Geon-Woo and Chan-gil were against Han-Gyo due to different reasons, it did not change the fact that the father and son were hostile to each other. Hence, Geon-Woo had purposefully applied to become Han-Gyo's security team leader. However, thinking about it now, that had only tightened the noose around Geon-Woo's neck. There was likely a specific reason why Han-Gyo had framed all of his injustices on Geon-Woo and tried to kill him. If it was revealed to the world that I committed suicide while shouldering such dishonor, it would deal a massive blow to TP Group. Even if Geon-Woo had cut ties with his family, it did not change the fact that he was Chan-gil's son. Filial ties were not severed so easily. To Han-Gyo, it was the perfect chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He could bury the allegations raised against him while dealing a massive blow to TP Group. This was nothing more than Rayan's guess, but it's highly likely. The Kim Han-Gyo that she knew was more than capable of such a thing. But I won't let him do as he likes this time. Rayan decided to add new members that weren't originally included in her revenge plan. Park Chan-gil, and her older sister, Park Hee-woo. She absolutely hated the idea, but she had no choice. You have to fight fire with fire. Rayan looked up information regarding TP Group while moving to the interview shoot location in Shin Yubin's car. She went through everything from the company's financial statements to every article reporting their recent activities. Despite Rayan having been the son of the chairman of TP Group, she ironically barely knew anything about the business because she had actively avoided taking an interest. However, she wouldn't do that in this life. I should at least know basic information related to the company if I want to coax father and Nuna. Ryu Haeyeon, RAEN's stylist, asked as she looked at RAEN scrolling through materials filled with TP Group information. Are you looking at that for stock trading? Studying up about a company was essential before investing in them. Only after taking a company's accomplishments, favorable indicators, and growth potential into account should someone invest in them. It was far too easy to go broke by investing in a company just because other people were. RAEN was well known within the entertainment industry as a stock trading expert. Although Kang Arahyak handled most of the trading because she was busy, she also invested directly whenever she had time. RAEN answered while nodding, yes. TP Group is one of the companies that I've been taking an interest in recently. However, what she would be investing was not money, but her efforts to make connections with them for the sake of her revenge. Haeyeon's eyes sparkled. Should I invest in them too? Is it really okay to decide just like that? RAEN asked. I'll only lose money if I invest on my own. I found it much better to just follow you. I bought the stocks that you suggested last time and my profit rate rose 30%. Haeyeon had once treated RAEN to something because she had managed to earn big thanks to her. Yubin showed interest in their conversation. Isn't stock trading hard? I gave it a shot before, but I couldn't do it at all. Yubin didn't even know how to use the stock trading software, so she couldn't start stock trading even if she wanted to. However, Haeyeon was taught by her younger sibling who already traded stocks. Then I'll teach you next time, Uni, Haeyeon expressed. Yubin had no reason to refuse when money would automatically flow into her account if she bought the stocks that RAEN suggested. However, RAEN warned them like she always did, just don't invest your entire life savings. Use only your spare funds. Okay, I will. There was likely no way for them to lose money if they did exactly as RAEN said, but there was still a possibility. RAEN mentioned one more thing to them, please keep what I tell you a secret among yourselves. Don't go around telling a bunch of people. Information was only valuable if they were scarce. The value of information that everyone knew was bound to plummet, so RAEN had been trying her best to use her knowledge of the future by herself. Now that her stock trading and business were successfully put on a track to success, all she needed to do was to fulfill her revenge. The final episode of Waitress had aired. RAEN stood on stage with Ji Han-sok and director Wang in front of reporters to give their thoughts on how it felt to have reached the end of the journey. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Director Wang whispered to RAEN and Han-sok before the interview began. This was only possible thanks to the drama's high view ratings. Apparently, they don't even provide stages like this for other dramas just because they ended. Views were everything. No matter how beneficial a program was, it would only be discontinued if the view ratings were low. That was especially the case for dramas. In that sense, Waitress was the most successful drama of the year. RAEN scanned the reporters as they took their seats one by one. Reporter AHN Sujin isn't here today. Since Sujin mainly focused on political and financial stories, she did not have the time to come to such interview sessions like a reporter in charge of entertainment news would. Well, that's better for me. Sujin was still suspecting RAEN to be the masked woman. She felt relieved by her absence since she did not have to worry about her asking difficult questions to answer in front of other reporters. The interview started off with introductions. Hello, I am the actor Ji Han-sok. RAEN raised her mic after Han-sok. Hello, I'm Kang RAEN, and I played the role of Kang Sun-hai. Thank you very much for your passionate support despite the drama having reached its finale. I will be in your care during this interview. She had gotten far too accustomed to speaking in front of a camera. On the other hand, director Wang was far more nervous than the two actors who had introduced themselves before him. I am Wang Yoon-song, and I was in charge of the production. Thank you very much for having me. He secretly wiped the beads of sweat formed on his forehead with a handkerchief as soon as he introduced himself. He already knew it was extremely difficult to stand in front of a camera, but the new experience made him realize it once again. He admired how naturally RAEN and Han-sok were answering the reporters' questions. From the devil's touch to Waitress, you've shown the country how much chemistry you two have with each other. This is your second time playing the role of a couple, is it not? Han-sok answered the reporter's question. Yes, that's correct. How did it feel to have worked together in similar roles for a second time? I wonder. This is something I haven't even told RAEN, but... Han-sok looked toward RAEN. She had no idea what he was about to say. Although RAEN is my junior and like a little sister to me, I feel like I'm always the one learning from her whenever we perform together. I respect her in more ways than one, starting from her exceptional acting skills and her mindset toward shooting scenes. It was no simple thing for a senior to say that they respected their junior. Han-sok had praised RAEN in the greatest way that he could. The reporters then directed their questions at RAEN. Is it true that you've never actually kissed your co-stars during kiss scenes, Miss Kang? Yes. She had never directly kissed anyone. Even excluding her time as an actress, she had never once kissed a man in her life. If there comes a time when you'd have to shoot an actual kiss scene, who would you like your partner to be? Han-sok's ears perked up. His heart fluttered. Other actors usually hesitated or thought deeply when asked such a difficult question, but that was not the case for RAEN. She raised her mic and adamantly answered, I don't have someone in mind yet. Han-sok had expected such an answer, but he couldn't help but be disappointed that RAEN didn't even have anyone in mind. Kang Arayan's schedule was jam-packed even after the finale of Waitress, due to how massive of a hit the drama had been. Even today, she had a radio show scheduled, which she had to get ready for since it was at 11 a.m. One thing she at least found fortunate was that it was only an audio recording, so there was no need to be in full makeup. Arayan only put on basic makeup and headed to the broadcasting station in Shin Yubin's car. She put on a mask as soon as they arrived at the parking lot. She had no reason to wear a mask in the station since the place was full of people in the same industry as her, but she wore it regardless because the air was highly polluted today. Yubin said as she took the lead, it would have been a huge problem if an outdoor shoot was scheduled on a day like this. No kidding. Indoor shoots were best in bad weather conditions. Arayan walked to the radio studio with Yubin while her hair was fluttering in the wind. She greeted the host of the show, announcer Young Minho. Good morning, Sunbi. Oh, hi, Arayan. Arayan and Minho had already met several times, so they were not awkward around each other. Minho asked Arayan after drinking some water to clear his throat, I bet you're gonna be super busy starting next month. Huh, me. Yeah, it's the end of the year, and the drama you starred in turned out really well. I heard there are tons of directors lined up for you. A writer from our station has been super worried about it. About what? About whether or not they'd be able to cast you. Arayan lightly laughed while covering her mouth with her hand. The writer's worry was not unfounded, since Arayan was at the top of the list of actresses that program directors wanted to cast. The view ratings of anything that she starred in was practically guaranteed to be high. Even the number of people in Club Allegiance, Arayan's fan club, multiplied threefold after Waitress. One could easily tell how popular the production had been. I heard you also received an invitation to the Drama Awards, Minho mentioned. It had not been released to the public, but announcer Young already partly knew about information regarding the Drama Awards. I have, but I'm not really anticipating getting an award, Arayan replied. I think you will, considering your achievements this year. This was not announcer Young's subjective opinion, but something that everyone acknowledged. However, Arayan did not have any large expectations for the awards ceremony. It was not like she had returned to the past to be successful as an actress. She had no reason to be desperate for an award since she had been put in such a situation simply because she didn't properly fill out her return application form. I'll just accept whatever they give me. Arayan was planning on just going with the flow. Arayan decided to visit a beauty parlor before the Drama Awards ceremony. It would take a huge amount of time to get her makeup, hair and outfit done on the day of the event, so she wanted to get everything that she could do in advance over with. The hairdresser gave Arayan a suggestion while touching her hair. Why don't you try dyeing your hair, Miss Kong? Dyeing my hair? Yes. Your hair is pretty long, so it could give off a gloomy feel if not properly managed. I think dyeing your hair in a brighter tone would also brighten the aura you give off. She had been reluctant to do so since she had never dyed her hair back when she was a man, but after much thought, it's not a bad idea. Dyeing her hair was different from revealing her skin or kiss scenes. It was simply changing her hair into a different color. Also, Arayan kind of wanted to try it out. She was never permitted to dye her hair back in her bodyguarding days because she needed to look professional, so she had always been envious whenever she saw her friends with various hair colors. Yeah, when will I ever get the chance, if not now? Arayan decided to take this opportunity to do what she had never been able to do in her past life. What color do you recommend? She asked. Would you like to see samples? The hairdresser's eyes lit up as soon as Arayan showed interest, and quickly brought her a file folder. There were a myriad of colors, cherry pink, red wine, rose brown, ash blonde, ash gray, and much more. There are tons of different shades just for the color brown. Arayan couldn't quite explain it, but this feeling was not unfamiliar. The shades might look the same in a man's perspective, but a woman's eyes could catch even the slightest difference in shades. I personally think ash brown would suit you best. What do you think? The color's also friendly to people dyeing their hair for the first time. It was a fairly bright shade of brown. It certainly looked like a safe choice for beginners. If you don't mind me suggesting a bit more, I think it'd be good to get the ends of your hair slightly permed. Straight looks good and all, but adding a slight wave makes your hair look more voluminous. Arayan liked the sound of that. Voluminous hair certainly sounded much better than straight hair. I'll leave it to you, then, she responded. She decided to make a bold move since she had already made a resolution to change her image. Seo Yiseo heard the sound of the front door opening as she was making dinner. The only ones who knew the door password were herself and Arayan. Welcome back, Ian. Yiseo doubted her eyes. She knew that Arayan had gone to a beauty parlor, but she became wide-eyed from how much Arayan had changed. Arayan blushed. Does it look weird? The hairdressers had said it looked great, but waves of anxiety hit her from the thought that it might not be the case for ordinary people. However, Yiseo had not shown such a reaction because she did not like her new look. Rather, it was the complete opposite. No, it looks great. You're so pretty. It looks way better than your previous style. Really? But why did you change your hairstyle all of a sudden? Arayan had stuck to the same hairstyle for the last 3 years. However, something had brought about a change of heart, and Yiseo could not take her eyes off of her friend. No reason. The hairdresser just asked me if I'd be up to dyeing my hair, and I changed my hairstyle to what best fit that color while I was at it, Arayan responded. She kept touching her hair because she was not yet used to it. She couldn't help but feel awkward because this was her first time trying out a hairstyle like this. You're gonna be so beautiful in your dress for the drama awards. Yiseo already couldn't wait for the day to come, but Rayan was nervous about how the public would react to her new look. She could only find out once the day arrived. Rayan attended the ceremony wearing a purple dress with an open back. People frantically pressed the camera shutters as she stepped on the red carpet with Ji Han-sok escorting her. Han-sok had also been shocked by Rayan's new look. She was already beautiful, but he could not focus on anything else after her charm had increased twofold. Rayan and Han-sok stood in front of the backdrop together. After a short photo time, a female reporter approached them with a mic. Her attention was naturally focused on Rayan. "You're so beautiful today, Ms. Kong." "Thank you very much." Rayan didn't forget to cover her upper chest with her hand as she slightly bowed. She had at first bowed to greet people without this action, so people's gazes naturally shifted to her exposed cleavage. She had finally gotten into the habit after Yubin nagged her to no end to cover it with her hand. "I believe this is the first time you've changed your hairstyle. It's not because of something personal, is it?" the reporter asked. A girl changing her hairstyle was a big deal. There were times when women were asked if they had broken up with their lover if they cut their hair short. However, Rayan did not put much meaning into her hair. "I just wanted to try a new look." She had no reason. It was truly a Rayan-like answer. Rayan pulled out her smartphone from her handbag as soon as she entered the ceremony venue. Kang Hyuk, Yiseo, Seo Yijun, and her other acquaintances were sending her texts of their thoughts and cheers. There were far too many to reply to them all. As she was looking through her texts, Han-sok said as he turned his head toward the stage, "Looks like it's starting n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Like he had said, music started playing with the change of the lighting. After a short performance, the host introduced himself and explained how the awards ceremony would progress. There were various award categories: Best New Actor/Actress, Best Writer, Best Couple, Friendship Award, Achievement Award, Netizen Award, and many more. This is why it takes hours to film the ceremony. Rayan was only hoping for it to be over soon because she had no interest in winning an award. She thought about playing a mobile game, but couldn't because of the cameras that filmed her from time to time. After much time passed. Next up, let's meet the nominees of the Top Excellence in Acting Award. Let us take a look together on the screen. Before getting to the grand prize, the nominees for the Top Excellence in Acting Award were revealed one by one. The last of the 7 nominees caught people's attention. "Kang Rayan, waitress. You're on the screen, Rayan," Han-sok exclaimed. "Me." Rayan belatedly noticed that her performance was playing on the screen. The drama waitress had already swept 5 categories, such as Best Writer, Viewer's Choice Drama, and so on. If Rayan won Top Excellence in Acting here, waitress would have swept 6 categories. I will now announce the results. The Top Excellence in Acting Award goes to, the host paused on purpose, and then exclaimed, "Ms. Kang Rayan? Congratulations." Rayan, who had been thinking about spending the time playing mobile games until just now, had no choice but to walk up to the stage with an awkward smile. "Shit. I haven't even prepared a speech." She was smiling on the outside, but her brain was in full overdrive. Kang Rayan received the honor of earning the Top Excellence in Acting Award, but all that was in her mind was figuring out what to say. She stood in front of the mic with the trophy and a bouquet of flowers in hand. She stalled while recalling what the other actors had said in their speeches after winning their awards. "First, I'd like to thank program director Wang Yun-sung, screenwriter Yeo Yoo-min, and all the staff members who made the production of Waitress possible. Also, I'd like to share this honor with Ji Han-sok Sunbi, Yeo Song-won Sunbi, and all the actors who I'd worked alongside." There were more people that Rayan couldn't forget to mention. "I'd also like to express my love to my family who I'm sure are watching this from home. Thank you very much once again for giving me such a huge award. I will do my best to become an actress who doesn't disappoint my fans." She thought she had done rather well for something she had prepared on the spot. Director Wang and Han-sok congratulated Rayan once she came down from the stage. Rayan smiled and looked toward Han-sok. "I hope you also get an award, Sunbi." It was weird that Han-sok's name had not been called yet despite playing a lead role in the most popular drama of the year. However, Director Wang told Han-sok not to fret. "From what I can see, I think you'll be a nominee for the grand prize, Han-sok," he expressed. "Me? I think so, judging from the flow of things. Don't you agree?" The grand prize of the drama awards was the greatest honor for an actor. Han-sok had never once won the grand prize. The most he had won in his career was an Excellence in Acting award. Not even he himself could believe that he was qualified for the grand prize. "Come on. There are so many more outstanding actors than me," Han-sok remarked. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Hence, Han-sok cleared his mind. However, his name and performance playing in the videocassette recording of the grand prize nominees shook him greatly. Director Wang exclaimed, "Han-sok? You're a nominee for the grand prize." No way. Not even Han-sok himself could believe what he was seeing. He had never expected himself to become a grand prize nominee so early in his acting career. On the other hand, Rayan went to go get a bouquet of flowers before the winner was announced, as if she already knew who would earn the honor. "The honorable grand prize goes to Mr. Ji Han-sok? Congratulations." Burst. Crack. Fireworks cracked from all around to congratulate Han-sok winning the grand prize. Han-Sok walked up to the stage in complete bafflement. Rain, Director Wang, and the other waitress, production staff members followed to congratulate him on stage. Han-Sok was extraordinarily happy because he had not even expected it a little. He walked up to the mic like Rain did for her award. He articulated his thoughts of winning the grand prize while holding back his emotions. Thank you very much for this honorable award. I will continue to do my best to grow into an even better actor. Rain clapped. She felt weird seeing her partner who had acted alongside her winning the grand prize. Director Wang then whispered to her, "Why don't you aim for the grand prize next year, Rain?" "Sure, if I come across a good production." Only by encountering a good production could she hope for awards, just like this moment. After the awards ceremony, actors and those closely connected to the video content industry gathered at the after-party venue. Rain had also attended the event last year. Although she had met Kim Chi-yeol last year, I don't see him this year. Chi-yeol had been swept by several scandals thanks to Rain, so he was nowhere to be seen. However, she could see someone else. Nuna's here too. Now that Park Hee-woo had been newly inaugurated as the vice president of TP Entertainment, she was walking throughout the venue to meet people. She then waved at Rain. "Congratulations on your Top Excellence in Acting award. But it's a pity." Rain's eyebrows slightly flinched. Was she trying to criticize her speech? No, nothing of the sort. Hee-woo suddenly leaned right up to Rain with a wide smile and then whispered into her ear so that no one else could hear. "I was actually hoping you'd win the grand prize." An actress winning the Top Excellence in Acting award in her third year of acting was already a remarkable feat, but Hee-woo had been evaluating Rain much higher. "Nuna must have an extremely good impression of me." The same couldn't be said for Hee-woo's little brother, but Rain decided not to mind it much. It was not like the relationship between Hee-woo and Park Geon-woo needed to improve for Rain's revenge plan to be perfected. "I hope you'll work with us next year," Hee-woo expressed. "Are you talking about a movie?" "Yes. We decided to invest in director Yoon Tae-yoon's next work. The director happens to be here. Do you mind if I introduce you to him?" Director Yoon Tae-yoon was one of the most famous directors in the Korean film industry. He was known to have a strong personality. He did not follow the trends, he simply inserted his own unique ideas into his films, so there were many criticisms that his films were far too manic. However, as a result of the obstinate pursuit for his own path, he had proven that his unique tastes possessed commercial value. At this time, I believe director Yoon still hasn't made a name for himself. Rain decided to accept Hee-woo's offer. "I'd be honored." "Perfect. Just a second." Hee-woo went somewhere. Rain sighed as Hee-woo walked further and further away from her. Although Hee-woo used to be her older sister, Rain still felt uncomfortable around her. "I don't think I've ever spoken with Nuna for this long." But like an actress should, Rain did not let her discomfort show. She was skilled enough to maintain a perfect poker face in front of Kim Chi-yeol, and Hee-woo was nothing compared to him. Rain. Like Hee-woo had said, she had come with director Yoon Tae-yoon. The director first congratulated Rain for her Top Excellence in Acting award. She had been congratulated so many times today that her ears were starting to hurt. Hee-woo's chauffeur walked up to her as they were introducing themselves. "Vice President, the chairman is asking for you." "Father is." "Yes. He asked for you to call him as soon as possible." Hee-woo asked for Rain and director Yoon's understanding because something urgent seemed to have come up in the company. "I'm sorry. It looks like I'll have to leave first." The two people said it was okay. Rather, Rain was thankful that the person she was uncomfortable around was leaving of her own accord. Director Yoon awkwardly spoke first after Hee-woo left. "I'm not sure if the vice president had told you, but I've been coming up with my next work. The project proposal hasn't been officially approved yet, but it's highly likely that you will receive a casting offer." He was beating around the bush to say that he was hoping for Rain to take on the female lead role. There were tons of drama program directors and film directors hoping to cast her. She could tell from the enormous number of synopses that were sent to her right after Waitress came to an end. However, Rain was not planning on starring in just any drama or film. She would pick only productions that were foreseen to succeed. "There's no need to walk down the hard path when I know the future." Considering that, she needed to abstain from starring in director Yoon's productions at this point in time. There was no need to star in his works until he started becoming a household name. She would just aim for his productions down the road. JNN. "I'll just be satisfied with acquainting myself with him for now." Director Yoon politely requested Rain while having no idea of what she was thinking. "May I contact your agency as soon as the synopsis is complete?" Rain smiled radiantly. "Yes, of course." Although, she would refuse as soon as she took a look at it. After the drama awards ceremony, Rain spent the end of the year at home without going anywhere else. It was December 31st, 11:59 p.m. The TV displayed numbers counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7. "Let's raise our glasses to Rain," Seo Yiseo said. Okay. The two girls decided to set the mood with soft drinks instead of alcohol since Rain couldn't drink alcohol. 3, 2, 1. "Happy New Year!" The people on the TV screen exclaimed celebrations for the new year. Rain and Yiseo also wished each other a happy new year. And there goes another year. Rain realized as she was staring at the TV that 4 years of her life as a woman had gone by in a flash. "I remember being stumped on what to do at first. However, she was getting accustomed to it in her own right. She sincerely hoped for this year to go by without any problems like the previous 3 years had. On January 1st, the monumental first day of the year, she received a call from Chi Fyung. Rayan. I received a call this morning from someone who wanted to send you a script. It's from director Yoon Tae-yoon, right? Huh? You already knew? Yes. He told me about it during the Drama Awards after party. Rayan was already aware that director Yoon had been working on his next work and that he was hoping for Rayan to star in it. That makes things quick, then. I still haven't received the script yet, I was just told the general synopsis. But, Sai, I personally think it'll be hard to make this movie a hit. It's too difficult a genre. What is it about? Rayan was quite curious about what sort of work that director Yoon, who possessed unorthodox preferences, had brought to the table. She was extremely shocked by Chi Fyung's answer. Do you know what TS fiction is? Transsexual fiction. Also known as gender bender, it was a genre of media where one's gender was changed, either from a man to a woman, or vice versa. It was a fiction like the name suggested, but the problem was that from Rayan's perspective, it was a non-fiction.